Hello everybody, welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse. That is the gorgeous scene here in a resplendent Riyadh. The turf track on the left looking fantastic, but we're on the dirt again here today for 12 live races. And you can see our position there in the studio behind the glass in the parade ring. Welcome to the Jcsa English speaking channel, live from Saudi Arabia on this Friday programme as we bring you meeting 53 of the season. 12 races to bring you this afternoon. Delighted to say I'm in the company once again with the man on my right is Mr. Rory Delaghi. Rory, we're here again once again on a Friday afternoon. Looking forward to the action once again.
We are, and some decent action it promises to be as well. So some very good horses on show, and obviously we had a pretty good Thursday by local standards yesterday, but cranks up a little bit today. Will it be as easy finding winners? It wasn't too bad yesterday, but shelling peas for you with 6 winners on the card.
Well, it's hotting up, isn't it, the selection competition? 6 for myself, 5 for Rory, right behind Callum with a little bit of work to do. But of course, the big story here yesterday was the return of the former champ, Camilo Ospina, riding a winner in race 11. Of course, current champion with Adel Al-Faradi, a long way clear, but, you know, the champion-elect, I guess. It was emotional scenes towards the end of the programme here yesterday.
Yeah, obviously, they've been off for 15 meetings with the band picked up in Taif, but not just happy to be back, but genuinely grateful for the opportunity to pick up where he left off, and it was a very emotional first winner back. Just an ordinary race. The horse wasn't a superstar, but Camilo back on the board, and he's a great guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's tremendously humble. I saw him just before we came on air, and he came up to me and said hello, and you know, I wasn't aware that he was there. I don't think you get that in the UK, a jockey coming up to you and saying hi before he goes into the weighing room. But great to see, and always a pleasure to see Camilo on the track and riding at his best as well.
Yeah, certainly is. He's got a few chances here today, does Camilo Ospina's got a few favourites to ride. If you want to get in touch with the programme, of course, we're live on YouTube, the Jcsa English speaking channel. Any comments, any opinions, selections, whatever you want to say in English, we'll try and give you a readout throughout the show. So myself and Rory are keeping nice and warm, or keeping nice and cool, I should say, in the studio here. The man out on the ground, though, is Callum Hennywell, once again, who did a stellar job for us here yesterday. Callum, what are you looking forward to?
Thanks very much, guys. Yes, looking forward to all the action today in another beautifully resplendent day here in Saudi Arabia at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Looking forward specifically to race number 2, this open contest featuring plenty of sprinters that we know and love, including Bakil, Mahali. Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you very much, Anthony. Let's have a look at these 2-year-olds in this field for this sprint contest. This is Al Waliya, horse number 2 on your race cards, coming along nicely here. A winner last time out, and a very, very good-looking individual, I must say. Has had the 2 starts, built on that debut to win last time. Looks the one to beat on paper. Isn't blowing me away in the parade ring at all, but it's handling the prelims well. So hopefully looking forward to seeing how this horse gets on in our opening contest. Let's track back one more to Fuge, who's another chestnut in this field, who's horse number 3. This one, I'd say, is a little bit more precocious looking. You can see a bit of a stronger set of hindquarters, a good-looking individual who looks fit enough, carrying a little bit of condition, but that wouldn't put me off in this contest. A lot of these babies are still growing. I think Fuge is a nice horse here. Mohammed Al-Daham on board, has had the 1 start. We'll be hoping to build on that. We'll go back a couple more to horse number 7, who is Warden, who we're going to have a good look at here. Much leggier than the runners we've seen before. Warden, who's had the 1 start and failed to land a blow on that occasion. But this is a much more of a less precocious type of horse that we'll see more of in the future, I can imagine. Just a slightly very athletic type and quite a good mover as well. I've been taken with this performer and looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Just maybe my only concern, maybe not quite as precocious as the rest of these runners in this field. Let's go back one more as well, or 2 more I should say, to horse number 9, the White Stable runner. We know Camillo is back here, he's in the saddle. This team have had a winner already, they're looking for another one as well, and horse number 9 is Yatab Shear, who's had the 2 starts already. Looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Not quite your typical White Stable runner, not a big, strong, bold type, certainly a horse that still needs to come on physically. So for me, probably not the play. But guys, the paddock pick would have to be horse number 2 in this one.
surprising, Callum, to see her name right at the top of the market. 13-8 for Abdullah Alorfi in the red stable to get them off to a flyer in our opening race. It's a non-winners of 2 event. Big shame that we don't have Shaha right at the top, because that would have been a real match between Shaha and Al Walia, in my opinion. Al Walia now 13-8. Mustansir at 100-30, one of the debutants here, second choice. Jcsa, third pick at 4-1. Wahed is 11-2, and it is 10-1 and bigger the remainder. Al Walia's got that really nice look in the parade ring. Remember, Duvan had 3 white socks back in Cheltenham, of course, bred in Ireland, or bred in France, I should say, trained in Ireland, ran mostly in England. Those 3 white socks for Al Walia is a really good looker. I think we've definitely got the right favourite here, Rory. I think we can both agree on that. 13-8, though, short enough for you?
Short enough for me, because I think there are possibilities among the others. Just starting with Fuge, was well beaten on debut, but actually showed good speed from a difficult draw. And horses from this stable always improve markedly for the first run, so I couldn't rule that out. Mustansir is a half-brother to 4 winners in the US. The Dam, smooth performer, was second in the Hollywood Oaks, was a stakes winner herself. Cebu comes from a very good UK family, by Havana Gold, and is a half-brother to a number of winners, including a horse called Lesson in Humility, who was placed in both the Golden Jubilee Stakes, as it was at Royal Ascot, and the Prix Maurice de Geest at Deauville, when trained by Carl Burke. So that's a very good pedigree. It didn't cost a huge amount of the breeze-ups, but well-bred. Theban we don't know anything about, because we don't even have the sire and dam. We're going to see a new jockey here, and Anthony Campos, who rides Wadan. Don't know an awful about the first time we've seen him here, I believe. But Wadan, I think, is very, very interesting here. Callum picked him out, said he thought he wasn't maybe the most precocious. I thought he was the pick of the paddock. He might need more time, but he is a half-brother to a Grade 2 winner in the States called Main Events. Really good pedigree.
Let's get back to Callum Helliwell for his first interview of the day. It's Tharma Al-Dahani.
Thank you very much, team. Again, pretty pleased to be joined by Tharma Al-Dahani here. You've got Fuge and Sabug in this race. Let's start with Fuge, who is making the second start of the career.
Yeah. He ran first run before 1 week, really. He jumped quick, and we try to learn him because he's a race horse, you know. I hope today he progress more, you know, because he shown in the morning good work, but he didn't show in the first race. He was traveling too good with a hard race, you know. He ran with when he come 7 or 6, but he ran a good race for me. Today I think he should be from the 3 horses in the front.
Yeah, he looked very well in the parade ring, certainly. I thought between him and the favourite, the Red Stable Run, I thought they were both the standouts here, so certainly looked very good.
Yeah. Both they are okay. The other horse, Unrace, first run, he didn't show anything in the morning. We hope to see him in the track, you know, because he trains not so good, you know, as a 2-year-old, but we want to run him to learn him more, you know.
Trying to learn while he races, really, I imagine.
I hope he's a start horse, you know. Some horses, they are not shown in the morning, but they do a good job on the race. Because I started him before 2 weeks, and he made for me really a good job, you know. I hope he do it today.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time. Hopefully both of them can run and get in here, because Fuge and Sabug, 2 exciting horses.
Yeah, I hope also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I guess divided loyalties really for Tharma Al-Dahani, given that he owns Sabug as well, Rory.
Yes, we occasionally see these yellow and black colours of Tharma Al-Dahani. Less and less these days, because obviously a lot of the horses running in his colours would be local breds, and he told us a couple of weeks ago that he's going to give up training local bred horses to concentrate on a bigger team of imported horses. Sabug, as we said, has got that good pedigree. It's been a fair while since Lesson in Humility was flying the flag for this family, and the fact that it only cost 11,000 at the breeze up suggests they didn't catch too many eyes. Tharma are more than happy to buy him on the basis of the pedigree, but as you heard from him, not really showing it in the mornings, and which explains why he's wearing a pair of blinkers here for his debut. Maybe one of those horses who isn't a morning glory but shows it on the track, but he didn't particularly take the eye in the parade ring either for me.
We should discuss Jcsa for the White Stable, who's had 2 starts. Camillo Ospina back aboard today. What have we made of his first 2 runs today, number 9?
Promised first time out, didn't really build on it next time, but was trapped wide throughout, the son of Two-Step Salsa. So it wouldn't be a surprise if he improved at the second time of asking, and he's better drawn here in stall 2.
Okay, a little bit of change in the market. Al Walia is now just come into 6-4 now. Let's see it in action. Rory. Last time out, this filly, 2-year-old for the Red Stable, was a 14-length winner over 1,400 metres. Is the drop to 1,200 of any concern?
No, Al-Wali has travelled well through this racing and cleared the way. So the drop and trip isn't... She doesn't particularly strike you as an obvious sprinter, and she is strong at the finish here. So it's a marginal concern. The biggest concern for me with Al-Wali is the fact that she's beaten absolutely nothing in behind. She's won by a long way. 14 lengths is a big margin, and she could have won probably even further if she was asked. But none of those in behind her have done anything for the form since, and they look very moderate animals. So it's not you're basically judging her on the time. It wasn't a particularly good time for that race either. So she does look very promising, but difficult to know exactly how good she is based on that.
Yeah, I think the second horse rated 55 now, and as you highlighted, nothing's really come out and even run any sort of race in multiple starts if you put them all together. What haven't we touched upon? Number 8, Warhead, who is probably the most exposed in the field. 6 starts so far. Victor Gutierrez?
Yeah, has run to just a fair level. Been in the frame 4 times, but has a rating of 58. And I think there's a few potentially interesting newcomers in here. And you've also got, I say, Al-Wali has probably run to a rating of 70 odds in here. So I thought Warhead needs to improve, and there's no obvious reason for that. He's consistent rather than progressive, so I think he's going to struggle to get his head in front.
There's one at a huge price, which is Misnat Al-Khair. Is that the right price, 150 to 1?
Well, it's not without appeal and pedigree, but it hasn't achieved anything in 3 starts to date. By a daughter of Calix, so the pedigree's okay, but 3 runs to date have revealed no ability, I'm afraid.
Okay, well, we're just around 5 minutes away from the off of the first race. We can return to the paddock and rejoin Callum Helliwell.
Thank you very much, team. Just had a quick word off camera with Nicolas Bachelard. Now, we know what Nicolas is like. He doesn't like to talk before racing, so it's no surprise to hear that his jockey doesn't want to do too much talking either. Rider coming over from Spain. Quite an interesting story with Nicolas. He was mentioning that this jockey was it was a sort of trial period here. He was going to see how he was going to get on. They wanted him to ride good enough horses so they could get a really good opinion of him. But Nicolas mentioned when you're working for these owners, patience isn't something that you're given too much of. We remember Pat Cosgrave getting a very similar role last season. It didn't work out for Pat. Let's hope the season is different this time around.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. As the runners are making their way down to the 1,200 metre start. 6 furlongs, which is, of course, in the back straight here. All the races, 6 furlongs, 7, a mile and a quarter. All start down the back straight. And of course, we're racing over varying distances here today. That's Adel Al-Faradi, who rode more winners than anybody else in the Taif season with 35. He's started Riyadh pretty well indeed. He's reached a half-century of winners for the campaign. And as we said yesterday, Rory, it's very rare to see him not on the score sheet come the end of a night.
Yeah, indeed. And he's a fine jockey, tactically very astute, never panics. No surprise, therefore, he's coming in for plenty of good outside rides. And as you said, you know, he's by definition with 36 races over a weekend. He's almost always in the winners' enclosure at some stage. The horse he's riding here is quite interesting, although you'd have to say on pedigree, being by game winner out of a mare who was second in the Hollywood Oaks over 10 furlongs. This 6 furlong trip is probably going to be too sharp for Mustansir in time, but he's certainly interesting on paper. Also interesting that he's gelded, as is Fuge. We don't tend to, as is Sabug as well, actually. We're more likely to have the imported horses gelded, and some of them maybe gelded before they even go to the breeze-ups. But they tend to keep the local horses as in tyres, as a general rule here. But 3 geldings in this non-winners of 2, and we'll see whether the gelding has done them good. He certainly looks well, Mustansir.
Yeah.
It's just a case of whether you think this is his trip.
Well, it's time to nail down a selection ahead of the first of 12 live races here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. I get the feeling that you're happy to go against the market leader.
Yeah, I mean, she might be very good, but that margin of victory is a little bit misleading on debut, given the lack of opposition. But at the same time, you know, you can't crab her too much for doing that. But I think this could be a strong race. There are several interesting newcomers, and 1 or 2 with 1 run or 2 runs who could do better than they have. So I'm against her. It's a case of picking out the right one against her. Thamar Al Dhani put me off Sabug. And I'm going to go with Wadan, who might need further in time, but got a lovely pedigree. And it could be a winning debut here for Anthony Campos.
Indeed. So number 7, Wadan for Rory Delagi. I'm going to stick with the favourite. Very taky performance the last day, as we've seen. Still one is the Dream Gate here, over 1,200 metres. We need to reference that. Red Stable finished the day here yesterday pretty strong. It's possible that they have a very smart filly here. So Al Walia for me. It's number 7, Wadan for Rory. Callum Helliwell, it's back to you. What do you like in the opener?
Thanks, team. I'm going to stick with Awalia as well. It was between that and Fuge as the two sort of paddock eye catchers who looked precocious enough to land the blow here. Awalia just probably taking it for me. I think Fuge were in a much bigger race than we saw on debut. Don't be surprised to see Mohammed Aldaham guide that one to a much better effort today. But Awalia might just have a little bit too much in the locker for this lot. And I'm thinking, on my paddock analysis, I had to pick between the two, and I've gone for Awalia here, horse number 2. So that's going to be my play in this. They continue to circle at the start ahead of our opener here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Anthony Ennis. It's a small field to get started. It will get bigger. It's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, plenty of runners today. I think almost 200 in the whole card. So, yeah, we start off with this small field 9. And, these, 2 fillies at the opposite ends of the market here, really, isn't it? Al Walia, the horse you mentioned, who is the favourite on the international markets. This big outsider, the other filly, is Misnat Al Khair. In between those, we've got some interesting debutants and horses who've had one run, the likes of Mustan Seer and Wadan, who Rory was talking about. They are loading up. We are on the dirt. Great to be back here at Riyadh. And the opening race for nominals of 2, these are 2-year-olds. And the one Shaher does not go, but it's Al Walia, who is the previous winner in the lineup, who is the favourite and is about to go forward there. It's the inside stall, of course, without Shaher. Al Walia gets the inside berth and is about to go in the red colours with the white epaulets. So we're almost getting set. You can see quite a few racegoers here today as well, enjoying the action. We're down to the final trio. That's Wadan about to go in the white and blue. The green of Mustan Seer, the white and green of one of those Tharma Al Dehani runners, Fuge, going forward now. And the last one is Mustan Seer, Adel Al Faradi, and then we're set. Here we go, opening race on the dirt. 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs. Ready, and they're off. Jumped away for our opening race, making a bright start towards the outside there was Fuge. And towards the inside, also handy in the early part of the race, is Yastab Shear under Camillo Espina. Yastab Shear leading Fuge. Right there is Al Walia, the market leader on the inside. She's very prominent with the red colours. Just off the pace, then we have Wadan, the white and blue, is racing ahead of the quartered colours of Theban. Behind Theban, racing wide, Mustan Seer. It wasn't that well into stride. It's been passed now on the inner by the improving Saboug as they race down the far side. And Misnat Al Khair is towards the back of the field as well. They make the run. Wahed is the horse on the move, about 5th or 6th. They head around the crown of the home turn. Then on the inside, Al Walia, but just being headed at the moment by Yastab Shear. Yastab Shear's in front here, and Al Walia is going to have to raise her game on the inside here. She's coming under pressure, the favourite. On the outside, Fuge has a chance too, with the white face, the green sleeves and cap. The leader, though, is Yastab Shear and Camillo Espina. Down for the final 200, but here comes Fuge, now with a fast forward move on the outside to come and challenge. These two will fight it out. I think Yastab Shear, though, at the moment is winning the argument on the inside. Still Yastab Shear just leading Fuge as they go close home. Yastab Shear it is in front for Camillo Espina. Yastab Shear will beat Fuge into second place. Al Walia got tired, finished 3rd. 4th was Mustan Seer, who stayed on when it was all over. Around 4-1 on the international markets. I think 3rd best in the betting. Yastab Shear has won for Camillo Espina. And those colours that we've come to know and love here at Riyadh. In the white blinkers, Yastab Shear was very game because I thought Fuge looked a player 250 metres from home, but it wasn't to be for Fuge. He still ran a good race in 2nd for Thema Al Dehani and Mohammed Aldaham, who made a great start to the Riyadh meet on opening weekend. 9 will beat 3 in the end. It was the 2, the favourite, back in 3rd, Al Walia. She wasn't quite good enough against the boys. 9-3-2, Yastab Shear, Fuge. Al Walia is the opening result with Mustan Seer not described.
don't know whether we're able to see this, but there is a group of people in the balcony who are giving Camilo an absolute massive reception here as he comes in. Rounds of applause all round as Camilo Ospina has guided the White Stable runner to victory here in a very good win. Jcsa, third time lucky in the career for this son of two-step salsa, who has gone and won there and shown real good guts under a traditional, very typical Camilo power-packed ride. This is a man who's back from a ban and back with a vengeance. Had a couple of placed efforts and a win yesterday, and already has a winner today in our opening contest. I wasn't really impressed with this horse in the parade ring. He made the shortlist, but he didn't blow me away. I thought Fuge was the one that was probably the best out of the ones that I didn't pick, and Fuge ran a good enough race to finish second, but couldn't quite turn over the deficit here with this White Stable runner. A much better performance than we've seen so far. Probably disappointed a little bit when fifth last time, having shown a little bit of promise on debut, but back to his best today, and in really good form as well, under a jockey who really had to lift him home in the final strides. And great to see Camilo Ospina back with another winner. So that's 2 winners for the weekend for him now. Adel Alfaredi only has the 1, so he's trying to close that gap, and no doubt he'll have plenty more chances for the rest of the day. And what this does mean is these White Stable runners need to be respected a little bit more. Now, this horse went off, I think, 4-1 on the international markets. Now, that'd be no surprise considering the poor form this team has shown, arguably compared to the form they showed last season. But they've dealt with some viruses and some other issues, and now they seem to be coming to the boil as we get to the stronger racing here in Riyadh. So they're coming to the boil at the right time. He is just going to be getting weighed in quickly, and then we will grab a very quick word with Camilo once he weighs in. Just making sure that everything is okay. Or wait for the nod or the shake of the head. It's a nod. Well done. Camilo, he's going to do the phone call first, so that's fine. He's just going to talk to his boss. I imagine it's Prince Mitib on the phone there, and they'll just be having a conversation and just making sure that everything's okay. And he seemed absolutely over the moon with that performance as well, and so he should be. This is a jockey that certainly needs to be respected. And if you didn't catch the show last night we had a real emotional interview with Camilo, who expressed his gratitude to Prince Mitib for allowing him to remain the team's leading rider, because while he was off, the replacement jockeys came in and they weren't disgraced, and I think Camilo was very grateful for that opportunity. Camilo, another winner for you. Well done.
Oh, thanks God. We come back very good, and he's a good horse. He ran in tight twice, and he ran very good, He finished third and fourth, But he's coming here to Riyadh, and he changed a lot. And now he's different horse. Now he's focused in the races. He brought very good, and he keep going until wire all time, And the last 4 runs, he's coming one horse a little bit strong from outside, but my horse, he respond very good, and he won very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I mentioned he showed a great attitude in that final straight there, just to repel the challenger that came late.
I will see, Now I try to do my best job. I try to win many races for my stable, and then we'll see. Yeah, I just waiting for the gap giving, Thanks, God.
Thank you very much for taking the time, and well done today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jcsa is our opening race winner for the White Stable, returning back to 1200 metres with that man Camilo Ospina back on board. The optimum result has been achieved, showing a great attitude in the closing stages to outmuscle Fuge in the finish. Alawalia, not her best today, back in third. The first of 6 rides today, Rory, for Camilo Ospina. He could certainly have a few more today, couldn't he?
He could, yeah. When Camilo starts riding winners, he doesn't stop, and he's an exceptional jockey around here. That was a very fine ride to keep a little bit back for the finish. It looked like he was going to be headed inside the final for a number, find a little bit extra to win. And you can tell from, in terms of what they achieved, the 4-1 seemed a short enough price about Jcsa, but she has shown the improvement that she needed to win this, having been only 5th last time out.
The first 3 home and the first 3 here.
Yeah, as often as the case, gate speed very important. And again, there were interesting horses with limited experience here, and most of those struggled. All of them struggled really to some degree. You did see early pace from Wadan, who got on the tails of the leaders early, but he was immediately struggling really from that point onwards. Just lacked the experience to go with them. He's got the pedigree, and he's got the stamina to do better. But yeah, it was between Fuj and Yastafshir from a fair way out. I thought Alwalia never really travelled as well as she did on debut against lesser horses. She's run perfectly well to be third, probably run to exactly the same level as she did on debut, but found a couple of improvers here. Fuj caught my eye on debut despite finishing out the back, as you heard Tamer Al-Dahani saying that he essentially ran with a choke out first time out, saw a lot of daylight, showed speed from a wide draw, but didn't leave himself anything for the latter half of the race. This was an awful lot better. But Yastab Shears just found a little bit more when push came to shove under a fine Camilo Espino ride. And I'd be surprised if he ends with one winner in the day, to be honest.
I mean, that drone shot we just saw a moment ago was a perfect view of how straight Yastabshir kept in the closing stages.
Yeah, always a good sign, isn't it? When they're not running around, if they keep gun barrel straight in the closing stages, that's always a sign that there's more to offer. Whereas Fuj has just got tired again and run around a little bit in the last 100 yards or so when push comes to shove. Clearly up to winning races on that, but the winner's just improving a little bit faster than the rest of the field there.
Indeed, Yastabshir is the opening race winner here for Camilo Espina and the White Stable. Of course, as I said earlier, you can get in touch on the YouTube page today. We've already had a comment from Ahmed who says hello. Hello to you, Ahmed, from myself and Rory, Callum and Enzo, of course, here live in sunny Riyadh. Race 2 is not too far away. We're due off at 3:45 and we're stepping up to open grade here. 1,200 metres, once again, the trip. A big prize fund of 95,000 Saudi Riyal in the melting pot. It's back to our commentator for the afternoon to take us through the runners and riders. He is Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Mark Francis. Yes, the 3:45 is our second race. We're going 6 furlongs again, 1,200 on the dirt. Number 1 is Al Dassim for Ricardo Ferreira and Thama Al Dahani. Number 2 is Bakil for the same owner and trainer, Mohammed Aldaham, on board. Number 3 is Beehive. Mohammed Al Hubail rides that one. Number 4 is Mahalik for Alexis Moreno. Number 5 is Etisalat for Ahmad Al Azari. Number 6 is Groom, a horse we know very well on this channel. Abdullah Alajmi on board. Groom, a highly talented horse. Number 7 is Princeville for Victor Gutierrez. 8 is Ryan's Party, Ahmed Al-Shra. Number 9 is Asai for Abdullah Al-Saidi. 10, Il Bandito for Mohammed Al-Yami. Number 11, this is La Oyunak Yanawaf for Abdullah Al-Kradis. Number 12 is Rock Sound for Adel Al-Faradi. 13, Ceylon Silverbird, a horse who had winning form last season, Abdullah Aziz Al-Faradi. And 14, Motayamin for Mohammed Al-Nassar. Let's go back to Callum having a look at these horses.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Yes, let's take a look at these as they head towards us in this parade ring. We'll start with horse number 2, Bakil. This is the player for me on form. I know us in the studio have had a bit of a back and forth about this horse, but I really like Bakil. Second in the dirt sprint qualifier at this venue last season. Probably the best bit of form he's shown. But this is just a real power-packed individual. Tamer Al-Dahani doing the training. This Sioux Nation son who's just coming towards us now, the 4-year-old son of Sioux Nation. He's a lovely strong type, big shoulder. Look at the hind quarters on the boy, and again a cracking top line. You could almost put a ruler over his back there. He's that well put together. A very good looking individual here. Typical son of Sioux Nations, they tend to be good looking types, so good to see him in action. Let's go back 2 more to horse number 4. This is Mahalik, a horse that we love on the channel, a horse that I love on the channel but hate on the racecourse. He's an absolute cheeky sod, this. Likes to throw races away when he can win them. Last time out just bumped into a very smart one. Another Tamer Al-Dahani trained horse actually on that occasion. Doesn't have to face that rival again today, but this does look like a tough step in competition. However, he is drop dead gorgeous, isn't he? Lovely short powerful neck, good shoulder, and looks fit enough in behind. Look at the depth of that poverty line right on his hind quarters. He is a real strong power-packed individual. I think Rory likes to think that this horse could go over further. He's certainly built that he's a bit of a sprinter, but he's got the frame for a miler, so he's quite an in-betweeny type. Lovely looker though. Let's go back 2 more to Groom. Already mentioned that we've seen this horse plenty on the channel as well. Groom probably winning in the most stylish race performance of last season, where the jockey barely moved on him, and he ended up coming home under very little pressure and winning. Since then, he found things a little bit tougher, but he showed a little bit of form last time out, and he looks absolutely magnificent. He is all power. He's a typical sprinter. Ignore the belly. He's got a run under his belt. He'll be fine. The hind quarter, the power pack, the shoulder, the neck, everything screams a ball of speed. Looking forward to seeing Groom. I know Mark Francis certainly likes horse number 6. Now we'll go all the way back to horse number 13, the final of our eye catchers. This is Sail on Silverbird. It's been very easy to do the eye catchers in here because we see plenty of these horses. We know who looks good and we know who tends to be a little less exciting in the parade ring. Sail on Silverbird is not one of those horses. Sail on Silverbird is a gorgeous individual. She's a very, very leggy, good-looking lady. She'd been tried over a range of trip, but she seemed to come into her own over course and distance last time out. She did beat the girls, and we've just seen that with Awalia in our last contest. It will be tougher her facing the boys, but she's a really, really good-looking individual, isn't she? She's all leg. She's a good mover. She eats the ground as she walks. She's a very, very interesting individual in this contest. I quite like to see her against the boys here. It might be tough, but she's certainly passing all the tests when it comes to good looks.
Yeah, Sail on Silverbird, who is third choice in the international markets at 4-1, only has 2 horses above her in the market. Bakil is one of those at 13-8, the market leader for Mohammed Al-Daham and Thama Al-Dahani, who were second in our opening race, looking to go one better here. Mahalik as well, a horse we know so much about, 9-4, second favourite. Elsewhere, it's bigger prices for Al-Dasim, also for Thama Al-Dahani, at 10-1 with a Titilat. Groom at 12-1, Rory Delagi. That's a big price, isn't it?
It is quite a big price, considering that, I mean, it's a big field, but I reckon you can probably give 5 horses a chance of getting in the 3 here. Maybe if you're being generous, throw Beehive in there as well. But yeah, there's only 5 who really should count on the finish here, and Groom is at a 12-1 shot from a single figure draw is potentially interesting. Now, it's worth pointing out that when he ran a good 4th here last time out, he was getting weight from both Mahalik and Al-Dasim, so he's waited to finish behind those, although he's again getting a little bit. He's getting £2 from Al-Dasim here, whereas he was, I think he was getting £5 in that race. So Al-Dasim is weighted to finish just ahead of him here, and Mahalik is very much weighted to beat him. He was given £9 away that day. But Groom is a very consistent sort who has conditions in his favour and should run a solid race. So I certainly wouldn't put you off being with him each way. He won't be my selection in the race, but he will certainly appeal to some at around 12-1.
He definitely appeals to me. 12-1 from stall 7 under Abdullah Al-Ajmi, who Callum alluded to. I think Enzo did earlier as well. It was one of the rides of the season here back in February, where the jockey literally did not move and got to the line and won by, a head, a nose perhaps, the most confident ride you'll ever see. Anyway, let's go through from market order, starting with the favourite, which is Bakil, 13-8, top rated, but was turned over here by Sir Titus last time. Any excuses that day?
Not really, no. Obviously, he was coming from Taif, a different surface, but Sir Titus improved for a slight change of tactics. He'd been making the running over 6 and not getting home, and he was held up just off the pace that day and swept through late to win. So he was showing improved form. He was a useful performer in the UK. Sir Titus, and he just transferred that full form last time out. But he did leave Bakil a little behind that. I don't think for a second Bakil ran to his rating of 103 that day. He ran a very solid race, but you look at the ratings here and you think he's well clear. I don't think. Same with Mahalik, who's rated 100. And, Mahalik's been beaten by horses rated lower than 100 in similar races to this in the past. And I think the pair of them are maybe artificially high. So there's not an awful lot on best form between Al-Dasim, Bakil, and Mahalik, and then throw in Sail on Silverbird, who seems to be improving at the moment down at the bottom. She comes into it as well.
Yeah, 4-1. We can see Sail on Silverbird in action here, who is number 13 on the race card, rated 98, and she really was seen to best effect last time.
She was. I was against her because I thought she needed further than 1,200 metres, and I thought that she would probably have to work too hard to get to the front, and she's a mare who wants to dominate. So that was my worry, but she popped out very easily from an inside stall and made all the running, and that's I think it was important to her to be fairly well drawn, but she's again got a very good draw in stall 4 here. She's already got to the front at this stage, and she keeps up the gallop to win in good style, and her rating went up accordingly. I mean, she was rated We see a lot of horses who are rated highly in the UK who, maybe struggle to hit exactly the same heights despite winning here. She's the opposite. She was rated 70 odd, wasn't she, in the UK? She ran on the colours of Chris Wright, and she was running like at Wolverhampton over a mile and a furlong. And after getting beaten a couple of times here up to 1,800 metres, she really found her niche back at sprint trips.
She really did. Let's move on to Bakil, who is the market leader here. Was an even shorter price favourite, I think 4-6 this day, Rory.
Yeah, he was very short. He looked to have a massive chance at the weights in this contest, and it set up beautifully for him. He sat on the heels of the leader and swept to the front, turning for home. But Sir Titus was on him very quickly and went away to win quite impressively. So no excuses for Bakil. He was well positioned. He travelled well. He seemed to run his race. He came clear of the rest okay. Just a case of maybe you want to rate Sir Titus even higher than he is, and therefore give Bakil a pass for that.
And this is Mahalik. I mean, you just know what you're going to get with Mahalik, who seems to flatter to deceive, travelled well into the race, doesn't see it out. Behind Muqtahem here, Beehive in the dark colours, back in fourth.
Yeah, he'd been very close to Beehive in a handicap in his previous start, beating a neck in front, and was giving £9 away. This was at level weights, and he confirmed that form. I personally think he caught an absolute tartar in this race in Muqtahem, who showed improved form to win and posted an exceptionally good time for the 1,200 metres that day. So I wouldn't crab Mahalik for that. We've seen him plenty often in the past get to the front going easily, only to empty out very late in the day. And when he does empty out, it looks like it's not going to happen. You think, no, he's going to keep going this day. He's going to keep going, and then in the last 50 yards, he can just really empty or put the brakes on or whatever it is. But he does win races. He's won 5 times, so he's not ungenuine as such. He's a horse who just needs things to fall right for him. But he always tends to travel a little bit better than he finishes. He does have the class to win this. Stall 9 makes it a little bit harder. Again, he was coming across from a wide draw last time out and couldn't get to the front. I personally think he's a horse who's ideally seen the best effect delivered very late. He often travels too well and gets himself to the front a bit early, and then capitulates late in the day. But if he can be held on to for the last minute by Alex Moreno, he'll go very close.
Al Darsim has got the widest draw of those towards the summit of the market. 10-1 for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. I guess you'd say second choice for the owner. Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah is an 11-time winner, but perhaps is best suited to Meydan.
Possibly, but I thought he ran pretty well when fifth to Masaya here last time out, when you had Mahalik and Beehive and Groom all in front of him. But there was only a length and a half between the first 5 that day. He was rated 95 there in a not to 100 handicap, so he was giving weight to a couple of those horses. He was getting weight from Beehive. So it's difficult to see him turning the tables. Sorry, not Beehive, Mahalik. Difficult to see him turning the tables with Mahalik, but he should finish in front of Beehive in that form, and very close to Groom as well.
One more to mention is Etisalat, number 5, a 4-time winner.
Yeah, he's won on dirt here, but his very best recent efforts have come on turf. He won a couple of handicaps in the spring over 6 furlongs on the turf course here.
And he's a 9-year-old now.
He's certainly not going to improve. His rating of 92 is artificially high based on those. He's an unreliable sort, useful but unreliable on this surface, and he didn't run much of a race last time.
Really good race, this. What are you going to go for?
Oh, it's so tempting. It's so tempting to go for Mahalik again, and I will cheer for him if he wins. But having got her wrong last time, I don't want to miss Sail on Silverbird again.
Yeah.
If she doesn't lead from stall 4, she might be in a bit of bother, but she has essentially looked reinvented as a sprinter recently, and I'll give her a chance to make all the running. She gets plenty of weight, getting £8 from the top horses here, which means that she's the pick of the weights, and I hope she can prove that here.
I'm going to side with Groom, who won on his second start after a layoff at Riyadh last season. He's running some of the biggest races of the campaign here. I think a mark of 91 still undermines him. He's got a massive chance here. 10-1 is still available. Groom at 10-1 is a big, big price. So Groom for me. Callum, what do you like?
Oh, it's really hard because I was against you with Groom all the way until I saw him in the parade ring. He looked very, very good. He does look well, but Bakil also looked in very good nick as well. Strong, powerful, a little I would say a little classier looking than Groom maybe. Groom is just an absolute ball of speed and power, and I'm just going to take him on with Bakil. We'll go 3 separate selections here, team. So I'll go with Bakil. Mark is going with Groom, and Rory is going with Sail on Silverbird. I feel like we love these horses so much, and we know this division so much, that we'll be cheering home plenty if they win. I mean, if Sail on Silverbird wins, I'll be cheering her home. I adore her. She's a very nice horse. I liked her last time. I think this might be a bit tougher. If Mahalik wins, I think we'll all be on the track. I'm not going to lie, if Mahalik wins this, I'll be on the track celebrating with Alex, the jockey there. So I'm really looking forward to this contest and hoping that Bakil can go one place better than he did last time. But it's a fascinating race, guys, and the right man to call at home is Mr. Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, really good races, isn't it? Some real old favourites here. I called that race that Groom won in amazing fashion, but it appeared like the rider didn't want to ask for any sort of effort, and the horse managed to just win narrowly. So he is an interesting runner. Favourite in the international markets, though, as you were saying, Bakil looks strong as well out of stall 8. Mahalik, you were talking about, seems to be always there or thereabouts. And, of course, Sail on Silverbird, who Rory likes here. I called one of her wins as well in the past. And she comes out of stall 4, the grey. The only filly in the race. Right, they're loading up. In goes Bakil. Look out for the white cap Bakil. Goes in there. Green cap for Al Dassim. There is the Silverbird. In she goes. It's going to leave 4 out. Mahalik Etisalat, who's another grey. And then Il Bandito and Motoyamen, who's wearing the noseband blue and yellow there. It's got the blue bandages on as well. Is going to be the last one. For race 2, 1,200 metres on the dirt for this open race. We're getting set. Just waiting for Il Bandito. There he is. He's in quickly as well. We're set. Now we're ready. 1,200 on the dirt. Race 2. Riyadh, and they're off. They've jumped away. A step slow Motoyamen towards the outside. Breaking really well was Beehive in the blue colours. That's up there early doors. With towards the inside, also fairly prominent too, is Rock Sound from stall 1. And now ridden to be prominent is Il Bandito. Wants a view of the front. Il Bandito in the pink narrowly to on the outside. Beehive in the blue. Going 4 wide is Bakil. White cap is up there towards the inside. Rock Sound now takes back. On the move is Mahalik. Quickly on the move as well. Horse number 4, green colours, whipping around the outside. Then comes Al Dassim, who tries to counter the move. Behind those, ridden along is La Oyunak Yanawaf, who's quite far back in the field, right towards the back at the moment. Motoyamen, also in rear as well, struggling as A-side. They turn for home. Ryan's Party, another one out the back. Sail on Silverbird 2 is about halfway down the field. Turning for home. Bakil has gone for home. Leads a length clear to Mahalik in second. The market leaders 1 and 2 at the moment. Al Dassim back in third. Bakil has got to try and turn back Mahalik, who's coming home well for Alex Moreno on the outside. Bakil, a neck clear, but Mahalik is gaining ground. Back in third is Al Dassim. Bakil, though, is very tough in front. Still leads near the line. Bakil's going to hold on, I fancy, and it will be Bakil who's going to beat Mahalik, who's placed again. The winner did drift off the fence, though. Back in third, Al Dassim, and fourth was Beehive. Well done to Kader Bakil. Very game in front for Thema Al-Dahani and Muhammad Al-Daham. Thought that it was going to be Mahalik's day for a while, but second again for Mahalik under Alex Moreno. Look how far the winner's come off the inside rail, though. If you think he started off on the rails in the home straight, he's ended up at about, the 5 or 6 path there. Back in third, number 1, Al Dassim, and fourth, number 3, Beehive, who broke really well. Well done to Naima Al-Dahani, who gets his winner. He was denied in the opening race as Bakil has won. Winning time, 1 minute 13.15 seconds. Length of a quarter back to Mahalik. Al Dassim third, Beehive fourth. So numbers were 2, 4, 1, 3 there in race 2. Bakil, your winner.
he weighs in, because that's what we do here on the English-speaking channel. No jockey can escape the clutches of Callum Helliwell when it comes to a post-race interview. And Mohammed, who got very close to having a winner in our first race as well, in the same colours for the same trainer. He's done very well indeed to get a couple of places better here. Mohammed, congratulations, well done.
Thank you, alhamdulillah. Thanks the God and the owner and the trainer.
He was so fast all the way, having to come super wide.
Yeah, this is 6 furlong, you know, fast race, not... he has to go fast. But alhamdulillah, my horse today very good and I win.
Can he win a cup race this year?
I hope so. You know, when come big race, if first you have to, the horse come very good form, inshallah I have.
And in the home straight, you kind of drifted a little bit. What did you make of that?
My horse go a little bit outside.
Well, hopefully the stewards won't be too worried. Well done.
Thank you, welcome.
Yeah, he's having a really good season, Mohammed Al-Daham. Second in the Jockeys Championship here behind Adel Al-Faradi. A real pace collapse around the turn. Bakil, who has come wide, has come through and gone on to score. And I think Rory has definitely confirmed himself as the best horse in the race.
He has, yes. It was a shame that Sail on Silverbird got a bad break because she's a dangerous mare when making the run. She ended up making some late headway into fifth. But the race setup suited Bakil. As I said, he ran into an absolute monster, I think, last time out in the shape of Muqtasem, who posted a time up, was it 1:11.70?
Yeah.
Really, really fast time for this trip. So Bakil hasn't had to run as fast as he did last time to win this. Beehive, we see, gets to the front in the blue and black colours straight away, but they're pushing up on his inside to get a good position. So the pace ended up being very strong here, and a few of them couldn't go it. It suited Mahalik, who's run really well into in second place. So he likes being towed along by a solid pace, and the idea was to drop him on the line, and that's exactly what Alex Moreno tried to do here, and it worked very well, apart from the fact that he couldn't get past Bakil in the end. And one or two will crab his finishing effort, but once again he's finished. He's £3 inferior to the winner on the ratings, and he's run to his mark again.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's, essentially Mahalik's a really reliable performer. He doesn't win as many races as many expect him to do, but he's often running right to his form all the time. And the first two have pulled clear of Aldasim, who again was weighted to finish behind Mahalik, but in front of Beehive from that handicap run a couple of starts ago. So the race has worked out very well in terms of the form. The one who was best in at the weights was Sail on Silverbird, but of course she got a rating for beating fillies last time out when able to lead all the way, and she couldn't get to the front from stall 4 today. So it's a good draw, but it's not a good draw if you can't get out in front.
The writing was on the wall early, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, once she didn't lead, she was beaten. But in fairness to her, she actually kept running to the line. We know she stays further than this, but she showed a willing attitude just to pick up the pieces late in the day. Whereas a lot of horses would just drop the bridle at that stage. So I'd still stay with her. And again, she should be as effective at 1400 metres next time out, and she should be easy enough to place in fillies, opens and races like that.
The first 4 home, the first 4 on the race card. The order 2, 4, 1 and 3. Tharma Al-Dahani, the trainer, training the first and the third. The good form for Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah continues as Bakil wins race number 2 in great style. We move on to race number 3. We drop back to our local bred Colts and Geldings maiden. This is once again racing over 1200 metres. Juveniles in action. Anthony Ennis can take us through the numbers and names.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, plenty of them as well, as you say. Colts and Geldings from maiden on the dirt, 1200 metres, the 110, the 410 race. And the first number 1 is Abba Al-Marik. It's the first one to have a look at. Abdulaziz Al-Musa, number 2. Alabkat, Al-Khamis on board there. Almo Atamar for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Alex Moreno rides number 4. Al-Rodki. 5 is Dajia, Talik Al-Mansour. 6 is Dreamer for Ali Al-Mutib. And over the page to have a look at number 7, which is Flyer. Mohammed Al-Yami is on board that one. Number 8 is Halifi for Fawas Wanas. Number 9, Hatil, is written by Abdullah Al-Odib. 10, Kasaj for Ayad Al-Tarisi. Number 11, Makarash for Mohammed Al-Gharib. 12 is Mo Sawem for Eddie Castro. Over the page to find number 13, Monafisa Home for Rayan Al-Tawash. Was down to run, now replaced, in fact, by Adel Al-Faradi. 14, Mozart, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 15 is Saif Hezam for Abdullah Al Saidi. 6, Sada Al Mawakib is written by Naif Al Anazi. Number 17, Sahafi, Mohammed Al Hubail. 18 is Tawel Al Shabir, and Aliesh on board that one. And the others, the reserves don't go, so scratch the others. And big field of runners here then, going the 6 furlongs as we go back to the studio, rejoin Mark and Rory.
Thank you very much indeed, Enzo. Yes, the third race here. Once again, we race over 1,200 metres. 2-year-olds in action, plenty of first-time starters, plenty of inexperienced rivals. I'll go through the market to start with. It's 4-1 to field. Mona Fissahom is 4-1 for now Adel Al Faradi and Gaith Al Gaith, number 13 on the race card, drawn in stall 1. Al Rodki is joint second favourite with Mozart, numbers 4 and 14, Alex Moreno and Khalid Al Mamoni, both 5-1. Kazaj is 8-1 with Mo Sawen, and it is 10-1 and bigger the remainder. I'm going to throw one here at you, Rory. Number 16. Sadeh Al Moakib. I know you've written up some notes on this one. Just tell me the notes that you've got on number 16, because this is a huge price.
It is a huge price. It's well drawn in stall 5, but it's had 2 starts and been nearer last than first in both of those. I didn't take the trouble of watching the videos back, because when you're writing 24 horses up in races like this all morning, you just don't have the time for it. So I ruled it out on the basis that it hadn't shown an awful lot in 2 starts today, but I'm guessing you've seen a little bit more than I have.
Well, I'll leave you hanging, because we're going to go back to Callum, and then I'm going to give you a full opinion on Sadeh Al Moakib. Hopefully Callum can keep an eye on number 16. Callum, over to you.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'll have a look at number 16 for you. That's not a problem at all. But let's start with horse number 1, Abba Al Malik. This is a horse that really caught my eye in the parade ring. Not many of these are particular eye catchers, but horse number 1 certainly is. Looks red hot fit. Has had the 2 starts already. I imagine we're going to get a much better effort this time. Looking forward to seeing horse number 1 in action. Let's go back to the horse here, the big negative for me. We're going to have a look at horse number 8 here. This is Halifi. This is a big paddock negative for Callum here. We'll get a good look at this horse. When you compare how well Abba Al Malik looked in the parade ring, Halifi is a completely different beast altogether. This is horse number 8, and it's getting very warm. Halifi coming here on racecourse debut. It looks like it's all getting a bit too much for this colt, who's just getting more and more revved up. Fawaz Wanas is in the weighing room right now, but when he comes out to ride this thing, I think his hopes will hit the floor. Just be careful, team, please. Remember, the front end bites and the back end kicks, and he's just very het up, and probably a horse that you want to be staying away from, this debutant Halifi. We'll go back a couple more here and look at one of the others who caught my eye. That was horse number 13, Unlucky for Some, who's coming towards me now. This is Monafasihon, who we quite like here. Another one who moved very well and has walked out well and looks very well in the coat. A beautiful, well put together type here, and certainly one I'd be keen on debut. This is another debutant, but look at the difference in the way this horse is handling the first time on course, the first day at school. It's a completely different style. This horse looks well, he looks comfortable, he's walking out comfortably too. I'm very keen on Mafasihon here, who is horse number 13. Say that name 3 times if you can. Let's have a quick look at horse number 16, because I know Mark Francis wanted to look at it. So let's go back a couple to horse number 16 here, who's just coming towards me now. I really like this one as well, Mark. I've got no negative for you on appearance, and obviously you've got the runs on your side as well, so no doubt you'll be keen to see how this horse looks in the parade ring. A big scopy type, certainly a horse that may be one for the future, not quite as sharp and precocious as some in this field, but certainly handling the prelims well, mate, and certainly a horse that I think you'll be certainly comfortable siding with in this contest.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Callum. Sadeh Al Moakib, for me, number 16, has run in 2 of the hottest maidens of the season at Taif. Showed tremendous early speed the first day. That was behind Forte, who is now 2 from 2. Did too much too soon and faded. Excuses the last day in transit. That was behind Saudi King, who is 1 from 1. I just thought this is not a strong race at all, and would be surprised, or wouldn't be surprised, to see radical improvement from number 16, Sadeh Al Moakib, from a yard who do have winners. Naif Al Anazi, stall 5, is back aboard today, is well drawn. I just thought is definitely better than the odds on screen of 40 to 1. I'm not going to say it's going to hack up, but it's not necessarily a strong bunch, particularly as we don't know much about some of the runners. Let's go into them though, from top to bottom, including, or starting with number 13, Rory, who is now the mount of Adil Al Faradi. This is Mona Fissahom,
That's not
a debutant.
top to bottom, is it?
Well,
Starting with number 13.
sorry, market order, market order.
Yeah, number 13, obviously an interesting one with Adel Al-Faredi coming in for the ride and drawing stall 1, Mona Fissahom. Is a two-step salsa half-brother to a couple of multiple winners in the US out of an unraced sister to Grade 1 winners, Spun Sugar and Daher. And those are proper racehorses. It makes plenty of appeal and pedigree, even more appeal without Adel Al-Faredi on board. And I'm going to put you out of your misery. That's my selection.
Wow, okay. Okay, well, we'll jump to the one below that in the race card, who has got a rating. This is Mozart, number 14, rated 53, has had 6 starts. Khaled Al-Baboni drawn in the middle.
Would be very interesting if it was in a not to 55 handicap Mozart, or even a not to 60. Pretty consistent in the frame on all but one start to date. Far from disgracing the Taif Cup a couple of starts back, and was a fair fifth in a 1400 metre open last time. Dropping in class now makes him competitive. Doubtful whether a mark of 53 will be good enough to win, but he's probably a little bit better than 53 given the form he's shown in his last couple of starts. So he deserves to be fairly popular in the market. Race fitness on his side. Not a terrible draw on stall 10. Khalid Al-Mamoni, a decent jockey on board, so ticks a few of the right boxes, Mozart.
You can stick on that page because both numbers 10 and 12 are on there. They're both 8 to 1. They're both debutants. Is there anything eye-catching or pedigree, numbers 10 and 12?
Yes. Number 10, Kazaj, is a half-brother to 5 winners in the US, including a Grade 3 winner in Stormy's Majesty. The sire, Mutamiez, is a horse I didn't know an awful lot about. I dug through the ratings. He won it in Ireland as a 2-year-old. And he was a very high-class handicapper in the UAE about 10 years ago or so, but I can't find a single winner by him thus far. So he hasn't covered many mares at stud. Very few foals, but good pedigree on the dam side.
Swiftly back to Callum.
Thank you, team. If you were keen on horse number 17, Sahafi, you will be very, very concerned. That horse absolutely bolted down to the start. It's the first horse I've seen outrun the outriders. Probably got just about to the 1800 metre mark and then eventually slowed down there. But that was a big, big concern if you're a connection of Sahafi or you were interested in that horse making debut today. Horse number 17, absolutely locked on the going down. And we've lost horse number 4 as well, has just unseated as well as they've come out to the chute too. So it's all happening here ahead of this tricky little contest.
I think it might have just been out of your view, Callum, but we saw it on screen. Alex Moreno just being unshipped there by number 4, Al Rodki. If you were ignoring what you just saw, Rory, Al Rodki would be one of the leading players here.
Yes, number 4, Al Rodki, not particularly well drawn in stall at 14, but obviously Alex Moreno on board rides quite a lot for these owners when available. But yeah, that behaviour coming out of the out onto the track was a bit worrying. Has run before, has had 2 runs, unplaced first time out, 8th last time, beaten 27 lengths in an open race last time out. Obviously, that was a stronger race than this on paper. It wasn't a particularly deep open, and I find it difficult enough to fancy Al Rodki here, despite the jockey booking.
I think the market speaks volumes that once you get away from those with single figures, it's then debutants over those with experience. Some of these have yet to really show anything. Any of the other first-time starters that we should mention? Perhaps Dajir Halifi, numbers 5 and 8?
Dajir is out of a mare who was well beaten in her only start. Comes from a good yard, but they're not really firing on all cylinders at the moment, and I put a line through that fairly quickly. Who's the other one?
8, Halifi.
Halifi is, no, I didn't like this at all. This didn't take the eye in the paddock at all, sweating up quite badly, Halifi. But also by Surya, who's a dubious sire for me, a stayer from a family with a lot of talent but a lot of temperament as well. Out of an unraced half-sister to a local winner called Ri Al-Nafal. Very much bred. The dam was a miler essentially. The sire stayed a mile and 6. So not really bred for this trip and didn't take my eye at all in the prelims. That's Alex Moreno and Al Rodki, who's behaving a little bit better now. I want to have a look at the horse that was my selection, Mona Fissahom, because that was kind of going down, not quite like a bucking bronco, but wasn't going down particularly easily under Adel Al-Faradi. So I want to get a look at that and see if it's
It's there on screen now. Green
yeah.
jacket on the right.
Looks happier now. Obviously, as I said, their demeanour in the parade ring is one thing, and it can be very important. But their demeanour when they get to post is also is more important, I think. So I just wanted to see whether that was just striding out a little bit better, and it is. So hopefully, if that's ready, if that's sharp enough on debut, the pedigree is absolutely top notch for a race like this.
Okay, we should say hello to Antonio Alves, who is watching live from Brazil here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Good afternoon to you, or probably good morning to you, Antonio, where you are in the world compared to where we are here in Riyadh. Hope you're enjoying the racing this afternoon, as we are now approaching the off for race number 3, due off at 4:10, so we've only got 3 or 4 minutes left to go, and I think it's probably selection time, Rory. I get the feeling that you're pretty strong on a first-time starter here. You don't put up many, but it's pretty much the pedigree that's wowing you here.
Yeah, and this doesn't always work. First-time starters often end up in need of experience here, even if they've got good pedigrees. But in a local bred maiden, where most of them have got fairly modest pedigrees, there are a few who stand out. The one who stands out most, as I said, is Monofisahom, who is fairly closely related to 2 Grade 1 winners in the US. And I think if he lives up to the pedigree at all, then he's got to go very close here, and I'm happy to have him from stall 1, which should be really important if he's sharp enough to get out.
Okay, that's Mona Fissahon, number 13 for Gaith Al Gaith and Adel Al Faradi. Is the selection of our top analyst, Rory Delagi. I'm going to go with number 16, Sadir Al Moakib, who is a huge price. Still remains a 40-to-1 chance on the international markets, as we see a great drone shot here of the back straight at Riyadh. We'll be using plenty of that later. Of course, minimum trip here for race number 3, over 1,200 metres. You can see the turf on the left. We're only a fortnight or so away from racing on the grass here in the Saudi capital. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to this race. Callum Helliwell, what do you like in race 3? It is wide open.
Thanks, team. Yeah, fascinating race this. I must admit, I didn't look at the markets before racing, and Mona Fissahom is a massive paddock eye catcher, a really good-looking individual. So totally back up Rory's selection there. I think you've made a good choice there, Rory. I am going to go against you. I'm going to go with my other paddock pick, Abu Al-Marik, horse number 1, coming out of stall 4. Has had the 2 starts, just looked really fit and ready to put best foot forward today. So I'm going to stick with horse number 1. We're covering the field here. Horse number 1 for me, horse number 13 for Rory, and horse number 16 for Mark Francis. Mark Francis, who's put up a 40-to-1 shot on the international market. A man that was in such good form yesterday. You'd be crazy to ignore him, especially at that price. Let's talk about good form. Anthony Ennis, it's all over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, runners at the start here. I wasn't impressed by Al Rodkey's mannerism in the prelims here, but Rory picked that up as well. The horse was just a little bit edgy on the way down. Al Rodkey was a horse that I quite liked here, but certainly the way he's gone to post has put me off somewhat. I have to respect what Rory's saying about Mona Fissahom, as he was saying about the pedigree of the horse could just be better than these horses. We shall find out fairly soon. Adel Al Faradi comes out of stall 1 as well, Mona Fissahom. So they're loading up these runners. Once again, it's 1,200 here. Riyadh on the dirt for these locally bred colts and geldings, 2-year-olds. Loading up the runners. That was Sahafi who's got in there. Stall 7. There is Mona Fissahom in the green and white. If you're with the, which was international market leader last time I checked. The next one to go forward is number 1, Abu Al-Marik. Gate 4. So loading up steadily here. Reckon about 5 to go in. On the local market, people are listening to Mark Francis here because Sada Al Moakib was 40-to-1 international market, now 25-to-1. So, a bit of interest there. Right, we're down to the final 2, I think. Dajia and 7, Flyer, who's going to need a flyer from stall 18 to try and get across. Is the one we're waiting for now. There is Flyer in the black and very light blue. Hamad Al Yami, the rider. 4.7 to complete the line. For race 3 here at Riyadh. 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres. Locally bred runners, a maiden, and we're just about ready to go. Starters ready for them. And they're off. They jumped away. One or two are a bit erratic coming out of the stalls, certainly, including Makaresh, who wasn't very well away, and also Alab Kat, not too well into stride either. One that broke well, though, was Sada Al Mawakib, who's right up with the pace early on as they go through the first 200 metres or so. But there's lots of speed on towards the inside as well. And that is Mona Fisahome, the well-fancied runner with a noseband, who's right up with the gallop too with Abba Al Marik. These two go on ahead of, in third place, Sada Al Mawakib in the red, who's really making a race of this up top. Behind those is Mozart, who's racing back in behind the speed in fourth. Behind Mozart is Sahafi. They come around the turn. Dreamer is next. They're well strung out behind as they make the turn. And this leader here is Sada Al Mawakib at a big price, who goes on. One that's giving chase now is Mozart in second as Mona Fisahome starts to backpedal, but in line for home, the leader is Sada Al Mawakib, leads by a length here. On the outside, the danger is Mozart, these two, but it's still Sada Al Mawakib and Naif Adanazi in front here. Horse number 16 is extending that lead, if anything, and this is Sada Al Mawakib, driven right out to go on and score here. Sada Al Mawakib is the winner. Mozart is getting tired, but might hold on for second place, and he does, ahead of Sahafi in third, and they were clear of Mona Fisahome. Mark Francis, take a bow, sir. Great selection. And a massive prize. Sada Al Mawakib has won, number 16. There you go. That's for you, Mark, as well, from Naif Adanazi. Fabulous shout. And this horse, I couldn't believe how well he was travelling. Big, powerful mover as well. He's devoured the dirt, and you can call him the winner really a long way out. Broke very well. He showed loads of early speed, and that's pretty impressive. 1 minute 15.09, backed in from 40 to 1 to 25 to 1. There you go. There's a little salute from the winning rider. Naif Adanazi wins it. Second, number 14, Mozart, who got very tired. Third, number 17, Sahafi. 1 minute 15.09, 4 3/4 lengths the winning margin. Mona Fisahome back in fourth. We're bringing you the best coverage here on the English-speaking coverage of Riyadh. Mark Francis, our host, with a great winner there. Sada Al Mawakib wins by an easy 4 3/4 lengths.
Oh, Mark Francis! 40 to 1! 40 to 1! Well done, that man. Superb work all around. Great spot from you. Great spot from the entire team. We were 1, 2, 3 for a long way in that race, and then Rory and I selections began to fade out of things, but there's no danger for your selection here. Sada Al Mawakib has absolutely romped up this big leggy type I always thought that next season will probably be the aim for this horse because he's got so much growing to do into that leggy frame, but he has stepped massively forward from those runs in Taif and looks like a proper horse to go to war with, especially as a local bred with this frame. Shout out to Naif Alanazi as well, a man who had been cooking over this weekend. He had a winner in the big cup race at the end of the day yesterday, and he has had a winner here today as well. So 2 wins 2 days from this young man, and a man who is such a big figure here in Saudi racing, and he's ridden a very smart horse to victory here. Very simple tactics. Break well, come from a low enough draw. He couldn't quite get across because there was some speed to his inside, but the way he did it was so impressive, and went away comfortably at the end. You can see the frame with the horse. Look how tall he is compared to everyone around him. He's a very tall, rangy type, and Naif Alanazi looking regal in the saddle there as well. So good to see him. We'll grab a word with Naif, and it'll be our first chance to talk to Naif properly on the channel after he's ridden a winner, because his last 2 winners he's ridden since we've been here in Saudi have all come on the last races of the day, while we're trying to do the after show. So it's about time we got to grab him after a winner. So yeah, let's talk to Naif Alanazi once he untacks this absolute beast of an animal. Like I said, plenty of growing still to do, but he's tall, he's leggy, he's ranged. As a local bred, he reminds me a lot of what Almabia would have looked like at a very young age as well. And he's still got plenty left in the tank. He's snorting and snarling his way around the parade ring as he heads round to the saddling area. He is going to get sampled as well if they can catch him. He's doing a runner, bless him, but we've got him, and now Naif Alanazi will get weighed in. We'll make sure the weighing in goes correctly. Will he have to take off the saddle cloth? Waiting. Take off the saddle cloth. I could have called it. I should have told him myself. And we're now waiting. And he's been given the all clear. Naif Alanazi, your winning rider here. Just make sure that he can come over here, and after notice Naif doesn't have anyone to come and pick up his stuff for him, which is a bit of a shame, but he'll do it all. He does all the hard work, does Naif Alanazi, mainly known for his ability on purebred Arabians, but he's doing it with thoroughbreds now. Naif Alanazi, well done.
First thing, God, good evening, my brother. Thanks, God.
He was so impressive today.
Yeah, today this horse more better. I ride him and tie 2 times. He finished 12 and 16. Today, thanks God, this horse like he coming main now. Thanks God, from after 600, I know my horse is well. If maybe have chance for win or second or 3, because 600, I know my horse is well.
And he looks like a man as well. He's grown up. He looks very big and strong. He's an exciting horse.
Yeah, actually, calm man. I told you before, this horse in Taif, he's scared from the run, you know. Yeah. Now he's more better today, thanks God, because he's coming. You see the front or second or 3, like clean pace. I hope so, inshallah, more experience for this horse. And congratulations for the owner and trainer. And thanks God. I hope so, inshallah, more winner for today and tomorrow, inshallah.
And well done for yesterday as well. A good winner at the end of the day as well.
So, thanks God. This horse is like named yesterday. Go fast, you know.
Go fast, trial land.
And he go fast. Thanks God.
Well done.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Yes, another winner for Naif Alanazi after Go Fast Trowland in the final race here yesterday. Guide Sadir Al Mawakib to victory here at odds of 40-1. I think it went off around 18s, 20s on the off, but has come through, as Naif just said in the winning interview there. Doesn't like the kickback. Of course, at halfway, our selections, myself, Callum and Rory, were 1, 2, 3. You can see the 2 green jackets eventually giving way. It's Mozart who has come through to lay down a challenge. But really, Sadir Al Mawakib was always well clear and has shown good stamina, albeit over 1,200 metres. I think can step up after this, Rory.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously not a Taif horse, but listen, fair play to you for spotting the encouragement on that debut effort.
Look at this, best away.
12th and 13th in 2 runs today. It means you don't tend to want to dig any deeper than that with so many runners in it, but tremendous call by you to spot this horse's early speed. And obviously, if you can spot early speed in a race like this from a low draw, then that's half the battle.
Yes, exactly.
The 3, I thought, being trapped 3 wide, I was unlucky to have the only other speed in the race inside him from the draw he was at. And I thought, oh, well, he's going to run well and end up fading out of the frame. Because
just started to wander here a little bit. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a gap developing to the other 2 on the inside, but eventually Naif has then switched back across. I think the horse Abba Al-Marek is now beaten in third. It's Mozart who has picked up the pieces in the end. But at this stage, you just thought the eye was drawn to Mozart, might be the late finisher, but Sadeh Al-Mawakib has shown plenty of gears.
No, yeah, and he's not just done that, but he's fought off Mozart when that one's come to join him in the last furlong or so. A promising run from our favourite. I know it's a beaten favourite out of the frame, but Monafe Saham has shown speed to get to the front briefly on the inside. And clear, he got upset on the stalls as well after we joined commentary. So clearly he shows those signs of inexperience on debut and should come on for that. But the winner has gained the benefit of those two unplaced runs where he did show a little bit of ability. Clearly not suited by the kickback he received at Taif, and you get more kickback at Taif than you do here anyway. And this track clearly suited him a lot better. He's quite a big, tall, long striding horse, and as Callum says, he's probably going to improve stepping up and trip. We saw a few horses last year who weren't able to do much in Taif with this sort of physique, who ended up progressing all the way through the season and ended up running in cup and group races. So perhaps this horse from a very low start, if he'd been given a handicap mark coming into this, it would have been something in the 30s. But he's clearly improved, and there's every chance he can improve again.
Yeah, Sadeh Al-Mawakib is our third race winner in the colours of Al Sharif, Hazza bin Shaka Al Abdali, and you just saw there Naif Al Anazi blowing us a kiss, has another winner. 16, 14, 17, the result to race number 3. All I can say is, get in there! That was race 3.
Only worth 1 point.
Only worth 1 point.
Like a wonderful shot.
Only worth 1 point, as Rory says in the selection competition, but a nice price if you found it.
But you'll be making friends back home.
I hope so anyway. Anyway, on to race number 4, which is a fillies maiden. Be surprised if we find something as big a price as the previous race. 7 furlongs now, 1,400 metres. We step it up in distance. 2-year-olds in action once again, and we return to the commentary box and to Anthony Ellis.
Thank you, Mark. We'll let you cool off for a moment, but yeah, great shout. Moat Azar's favourite here, by the way, international market, horse number 9. Here are the runners there for this fillies maiden. 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres. This is our 4:35 race here at Riyadh. Number 1 is going to be Agira in this race coming up for Rayan Al Toesh. Here are the runners and riders then. Fillies maiden, Agira number 1. Fahad Al Faradi now, in fact, riding. 2 is Al Dada for Mohammed Al Hubayl. That jockey notice there for the 1 horse now, Fahad Al Faradi. 3 is Bidea for Nawaf Al Mudiani. 4, Desert Gold, Abdullah Al Kradis. 5 is Garami, Fahma Al Dahani and Muhammad Al Dahan looking to double up. 6, Indies Map, Eddie Castro, right, this son of Liam's Map. 7 is La Solitaire for Khalid Al Mamoni. 8 is Maserat Al Nayati, Fawaz Wanas. 9 is the favourite on the international markets, Moat Azar, Camille Ospina looking for a double. Number 10 is Mulil. This one's written by Abdullah Al Odib. 11 is Myla, Adel Al Faradi. 12 is Nur Najd for Abdullah Al Feruz. And 13 over the page is Saudi Expo for Alex Moreno. They are the runners and the riders. Let's go back to Callum.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Let's have a look at these fillies. This is a race full of some absolute gorgeous 2-year-olds. I'm so excited for this contest. They walked into the parade ring. I thought we were looking at colts, but no, these are just lovely girls here. The first off we'll look at is Algira. She's had plenty of starts, but she just looks in really good shape, looks well in the coat, a bit jig-joggy and has that scary wall eye, but other than that, she's fine for me. She's not getting too sweaty. She's just keen to get started. She's had the 6 starts, so she'll have experience on her side, and she looks rip-raw fit. I'm looking forward to seeing how she goes. Tongue strap on and the noseband, she should be right up there. She's a fit individual. Let's go back to horse number 3, which is Bedea. This is the horse that makes debut today. This is an eye catcher. Take a look at this beast of a filly here, Bedea. She's so well put together and she's strong. Look at the neck on her. She's all power. She's all placement. And look at the back. She's got a gorgeous short back. She's well built in behind. She's very masculine looking. I really like this horse. This is Bedea, horse number 3. A really good looking daughter of West Coast who makes debut today. Let's go back a few more. Let's look at horse number 7. Another who's a bit jig-joggy here, but just looking remarkably well in the coat. She is up and ready to go. This is La Solitaire. She's just having a bit of a problem being stuck behind horse number 6, Indy's Map, who's not particularly keen to go around. But La Solitaire is certainly the opposite. She is dead keen to go around. She's another one that's a very well put together individual. She's got a gorgeous neck, good back, nice hind quarter. And if we can get a little shot of her from behind, you can see the swing in her hips. She's got a lovely swing to her hips in behind. So we're just getting a bit of a stack up here as horse number 2 is just planted herself. So if we could give one of the grooms, there we go. Let's get number 2 a little bit of help there, and now we're flying along. Horse number 7 though, La Solitaire. She looks gorgeous, and she's got that beautiful hip swing to it. If there was a horse I wanted to pick up in a sales ring, oh, steady on everybody. Good girl. There we go. And we move on. Horse number 7. She's just swinging her hips here. And she's a lovely individual. She looks in really good shape as well, La Solitaire. She's had the one run. She finished second on debut. Connections will be hoping to go one place better today. And the final horse we'll take a look at is horse number 13, Saudi Expo. Right at the back. Poor Mustafa, my cameraman, has been walking here, there and everywhere. But we will grab horse number 13, Saudi Expo. Interesting type here for the Green Stable. And we're going to look forward to seeing this one in shot. Now she's walking around. She's very effeminate, completely different looking to some of the others we've seen earlier. She's a lighter type, very effeminate. She's a little bit longer in the back as well, but she's got that lovely neck, gorgeous head. She could come on a little bit fitness wise, but she certainly makes the shortlist. Lads, the bell is already gone, but my goodness, this is a corker of a contest.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Callum will rattle through some of these. Quickly go through the market though. Moataza on debut here, 15-8 for the white stable. Myla, second start for the red stable, 7-2. Garami and Indy's Map, along with Merlil, are co-third favourites of 3, all at 7-1. Akira 10-1 with La Solitaire, 14-1, and bigger the remainder. Let's start with the market leader, Rory, who I know that you like on pedigree. This is number 9, Moataza, looking to give Camilo Ospina a double.
Yes, bearing in mind I pointed out a couple with very good US pedigrees related to Grade 1 winners, Grade 2 winners. Well, and they haven't hit the frame so far. So Moataza, number 9, is she's by Nyquist out of a multiple graded stakes winner called Kawaii Katie in the States. Very, very, very useful mare. And guess how much this cost at the Breeze Ups? We had one on the first with a really good pedigree, cost 11,000. This is what the Breeze Ups at Ocala, Florida. You can guess higher or lower than 11,000.
Lower.
$250,000.
250,000. 15-8. 15-8 to score here. Myla is second choice. This is interesting. 7-2. Is that a little short?
That looks short on form. The comment I've made on Myla, who was unplaced on debut, was that she was unable to make use of the inside draw when 10th in a 1400 maiden at Taif last month. But I said she should have learned a bit from that. But yeah, she was best drawn that day and finished 10th. So whether you want to be backing her at 7-2 from a modest draw now is another matter. But she's shaped like what you would have expected red stable runners to do on debut, just a little bit. Not enough know-how to actually to get forward from that draw, and not knocked about either. So Myla will improve, but needs to improve a fair bit to be winning a race of this nature.
Tackle 5 and 6 together as they're both first-time starters. Garami for Thama Al-Dahani, Mohamed Al-Dahan chasing doubles, and Indy's Map for Eddie Castro.
Yeah, both of these are interesting on pedigree. Garami is by King of Change. I haven't seen too many of King of Changes on the racecourse. He was placed in the Guineas and then won the QE2 for Richard Hannon a few years ago. A horse I liked a lot. He then got injured and was retired to stud. This one, Garami, is a half-sister to a mile winner called Voice of Wisdom, who was trained by Simon and Ed Crisford, out of an unraced half-sister to Soul Power. So,
Yeah.
Now, Soul Power wasn't from a tremendously strong dam line, if you like, but he obviously was a genuinely top-class sprinter. When he won the non-top, I think he was 100-1 in the first place, wasn't he? But proved himself to be very good. So the talent in that family comes out sporadically, but certainly if she takes after the best of the family, she could be very good. And she cost 80,000 at the Breeze Up, so she wasn't cheap. And she's an interesting one. No doubt Thamar Al-Dahani will tell us exactly where we stand with Garami. And Indy's Map, as you might guess, is by Liam's Map.
Yep.
And is out of a twice-raced maiden. I didn't think the pedigree was particularly fascinating on her side, but he did cost 105,000. She rather cost $105,000 as a foal. And is obviously a fairly likely sort on paper for a yard who likes to have a good US pedigree.
One or two others that have seen the racecourse on plenty of occasions. Number 10 is Merlil, brings in a decent level of form. It's safe to say that she's rather unlucky to still be a maiden.
Yeah, been running pretty well. Runner-up in 3 maidens over different trips in Taif, to show how adaptable she is, and ran to a similar level to that when 4th in a winner's race, non-winners of 2 rather, over 1,400 metres on her final start there in September. Sets the standard, but it's only a fair standard. But you could have said that about the runner-up in the last race. You know, if you're looking for one to hit the frame, that's the obvious one, having regularly done that so far.
And quickly a word on the top runner, Aghira, who was 5th at Al Waliya on penultimate start, who ran earlier and a little bit disappointing. Her best effort was last time on her first outing here.
Yeah, interestingly, the local handicapper doesn't believe that was her best effort. I think she's actually dropped from a higher mark. I thought she matched the pick of her earlier form when 3rd to Shakra Al Hawi here 2 weeks ago over the mile, beaten 6 1/4 lengths there. It's difficult to argue with a mark of 60, or you know, maybe you could mark it up to 63 or 64, but you'd like to think it'll take a better performance to win this, and Aghira looks pretty exposed by now after 6 runs.
Okay, what are we siding with in race number 4?
I think I've got to. I mean, I've got a couple of interesting newcomers beaten already, but the White Stable newcomers, particularly with the notion of them being held back, waiting for Camilo to come back, suggest that we'll see something special from Jcsa here. Not the best draw in the world,
no.
But I didn't particularly like those horses who were well drawn. Desert Gold, maybe from stall 4, might improve again, having finished 3rd last time out. But I'm hoping that the draw is not a drawback for Jcsa, who stands out on pedigree.
Okay, Moataza for Rory Delagi. I've been against White Stable first-time starters this season. Happy to go against them again here today, despite the turn in form, as Rory's alluded to, and the return of Camilo. I think it has to be Merlil's day. A mark of 66 is definitely good enough to win this. Happy to forgive her for the run last time. She never really looked happy when finishing 4th that day. I expect her to go very, very close indeed. So it's Moataza, 15-8 for Rory Delagi. I'll take a chance on Merlil, breaking from stall 5 for Abdullah Al Odib at 7-1. Callum Helliwell, what do you like in race 4?
Oh, team, I'm against both of you here. There's 2 that I'm struggling to pick between. I've got La Solitaire, who looked very well in the parade ring, and Badea, but I'm going to go for the debutant, Badea. She looks, I cannot stress enough, she looks like a colt. And she's not carrying too much chunk either. I think she's a real good look. I think if she was a White Stable horse, we'd all be waxing lyrical about her on debut. I thought the White Stable runner itself, I didn't think she was blowing me away too much at all. She looked quite plain in the parade ring, but their previous winner today also looked quite plain in the parade ring. So maybe they're not going to be so much of these big, strapping, premium tap eye catchers that we were used to last season, and maybe they're going to be slightly more ordinary, but still just as talented. So interesting. We did speak to Talal Al-Shreem, and he mentioned changing the breeding and changing the stallions that they're using. We saw a White Stable runner by Time Test earlier on this season, which is a very European pedigree, something we don't often see with their runners. So I'm going to stick with horse number 3 here, Badea. I just think she is a big girl and a big strong girl. She looks like a colt, and hopefully she can outrun the fillies on debut. It hasn't got the best of draws, come that stall 9, but I just think hopefully raw ability will see her at least get amongst the placings here. I just couldn't take my eyes off this individual. Paddock negatives had to go to Aldana, who spooked a few times in the parade ring, and Indy's Map as well didn't strike me as too keen to go forward on debut. And typically these Prince Sultan bin Michel horses tend to be a lot more, I would say, mature, not in their looking but in their outlook and the way they conduct themselves. And Indy's Map certainly wasn't, certainly bucked the trend on that, certainly wasn't looking too mature in the parade ring. Nor Najd with a bit of a positive. Horse number 12 looked fit enough. Imagine we'll go better than the last round. You just see that one loading now. And Saudi Expo again, a horse who I just was quite keen on but doesn't quite make the shortlist. Guys, the selection is Badea. Looking forward to watch La Solitaire as well, but all eyes on stall 9. Badea is the pick for me. Anthony Ellis, call them home.
I will do. Yes, the runners are about to go for this. Number 7 just dismounted there, La Solitaire. Has to be just absolutely fine. So the first 3 have gone in. jockey's back on. I think it was just an adjustment for Le Solitaire. So Khalid Al Mamodi is now back on. Favourite on the international markets, Moatazar, number 9 here. Stall 11 for Camillo Ospina. Fillies maiden then. This is our 4:35 race. And they are now beginning to get the runners in with a bit more haste. First few in on the inside there. Idea for Callum, that was number 3. Already in the stalls. Here comes Al Dana going in. Rory talking about Moatazar. Mark was with Mulil, number 10. Comes out of stall 5. This is Moatazar, green cap. I think we're just waiting for Mylar, who I think was around second favourite last time I checked on the international markets. And here she comes, Mylar. These are fillies then in this maiden. 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres, all in. Starter has the flag up, set, and they're off. They've jumped away, the runners, and one that broke really quickly was Aguirre, who's really in a hurry today, and he's up there early on, but it's now been passed by Le Solitaire, who's quickly taken up the early lead. The Solitaire going on, just off the pace, Masserat Omnayati, as they go through the first 300 metres. Also right up there is Garami, and right towards the outside, the well-fancied Moatazar, with the red on the sleeves, is also very prominent too. But up front, the leader is La Solitaire, towards the inside, head to one side, but leading to Garami in second place, the green sleeves and cap. The green cap of Moatazar is racing in third. The other one that's going with them is towards the outside of the group, and that's Indy's Map in the black colours. The front quartet are clear by about 4 lengths from Mylar, who's going off in chase in 5th position. Behind Mylar is Mulil in the white and grey, who's being chased along, but is making up the ground towards the inside running rail. Round the turn they go. The Solitaire just has the lead. It's the strong travelling Garami, who's moved up sides with menace now, with the noseband, the green sleeves, and now Garami very quickly takes over, giving chases Moatazar towards the outside, but Garami got first run. 250 metres from the wire, and the leader is Garami for Mohammed Aldahan again, clear by 2 lengths. Moatazar is going to try and run her down, but has still got that 2 lengths to find. Entering the final 200 metres, the leader Garami, but on the outside Moatazar is going to have one more go at her, deep inside the final 100, and here she comes. Moatazar is getting up, and she'll win going away, a double for Camillo Ospina. Moatazar runs down Garami, who didn't quite get home. Third was Mulil, and Aguirre was in behind them. Big effort that. Winner for Rory as well. Good shout, Moatazar, who I thought for a moment wasn't going to get to Garami, but in the end, up that final 200 metres, Moatazar was going home that bit stronger. This Nyquist filly, proper dirt pedigree, and she wins it. Camillo Ospina won the first, he wins the 4th on Moatazar number 9. Winning time 1 minute 28.73 seconds. Second, really good run by number 5, Garami. That's certainly one to put in your tracker in second. And back in behind them, it was Mulil, who ran best of the rest in third. Number 10, so it's 9-5-10. 1 3/4 lengths the winning margin. 1 minute 28.73. Fourth, number 1, Aguirre. 9-5-10-1 the result. Moatazar wears down Garami. The real good duel up the home straight.
Tilal Al-Shreem has joined me after the victory of Moatazar here. 2 winners for the White Stable today, 2 winners for Camillo. You guys are back.
Yeah, thanks God, alhamdulillah. She ran very well today. Good result today. 2 years old, 2 horses. Alhamdulillah. I hope inshallah we'll keep this level inshallah and improve our horses inshallah.
She ran really well today because she had to fight for victory, and she's on debut, very inexperienced. It must have been really good to see.
Yes, I think she need. It's first time. She ran very well today. I think she need 1 mile. I think is better to her. But today, alhamdulillah, she ran very well, and she gave us now a good signal.
Well, we will let you go and greet her as she comes in now. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you, thank you.
And Moetazar is coming into shot here. Another win for the White Stable, as we're just going to make sure that everyone stays in the right place here. Like I said, you'll get a good look at her. She does not blow you away as a looker. She's not particularly good looking. She doesn't do much in the parade ring, but she's clearly got stamina in abundance and was eating up the ground. And the further she went, the better she went. And Camille Ospina, who's currently talking to the boss on the phone, will be over the moon with that success. And again, that's 3 wins for Camillo over the weekend, and we're only on day 2. And this is a team that is well and truly back in the good graces and are flying along nicely. We'll grab a word with Camillo after he weighs in to talk about this really exciting filly. Moetazar, a Nyquist pedigree. We haven't seen many. I've just seen a few of those creeping into the race cars recently, and it's good to see. So let's go and try and get a word with Camillo. Camillo, superb. She's a real star.
No, thank you very much, Kajun. You know, I feel very good when you ride very good horses, you can win, and it's just way. Just say thank you very much to the Primita, for trust me and give me support. And Ahmed Neheri, he's doing very good, great job with these horses. And that filly, she was working very good. She's from America, and she breathes very good. Thank God today she responded and she won the race.
She seemed to get better the further you went, and the stamina helped her today.
Yeah, she brought very good, but after 600 meters, another filly, she's leaving a little bit, but I try to keep going with my filly. And then on the last meter, she responds, and she's coming a little bit strong in the last meter. I was thinking that filly maybe is better in a little bit distant, and we'll see.
I think Connection want to step her up to a mile. I imagine you agree with the same thing.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. This is the first race, and we're checking how the horses, and then the free decide and we distance and we race the run.
3 winners in 2 days. Well done.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks, God. Yeah. I hope more winners this week.
I hope so too. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much.
From the halfway stage.
He stood next to me. He's here.
Moetazar.
Yeah, I mean, not difficult to find on pedigree if that's what you're looking for, from a very eye-catching pedigree on both sides, and cost 250,000 at the breeze up. So it didn't take a genius to work out this might be above average, and that's the way it's turned out. In fairness, mostly horses with these good US pedigrees who are bought from horses and training sales in the US, generally Ocala, will take time to find their form here, so they don't always win first time out. Indy's Map was another one with a very good pedigree. He showed speed early on, but got very tired late in the day. Just seeing the start of the race again here.
A little bit slowly away, but soon found some rhythm, did Moetazar.
Yeah, with a bit of early speed from the likes of Desert Gold from stall 2 and La Solitaire next to her, who showed the speed to lead with the head to one side and then capitulated from the turn. But that set things up nicely. Mm-hmm. But it meant that the pair who dominated were trapped a little bit wide. They couldn't get across to that rail because of La Solitaire making the pace and looking to hang out. We saw very good speed from Garami. That's the filly from the family of Soul Power. So
she would definitely improve.
She was bred for even more speed than this, if you like, and looked the likely winner for most of the race before getting outstayed late on. Indy's Map was trapped 4 horses wide. That threatened briefly at this stage before fading out of things, and is one to just make a note of. That should improve a lot for the run and be a lot more interesting next time out. And at this stage, the winner's hard off the bridle under Camilo, but Camilo knows that he just needs to keep her going, and her stamina will kick in at some stage. Just a case of whether it kicked in time for her to win this race. Didn't look like she would win a furlong out, but then at this stage, now she's getting rolling. And the winner, although trying, the runner-up, although trying hard, was definitely shortening her stride at this stage. And the riding very much on the wall. It wasn't a particularly pretty win from this filly because she was off the bridle, but she wants further, and she's ended up beating a speedy filly into second, and the first three were a long way clear of the rest.
Would you be inclined to keep her at 1400 metres now, the winner, or would you be going straight up to a mile?
I'd be going straight up to a mile.
Okay.
Yeah, she won't be. She won't be as competitive early over this trip against better horses, so she wants to be stepping up to a mile fairly quickly.
Okay, that is race number 4, Rory Delagi on the board. We could celebrate later with some tikka masala, really, couldn't we? As myself, you and Callum have all hit the winners' enclosure now. I know one man who loves chicken tikka masala. It's our commentator, Enzo.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I've already got mine lined up for tonight. Absolutely. Race 5 is due off at 5 o'clock here. So look over down from the box here. You can see the runners are in the paddock. And number 1 is going to be Abo Calaf here. This is a race over 1,400 metres. 7 funnels. These are nominals of 4 of these runners. Abo Calaf, ridden by Sultan Al Mamoni. Number 2 is Ancestral Land for Nawaf Al Mudiani. 3, another Odyssey, Abdullah Al Kradis. 4 is Uncle Muhammad Al Daham. Looking for another winner on the card. He won race 2. Number 5, Consensus de Vega. Used to race over in the UK. Is now with the Al Athab stable. Khalid Al Mamoni rides. Number 6, Hilal Fahad Al Faradi. 7 is Indemnify for Mohammed Al Hubail. 8, Dignity Joy, Muhammad Al Nassar. 9's a horse who again used to race over in the UK. Guillavant was with Darrell Holland once upon a time. Abdullah Al Hussein on board. 10 is Jasmine, Ali Al Matib. 11, Manhattanville for Ali Al Mimoni. 12, Motamasek, Alex Moreno. 13, Mujib for Ziad Al Jabri. 14, Najim Al Wasil, Adel Al Faradi. And finally, number 15, Moadar for Abdullah Al Khamis. So they are the runners. A few familiar names lining up here over the 7 furlongs. So we go back to Callum.
Thank you, Enzo. Yes, let's take a look at the runners in the field ahead of this non-winner the 4 contest. We start with Ancestral Land here. Horse number 2, trained by Jimmy Jerkins. A winner here last time out and looking for the hat-trick. Probably the one they've all got to beat on paper, but it looks like a tight market between the top 2 in this field. Ancestral Land is a typical Jimmy Jerkins horse, still carrying a bit of condition, but you can see the strength in the hindquarters with that poverty line very, very visible. Walking out nicely, I've got no concerns, have the cross nose band on, which seems to be a feature of quite a few of these Jerkins runners, and looking forward to seeing how this horse travels through this race, and probably toughest contest it's seen in a while. Let's go back 2 horses to Uncle. This is the next horse, horse number 4. I'm keen to see this horse go because for me, if you talk about consistent players here in Saudi Arabia, Uncle has to be up there. Dances every dance and often does it with aplomb as well. He's not the best looker, as you can see. He's quite long, he's not very athletic, but he's got a lot of power in that shoulder, as you can see him really marching out today. Certainly the horse is going to have the best chance of stopping Ancestral Land landing that hat-trick. Let's go back one more. Consensus de Vega, horse number 5, ex-British trained Consensus de Vega. Is certainly, you can see the European influence here, the best walker we've seen so far. Really eats the ground, the hind legs come all the way through. Probably a little bit exposed at this level, you think, Consensus de Vega, but tends to do best work late and certainly can't be ignored, especially for a place in a contest like this. We'll go back even more now to horse number 9, which is Guillavant. We will see this is the last horse we'll take a look at, coming away a bit of away from us, but we're going to have a good old look at this horse in the black and red colours. I love the colours of Guillavant, the spotted jacket. Coming towards us now with the noseband on as well, walking out perfectly nicely. I just thought this horse looked immaculate in the coat today. Looks really, really well. Strong back end, very well put together individual too. Probably not got as good a walk as Consensus de Vega, considering they're both of European stock, but certainly a horse that makes the shortlist in the parade ring. Fitness is not a concern for Guillavant, but I think the horse that I'm going to go with is Uncle.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Callum. It looks a match-up here in this race. 2 above-average horses. The rest all have it to do to challenge them, it's fair to say. Ancestral Land, 11-10 right at the top. Reopposing Uncle once again. 11-10 Ancestral Land, 5-4 Uncle. We can see the 2 in action here, Rory. The big 2 again in the market, locking horns this day, a long way out.
Yeah, they dominated this contest, a very similar race to this last time out. There's one slight difference, which we'll discuss shortly, but Ancestral Land there is in front. Uncle comes after him. It's a toss-up with Uncle actually does look like he's just about going to get there at this stage. But fair play to Ancestral Land, who's improving in leaps and bounds at the moment. He stuck his neck out to win narrowly. The pair of them pulling well clear of the field. And we've got a very similar race today where really those two stand out from the others. The only difference is because Ancestral Land was only a 2-time winner last time out, he was getting weight from Uncle. Now, according to the conditions of this race, they both carry the same weight. So Uncle is weighted to turn the tables.
Callum's got Jimmy Jerkins, the trainer of Ancestral Land.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you, team. Yes, Jimmy Jerkins joins us with Ancestral Land here today. A massively improving type, and he's looking for the hat-trick.
Yeah, you know, he's running against Uncle again, and they're right next to each other coming out of the gate, so I don't know. He seems to bounce out of his races good, and, you know, track seems to be a trifle slower than some of the other days. I hope that doesn't make too big a difference with my guy, but, you know, you like to see kind of a bouncy kind of a track when you have a speed horse, but anyway, like I said, he doesn't have any excuses that I can see.
It's not going to be as cuppy as it was Taif 2 seasons ago, is it? Because that's a proper slow track.
No, nothing is in racing that I ever seen.
He showed a cracking attitude last time out because it looked like Uncle was going to get by him, and he just kept finding more and more.
Yeah, he was game. He was game because, you know, he cut out the pace, and you know, that horse was coming. He's a quality horse, and he kept coming, and he kept digging in. So I hope it didn't tax him too much for this effort, but it doesn't, you know, from what I can see in the morning, it doesn't, and his way of acting around the barn, I don't see any downside to him.
Yeah, and I imagine with the speed favouring horse that he is, you're going to be going out for the front and trying to do the same tactics again?
Well, I guess so. I mean, you know, as long as he breaks clean, you know, you always got to break clean to if not, then Nawaf just has to figure out what to do after that. But, you know, you know, I don't foresee many problems. Like I said, is what I'm seeing going in. You know, he's running back kind of close by our standards back home in America. You know, here it's
they run every week.
It's a vacation, so so I don't know. But he seems like he's handling everything good. And like I said, I don't see any excuse.
Well, best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, let's dive a little bit deeper to the top two in the market, Rory. Ancestral Land, the only horse to win twice at Riyadh this season, or the first horse to win twice at Riyadh this season. Talentum, who was third to Ancestral Land on penultimate start, was only beaten by one horse here yesterday. Still early days for Ancestral Land, but has taken very well to the capital.
Yes, very much so. Really found his groove in his last couple of starts, Ancestral Land, it should not be out of the two. You heard Jimmy Jerkins say that his only slight concern is the track maybe not riding as fast as it has been recently. Certainly, it was riding fast a couple of weeks ago, and you know, given the kind of horses he has and his background, the faster the track, the better for Jimmy's horses. And Ancestral Land is a speed horse, so if it's a little bit slower, that puts more emphasis on stamina and would suit Uncle better. Although Uncle, to be honest, is a flashy traveller as well. Yes. So it really shouldn't make much of a difference. It's not like Uncle's a grinder. So the pair of them seem to have this between us. Consensus de Vega, maybe running herself back into form, was fifth last time out, which isn't good enough to win this, beating a fair way behind them. But did at least show her first form in a while, and she's got a little bit of back class, which might see her in the frame. But it seems just to be a rematch of a race over a course of distance last time out with a similar supporting cast. And as I said, you know, you take the view either that Ancestral Land had a little bit in hand there, which it didn't look to. It was very game, but was clinging on by a very small margin. Whether you take the view that Uncle is the better horse at the weights, now 2 kilos better off for that. And I take the view that you got to look at the weights to some degree, and Uncle just shades it for me.
And the ratings, as you say, Uncle, if you were to ignore the international markets, Uncle's rated 96, Ancestral Land's rated 93. There was just a head between them. Uncle's drawn just slightly on the inside of Ancestral Land, so it'll be very interesting from Flagful.
Yeah, neither of them are drawn absolutely ideally here, but as I said, it's easy to pick holes in the others. Was it a 16-1 bar 2, is it?
Pretty much.
There's nothing short of there. Consensus de Vega is the next shortest in. Was only 8th in the race that Uncle won 2 starts ago, and then finished a better 5th behind Ancestral Land here 2 weeks ago, running on at the finish. I think she is the one who might get between them on her best form. If they go head to head and sort of beat each other up, she could pick up the pieces. I don't think they're going to do that. I think, as usual, Mohammed Al-Daham riding Uncle is going to sit is going to let Ancestral Land make the run. It might force him to go a little bit fast early on, so that it's not an easy lead for Ancestral Land. But he looked to sit just behind that and run him down late in the day. And I don't see them hooking up in a speed duel from the start. That's the one thing that could blow the race apart. But the jockeys on both the market leaders will be aware that that's potentially a downfall for them. But however the race is run, expect Consensus de Vega from stall 7 to travel strongly in behind. She can flatter to deceive. Last season she tended to travel well in her races, didn't always find as much off the bridle as looked likely, but she was placed often enough. She's got a poor strike rate, but I think she's the one. If you're looking for something as a forecast angle, as a tri-cast angle in this race, then it's her. Nothing else massively appeals to me.
We've got a new favourite. Uncle has gone from 5 to 4 to 11 to 10. Now Even Money has usurped Ancestral Land at the top, who's gone out to 6 to 5. The big mover, though, Rory, it's a horse that we haven't discussed. Number 10, Jasmine. 20 to 1 into 14 to 1.
Lordy.
What's with the sigh?
Well, Jasmine was one place behind Consensus de Vega last time out, doing her best work late. And the comment I've made about her is, you'll probably guess what it is. Wasn't disgraced when 6th Ancestral Land and Uncle here last time out, and could pick up a minor medal with usual late running style. She's a pick up the pieces performer, and this is the right kind of race for her to run past a few of those who might try to mix it early on. So if anything tries to go with the front two here, they're liable to suffer for it late on. Jasmine won't do that, but she will be running through horses late in the day. So not a massive surprise to see a bit of support for her, but it's purely each way money, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But as far as the win selection goes, I'm pretty sure you're with Uncle.
I'm with Uncle as well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely with Uncle here.
If I was desperate for winners to get past you, I might take a chance on Consensus. And she does make a bit of a appeal each way, but it looks a match, and Uncle, we are looking at this exactly the same way.
Yeah, so it's Rory Delagi with Uncle. I'm with Uncle as well. Callum Helliwell, are you going to make it a hat-trick or be foolish and select something else?
I am going to make it a hat-trick, lads. I like Uncle too in this race. Thought he looked magnificent in the parade ring as well. He's not the best of lookers. He doesn't bounce out you with a stunning individual, but what he does have is all power. You can see it in that big, thick shoulder of his and the powerful hindquarters in behind. He was shining up in his coat. He looked well enough to do the business. And if you look at the form of the last effort, he's been very unlucky not to win. I think Mohammed Al-Daham will be at his absolute best stalking the other horse, Ancestral Land, the rival here. But yeah, Uncle is the one for me. It's the first time we've given the hat-trick today. We've given it the triple kiss of death. Hopefully, Anthony Ennis can call us home a winner.
Yeah, hard to oppose, I think, isn't he, Uncle? I was amazed that at one point Ancestral Land was ahead of him, the betting or even joint favourite, because Uncle does look to have a little bit in hand. But we shall see. Runners are at the start then. And that is Motta Masek, one of the greys in the lineup here. We've got one filly Jasmine, one mare, and a couple of mares actually, Consensus de Vega and Moada. Taking on the boys. Nominals of 4, these are. The prize here, 62,500 to the winner for our race due off at 5 o'clock here at Riyadh. And Uncle, just about favourite now in the international markets for double-seeking team of Thema Al-Dahani and Mohammed Al-Daham. They won our second race on the card today. And since Ancestral Land, though, it certainly looks to danger for Nawaf Al-Modiani and Jimmy Jerkins. Ancestral Land, horse who's a 3-time winner out here. Runners are going forward. There's number 5, Consensus de Vega, remember, which used to race over in the UK. Also didn't always find that much for pressure. And does travel strongly, this daughter of Lope de Vega. In she goes. Just getting through the loading up now. 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres on the dirt. And quite a few of the runners are now in, waiting for Moada to come forward. Also at the back is Dignity Joy, I think is one of the biggest prices on the board here. There is Uncle. The selection from our team. Going in the whites with the green sleeves and cap. Uncle is in. This is Dignity Joy of the Greys. And that's going to leave number 15, Moadar, to go forward and complete the line for our fifth race. They're nominals of 4, 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres. We're just about set here at Riyadh. Starter puts the flag up. And they're off. They've jumped away. Pretty good start this time around. A little bit behind the others. Perhaps in the black and yellow was Abo Khalaf as they raced through the first 200 metres. Good start by Dignity Joy towards the inside. Uncle got off to a clean beginning. Likewise, his big rival, Ancestral Land. They're up together, and it's Ancestral Land who's going to, in fact, come across and take over here. So the red blinkers of Ancestral Land out in front for the Jimmy Jerkins barn. Leads a length clear to Uncle, the green sleeves in second. Racing in third is Motta Masek, one of a trio of greys. Up on the outside, the other greys Indemnify. And back on the inside, Dignity Joy, the blue cap. 3 lengths back to Guillemont, who's racing in the black and red colours next in the field. That one's on the outside of the white of another Odyssey. More towards the inside is Moada. As they race down the back. The back marker at the moment is Hilal in light blue, and one from last is the slow starting Abo Khalaf. They come around the crown of the home turn, and the leader is Ancestral Land. He's going quite well too. Uncle's going to have to lift in second. There's about 2 lengths between the pair, and they're now well clear of the third horse, Indemnify. So in line for the judge, and Ancestral Land at the moment has the lead of 2 lengths, and Uncle is under maximum pressure in second place, and Ancestral Land at the moment looks to hold the aces here as they head down with still 200 metres left to go. Ancestral Land, if anything's going further ahead, and Uncle has no answers today. Back in behind them, Consensus de Vega is fighting out third place with Guillemont as they go close home. Now Ancestral Land is going to put Uncle firmly in his place today. Ancestral Land for Nawaf Al-Modiani and Jimmy Jerkins, the winner. Uncle second, Consensus de Vega was third, and good old Guillemont was back in fourth place. Ancestral Land, then, who did drift in the betting as the money came for Uncle, but the market got it wrong because he was too good for Jimmy Jerkins and Nawaf Al-Modiani. Named the winner really from the top of the home run because he was just going that little bit better. The stress signals were out on Uncle, quite a long way from home. And number 2 is the winner, Ancestral Land, 1 minute 27.11 seconds. Wins by 5 3/4 lengths. It was a decisive move, top of the home run. Second, number 4, Uncle. Third, number 5, Consensus de Vega. And fourth, number 9, Guillemont. 2-4-5-9, the provisional result. Ancestral Land, though, this time puts Uncle in his place and wins our fifth.
Ancestral Land has landed the hat-trick. 3 wins on the spin for this Jimmy Jerkins trained individual. This 4-year-old gelding who has dominated this race from start to finish and shrugged Uncle off as if he wasn't even there. Nawaf Al-Modiani, a ice-cool jockey in front, never really looked to be in any danger. There looked to be a point where Uncle was just stalking and waiting for that winning opportunity, but it never came. As Nawaf asked for more, the horse responded in kind. And you can see this horse is a big, strong bull of an animal, really. I mentioned before, typical of the Jimmy Jerkins team here, carries a little bit of condition, but it shouldn't put you off. They're just thick and chunky, and they know how to get from one side of the track to the other. And it is a wire-to-wire victory for Ancestral Land, who has despite looking 3 kilos inferior on the ratings, coming off level weights, were never looked in danger in front of Uncle, who tried as he might, just couldn't get by. He finished a mile clear of Uncle. Uncle had finished a mile clear of Consensus de Vega, who finished in third. The each way play for the team has worked well, and Guillemont finishing in fourth as well. Hilal, who was right out the back of the field, has ended up finishing fifth, which really shows how hard they went early and how those who tried to lay up with the two at the head of the international market, they couldn't maintain that gallop, and everything else has kind of fallen in behind them. But Nawaf Al-Mudiani is a jockey full of talent and is riding at the top of his ability, and Jimmy Jerkins trusts him with everything. In fact, Jimmy's coming in now. We'll grab a really quick word with Jimmy as he comes through. Jimmy, that's a hat-trick of wins for him now, and he was impressive.
Yeah, that was good. Uncle was right on him, looked right on his hip, but he was able to slip away from him a little bit around the turn, and then that was it.
Yeah, it was over after that. I'll let you go and get the photo with him. I won't let you stay here.
Okay.
Yes, another win for Ancestral Land. All 3 occasions, that man on top, Nawaf Al-Mudiani, has been on board. 1,200 metres, 1,400 metres, and again over 1,400 metres today, confirming the form with Uncle, and if anything, doing it more impressively. The first horse to win 3 races this Riyadh season is number 2 in race 5. Ancestral Land, in the colours of the red stable, hit back here after a good day for the white stable so far. That man, Jimmy Jerkins, once again a part of the winners. And I think it's fair to say, Rory, that the winner has improved on last time. Uncle had no answers today.
Yeah, similar setups to last time. The race panned out in similar fashion, but Ancestral Land just found a little bit more from the front to turn Uncle away, despite the 4-pound pull at the weights. So that's that probably, or remember, it might have been a 2-pound pull at the weights. But either way, the pair of them were separated by a very short head last time out, and you would have expected a little swing in favour of the consistent and reliable Uncle. Might have just swung things in his favour. But Ancestral Land, as we said, is thriving at the moment and has clearly taken another step forward to win this, because, again, the front two pulled away from the others from an early stage. Uncle, from the effort of chasing the easy winner, got tired late on, and he was closed down a little bit by Consensus de Vega, who said was the only other horse we could see hitting the frame. So we've got the 1, 2, 3, just not quite in the right order.
Well, this is a good angle. We've got the drone head on this time. You can see Ancestral Land was pushed up to join Uncle. These two dominated throughout.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of early speed from a couple of others. Indemnify, the grey on the outside, has shown the speed to dispute the lead with them, but that was never going to last. Given the efforts he'd have had to make to get over there. And we saw a little bit of speed there from the grey and the yellow colours, Dignity Joy. But essentially, from this stage, you've got Ancestral Land leading, and the horse who's tracking him is Uncle. And it's going to be one of these two who's going to win, despite the fact that you're seeing a little bit of speed from a couple of others. Abu Khalaf, the other one who's up on that quintet at the head of affairs. But the other 3 drop away, and it's 1 or 2 who are held up at the back of the field, who've run through horses to pick up the pieces. But a match at this stage, you'd have been happy enough if you were with Uncle coming off the bend, but Nawaf Al-Mudiani just asked Ancestral Land to quicken again. He actually does pick up, and when he picks up, Uncle doesn't really have an answer. Keeps plugging away, trying to get back, but once he gets a reminder at this stage and can't pick up, it's clear that he's not going to get on terms with Ancestral Land, and he's faded a little bit inside the last 100 metres or so to finish a fair way behind an improving winner. I'm not sure I'd say the sky is the limit for Ancestral Land, but he's heading up to a rating in the high 90s after that.
Yeah, I think 98, 99 perhaps.
And any race where he's managed to get to the front from stall 12 here as well without that much difficulty. He had to be pushed along just to get an early position, but he got himself over to the rail, got to the front, and found plenty for pressure. So we'll be looking at bigger races. I imagine Callum will grab Jimmy again. We had a very quick word to them after the race, but targets from here on in would be useful to know. Jimmy he's never got an absolute plan mapped out for his horses. He always treats them as individuals and deals with them where they are after each of their races. So it'll be interesting to see what he says.
And perhaps even possibly a race on turf next time.
Yes, also a strong possibility. The Sioux Nations do very well on the dirt here, but obviously bred for the turf. and ancestral land will have opportunities on that surface, and we're looking forward to the resumption of turf racing here in a few weeks' time.
We are indeed, and the grass looks fantastic, as you can see behind us. It's dark here now at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. The floodlights are now on, and we've reached the halfway stage, and the quality certainly does not tail off from here. We have an open contest over 1,600 metres next. We do have two big horses at the top of the market. They are 1 and 2 on the race card, and of course the Red Stable looking for a quick fire double. They have numbers 3 and 6. To take us through all the runners and riders, it's our commentator, Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, race number 6. Interesting race over a mile on the dirt, as you say. It's due off at 5:30. Number 1 is one of those joint favourites that you were talking about. Ayazam Al Riyadh for Tariq Al Mansour. 2 is the other joint favourite, Moela for Adel Al Faradi. Those two dominate the international market. 3, Nassim Al Red for Abdullah Al Saidi. 4 is Felfel Nawef Al Mudiani, looking for a double now. 5 does not run. Mohammadi is out. So 6 is Kawa Allah for Ahmad Al Shra. 7 is Ramadan Fawas Wanas. Number 8 is Aishq Bladi for Muhammad Al Yami. Number 9, Al Haf Al Hama for Salman Al Rashid. 10 is Al Handawan Muhammad Al Rubail. 11 is Fly Wing for Fahad Al Faradi. 12, Hadaba Abdullah Alorfi. Number 13 is Ibn Al Mulhib Abdulaziz Faradi, rides that one. 14 is Malka for Naif Al Anazi. 15 is Marcel Rayan Al Tawesh. 16, Markaz for Patrick seeking Camille Ospina. 17 is Rida Al Bari. 18 is Out, so 19 is Sajar for Muhammad Al Daham. And 20 is Samsoon down the bottom for Eddie Castro. Let's go and join Callum right now.
Thanks very much, Enzo. I thought I'd do a little bit of a tour, show you a little bit more of the racecourse, because King Abdulaziz Racecourse is absolutely massive. So I thought I'd take you a little bit further away from the parade ring down to the main grandstand. So behind me you'll see is our 3-tiered made grandstand. It is absolutely mahoosive. It runs straight all the way along down here, and we're on multiple tiers as well. But it doesn't just end there. Come and follow me, Mustafa. We'll show them our other parade system and our other winner's circle. So during Saudi Cup week, we're going to be focusing all over here. This is your winners parade area for the Saudi Cup. So while we celebrate on the smaller area during most of the racing, when we come to Saudi Cup weekend, this is where we will be celebrating. This is where Sir Alex Ferguson stood when he had his winner at the Saudi Cup meeting. This is where all the big names were taking part and standing. We'll have crowds over here. We'll have big old jib cameras over in the corner as well. You might see straight in front of me an area of seating. This is what we call the racing lounge. This is where you'll see a lot of the dignitaries that come racing on these big government cups. So we had the Riyadh Region Governor Cup, that was full of people of the Riyadh Region Government, and we also had the Ministry of Defence Cup. The Ministry of Defence members were all sitting up there. That's where all of those people will sit. Keep coming along, follow me, Mustafa. We'll go even further down, because if you thought one massive grandstand was enough, come and have a look at our second massive grandstand. That comes up just behind me here. They've even closed this off because it's physically that large that it's not worth keeping it open at the time when the crowds aren't massive. But come Saudi Cup weekend, that will all be full as well. We've got extra hospitality straight down behind me as well, so there's even more to see. I won't drag you all the way down there because you don't want to see the back of my head as we keep walking. But the main thing that's great about this is there's family seating areas all the way through, which you don't just see the action happening off the track, you can also get involved in the action happening on the track. And what makes it even more perfect, Mustafa, we will time this to perfection, because we don't just throw this stuff together. This is where you'll see some of the beaten horses returning back to the stables. So they come straight past us here, and they come all the way along, and they'll come through. So these are the horses that ran in that fillies race 4. You'll also see Bakil is the third horse coming towards us now. So this chestnut, this is Bakil, who won earlier on in our card as well. So good to see him coming back. Well done, congratulations. Fantastic to see. There is your winner of, I think it was race number 3, Bakil as well. I've got some gentlemen sat down here. I'm going to go and talk to them. Hello, sir, how are you? Good to see you. Is this, oh, hello, let me grab a chair. Is this your first time coming racing to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. I am from Pakistan. I just visited here for Riyadh season, and it is great experience watching all these experiences, especially this equestrian experience. This is my first time, and really loving it.
Wonderful to hear you come from Pakistan to enjoy it today. Have you seen any other sport happening here during the Riyadh season, or is this your first event?
Yeah, I recently experienced WWE Raw event. Yeah, that was like childhood memory for me, and it was a really great experience. Also, I have been watching tennis while growing up. Watching WTA matches was really great experience as well.
Yes, the WTA was really well received. I spoke to a few people who really enjoyed that and then came racing afterwards as well. So it's wonderful that you can experience everything. How long are you spending here in Riyadh? The whole season, or?
I'm just staying here for like 1 or 2 weeks more. Yeah.
Fantastic. Have you got anything else planned?
No, I will just...
That's fine. You can come racing again. Could we race here Thursday, Fridays and Saturdays? You can come here next Thursday, next Friday, next Saturday. So thank you very much for coming and enjoying the racing and enjoying everything that Riyadh has to offer.
Thank you so much.
See, it's not just horse racing we do here. We got WWE fans. WWE Raw, come on.
Can you smell what Callum is cooking?
I knew you'd say that. I knew you would say that.
Stellar job from Mr. Halliwell once again showing us all around the facilities here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, and he's spot on, of course. Not all the grandstand open, particularly at this time of year, but you know the quality only goes up, Rory, from here until the third week of February, isn't it? No.
Yes, indeed. Big. Should be home for that.
But watching.
But you never know. Might get a call to him. Might do a little turn of work there. But yeah, we're more than happy with the good action we have here on a weekly basis in Riyadh. Some very good horses to show, including in the next race coming up.
Including in the next race, you're absolutely spot on. Numbers 1, 2, 3 on the race card, 1, 2, 3 in the international markets. We're talking about horses rated 95, 95 and 88. Starting with Azim Al Riyadh, who is now joint favourite with Moela, both of those 15-8. Nassim Ali Red for the Red Stable, 8-1. Hadabar also 8-1. Mulka, number 14, who is unbeaten, that is 10-1. Flywing, number 11, 12-1, with Marquez the same price. Rida Al Bari, number 17, 14-1. Felfel, 16-1, and bigger the remainder. Joint favourites here, Rory. I think we can focus on the top 3, not only in the race car but on the international markets. Azim Al Riyadh, who had a season to remember last year, only going down half a length in the local Group 1 King Abdulaziz Cup at the end of the campaign.
Yeah, I got up early this morning to finish off my race card. I took a few minutes to work out why it said he'd won 4 races in the database, while there were only 3 wins in the form book officially for him. But of course, he was. That's a possibility. He was. I think he's listed as having won 4 races because he was first past the post 4 times. Are we going to get a chance to see one of those performances? Azim Al Riyadh in the blue colours with the white sleeves, with a white face, comes with a storming run to win the King Abdulaziz Cup on his final start. But unfortunately, this is the last race of the night, a really dramatic contest as well, with a lot of money. After getting to the front, he crosses over the runner-up and then loses. That actually, that's not the. That was the previous. There was a Group 1 in January, wasn't it? That he won. What was that, the King Fahd Cup?
We'll come back to that because this is Moela definitely winning the Al Hada Cup at the start of the season.
Yeah,
the first
Moela
big race
gets through on the inside there between horses and sprints away to beat Mandushi, the horse in the sash coming through. The horse runs on well for second in between horses there who finishes second, but 3.5 lengths. The distance that Moela won that Al Hada Cup last time out. If he transfers that form to Riyadh, he's got a big chance. Azim Al Riyadh, just to hark back to that, this is his first run since that disqualification in March, and that was the second really good race that he won last season. He went through the grades and ended up being one of the stars. He does need to prove his fitness first time back, but he has gone well fresh in the past. And I would say, you would say he's got a bit more class than Moela. He's finished in front of Moela last season, for example.
Yeah.
Moela was behind him, was 7th in that King Abdulaziz Cup in March. And if Azim Al Riyadh is back in the form that he showed there, then he'll take a lot of beating.
Let's go back to Callum.
Thanks very much, team. Yes, already raced our way back to the parade ring because Mustafa and I are a match made in heaven and all about the speed. Let's talk about a few horses in this race because the three of them are all together that caught my eye, not only on paper but in the parade ring. We'll start with Moela, who are just coming towards us now. This is horse number 2. Looks well enough. Another horse coming here looking for a hat-trick, having seen that done in our last race. Now, Moela, you'll see, is a little bit weak in behind. Very well turned out with the quarter marks. Congratulations to everyone involved. Carrying a little bit of condition, but we know the horse will be okay to go today. But my only concern would be just a little weak in behind. We know Moela is like this. We've not seen any change from last season, so I wouldn't let it put you off. In behind, we've got Nassim Al Riyadh. This horse is getting warm in the prelims. I would say not totally awash with sweat, but certainly enough to make you take notice. Not carrying a lick of condition and looks very, very strong, especially in behind. Coming off a second place effort last time, a little bit keen to get on with things, but I'd say more like a coiled spring rather than anything to be too worried about. Now we'll go back to Felfel, who I absolutely adore. Look at the way Felfel's handling prelims. Just a really good-looking individual, well put together. Is growing up in front of our very own eyes. I remember this horse as a 2-year-old, quite liked it then. He's really growing up in front of us here as a 3-year-old colt now, taking everything into his stride nicely. You look at the coat and how it sheens up under the lights as well. He is well, looks comfortable as well, and I'm keen to see how he gets on. Just make sure we don't trip over anything, Mustafa. We're on telly now. He's walking out nicely. Certainly a horse that I like. We're going to go back to horse number 11 and Felfel, and I'm just going to give you an example of a horse who you think would be a bit of a paddock negative, but actually is handling everything really, really well. Horse number 11, Flywing, is in front of us now. This is his chestnut. Now you'll see, very jig-joggy. Usually at this point, Flywing is absolutely awash with sweat. On this occasion, dry as a bone. Flywing is handling this much better than normal, and if you want a horse that's going to rush home late and pick up the pieces like we saw earlier on with Consensus de Vega, I would be very keen on Flywing, who's handling things much better than normal today.
Okay, that's Flywing, who looks really well. Number 11 on the programme, 12-1 in the market. Just want to return to Esim Al Riyadh. We just want to clear up the bit of footage that we saw. We are going to see it again. One of these races was actually missing from the race history, if you like. This, Rory, is the win back in February in the Saudia Sarawat Cup.
Yes, this was his prep for the King Abdulaziz Cup, the Saudia Sarawat Cup. And you see him finishing, as he did the other day, finishing strongly with that white face to get up to beat Motawasi by a neck in the end, really signalling his intent. And you've also got a good run from Jcsa running on the third as well. So names that we saw a lot of last season who were improving through the ranks. This is a really good performance. This is a really likeable colt. Gelding, rather, I should say. And I hope that he's able to carry his form on from last year to this, because he represents quite unfashionable connections. That big race we saw at the end of the season, the King Abdulaziz Cup, had multiple runners from the White Stable. This one stood out as sort of not representing one of the big power brokers of the area, but I'm keen to see him get some sort of revenge for what was, I think, an unlucky disqualification, to be honest. I think he was definitely the best horse on the day. He did cross the second, and he idled in front and allowed that one to close down again, but I think he was definitely the better horse on the day. Yeah,
demoted in the local Group 1 King Abdulaziz Cup that we mentioned, but a winner in the Saudia Sarawak Cup, as we just saw, and over course and distance in a Jcsa award contest back in January. So that's the top 2 covered. We should speak about the third choice in the market, Rory, who was a 3-time winner at Taif. Second to Yaroa on Riyadh return, but like everything that day, was beaten a long, long way.
Yes, I mean, it does have a fitness edge here in Nassim Al Riyadh, because this one's been on the go through most of the summer, so he is hard fit, whereas Esim Al Riyadh, having his first run since March, and one or two of the others in the field maybe having their second run of the season. But this has been on the go for a while. 6 runs already this season. No match for Yaroa, win second last time out. That was in the local Group 3. But has fair place claims again. You know, if we did see a video of that race, he'd be way in the distance. 15.5 lengths Yaroa by looking an absolute star. But Nassim Al Riyadh, Al Riyadh rather, was pretty competitive through the season. A couple of wins already in Taif. And can't see it winning, but he's got claims of hitting the 3 or 4 given his proven fitness.
We should definitely give the filly a mention, Hadabar, who was given a nice blow on racecourse return and would be a huge player based on her form last year.
Yes, Hadabar would have a decent chance. She comes out well at the weight. She's got a rating of 90, and obviously she's got 58 kilos as opposed to 61 kilos for the top two. She's getting 6 pounds. If you add 6 pounds onto her rating, she comes out at 96. She actually comes out a pound ahead of those two. The question is whether she's able to show that form. She won a Group 1 as well. That's the King Fahd Cup for fillies in January. But she ran in that King Abdulaziz Cup as well and only finished 9th, and that kind of puts her in her place. So her very good performance came against fillies, and when she was thrown in against colts and fillies, she just struggled a little bit. So this is easier than a cup contest, so she might be able to put her best foot forward here, and she'd be an interesting runner. She's probably 3rd best from me, ahead of Naseem Al Riyadh.
We should give number 14 Multger a mention for double-seeking Naif Al Anazi, who hasn't rode many doubles in the last few weeks, if any. The unexposed one hiding in the field. What did you make of Multger's winning debut?
I thought it was really tough stepping up from Maiden Company. That was quite a taking performance, won by 3 1/4 lengths in a 1400 metre tie for Maiden from Abu Zaid. That was an okay tie for Maiden, but however impressive you are in the tie for Maiden, we saw one earlier on today, didn't we, who won by 14.5 lengths in tie. Maidens here tend to be tougher, but you're running into Open Company against cup horses. It's a huge step up, so Multiple will be doing well to be competitive.
And a quick word on number 16 Marquez. The good day for the White Stable looks set to continue, although 14-1 is a big enough price.
Not easy to fancy Marquez on recent evidence. As I wrote in my notes, he looked very promising early last season. Won a course and distance maiden on this card last year and looked like he would go on to better things. He did go on to better races, but he didn't acquit himself particularly well. I thought I've written that the wheels came off when stepping up in class, and he didn't run particularly well at Taif on his return either. So is coming here looking to rebuild his reputation.
And one final word on a huge price. I really want to get your comments on number 15 Marcel. Yes, drawn in stall 20, but is there any positives for Marcel?
Well, Marcel is a last time out winner, which is always a help. Off the mark at the 8th attempt last time out. But again, that's a maiden race. It's a massive step up from maiden to Open Company, and then stall 20 to go with it. Really, really big ass. But clearly comes here at the top of his game, Marcel. So could finish midfield. Might do even a little bit better than that, but it would be a massive shock if Marcel turned out to be good enough to win this.
Okay, I think it's fair to say that pretty much everything is in need of a run when you're coming back from a long return. Sorry, did you want to?
We mentioned Flywing looked well. We didn't really mention his form. He ran very well. He was a winner on debut, despite playing up really badly in the prelims. I remember that. He looked fairly flighty next time as well. But he was 3rd in that local Group 1 in January, which is a sort of a prep for the King Abdulaziz Cup. He's disappointed since then, it has to be said. Did run a little bit better, went 5th last time out behind Euroa. Still a long way below his best, but he didn't look very well before that. He didn't take the eye in the prelims. He'd been very, very well beaten on his previous start. He looks a different horse today in the prelims. He's behaving himself a little bit better despite getting on his toes, and he looks much better in his coat. He's a very light-coloured chestnut. They don't always take the eye, but he just looked in much better form than when we saw him last. So if there's a shock in this race, he's got the ability to cause it, despite the fact that he's not run very well recently.
Okay, what are we going with selection-wise?
I'm going to go with Azam Al Riyadh. There's a little bit of heart overhead there, but he's the best horse in the race. I'm just always slightly worried about one coming off this kind of layoff, but he was so good and so progressive last year that I can't be against him.
Yeah, I also want to highlight that pretty much everything is needing a run here. We saw that yesterday with Wootton Sun in the last, didn't we? But I am going to side with Azam Al Riyadh, as 2 of his victories have come when fresh. He won on debut at Taif last summer and first time out at Riyadh in December. He's a really good horse, 4 wins from 8 as a 3-year-old. Hopefully he is ready to roll. But I do need to mention Marcel. Big price, 66-1 is too big for Marcel. But I am with Azam Al Riyadh, as is Rory. Callum, it's over to you for the final word.
I thought you weren't going to mention old Marcel there, Mark Francis. He looked very good last time out. I think he's improving with age, and you're absolutely right. The price is ridiculous. I'm going to go with Flywing, maybe for a place play, really. I just think I've never seen him look so good in the prelims. You see him in the back of the shot, he's still jogging around. He does an awful lot, but usually he's absolutely awash with sweat, with the choke out, absolutely no control, and I just think he looks much better today. I don't think he wins this race, but I do think he places, still quite unexposed, only the 7th career start, looked good enough returning from a break last time out when 5th. I think he can build on that. Race fitness on side, looks much better in the parade ring. I'm your parade ring guy, and Flywing will be my horse. They started the loading process, so Anthony Ennis, it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. And the runners are beginning to go forward here. Jockey off the one, which is the favourite, I think, on the international markets. Azam Al Riyadh. Yeah, that's the one with the white face there. So, not sure what's happened down there. So hopefully nothing to worry about. This is the jockey. Not sure what's happened. The jockey has been taken to an ambulance. I didn't see any incident there, but Tariq Al Mansour may have picked up an injury, and the horse is not going to run, I'm hearing. So it's scratched. So Drama, the favourite, number 1, Azam Al Riyadh, who was around 13-8 international markets the last time I checked. You saw no sign of Tariq Al Mansour. He's got into the ambulance, actually, Tariq. Hopefully he's okay. Let's go back to the studio. So some late drama here, lads, with Azam Al Riyadh, a late scratch. I hope Tariq Al Mansour is okay.
Yeah, we did see a jockey down, Rory, didn't we? We didn't really want to guess who it was.
Yeah, I saw the backboard or the stretcher come out of the ambulance, so we knew there was some sort of issue. And there's a case of which horse had no jockey on board, and unfortunately, it's Azam Al Riyadh. So he'll take no part, and we'll have to find new selections.
Go on then. What do you like? Well,
I'm having made the point just before we went across that Flywing looks a lot better today than he has done in a while. I'm going to take a chance on Flywing. Hataba was also quite tempting for me. I wanted to be against Moela.
Okay, I'll go with Marcel at a huge price because why not? We haven't got a lot of time to go through the rest. Enzo, they are going in without the former market leader here.
Yeah, such a pity that, isn't it? Obviously, Tariq Al Mansour had some sort of spill there and taken off in the ambulance. The horse not going to run, Azam Al Riyadh, sadly. And that means that the international market favourite is now Moela, number 2. But, where are we going with Flywing, who Callum gave a good shout to as well. Flywing, number 11. Right, we've only got a couple to go in here, so they've loaded the others pretty quickly. We're down to 17 runners now in the absence of number 1, the late scratch, Azam Al Riyadh. 5 was the other non-runner, as well as 18. So just 17 to line up. Last few coming forward. That's the red cap there of Abdullah Al Saidi. He's riding Nazim Al Riyadh. Kawa Allah carries the second colours, the white cap. And still to go forward there, you can see number 20, Samsum. This is 14, Moutka is still to load. Naif Adanazi, who won our 3rd races on board. And Al Handawan is also still to go forward there, white, the red and blue. Red cap for Muhammad Al Habail. This has won once from 5 attempts. And still circling at the back, number 8, which is Aishq Baladi. And also 10. So 3 to go in still. In the absence now of 1, 5 and 18. Bringing forward number 8 now, Aishq Baladi. Going forward 2 is Samsum, and the last one coming in, Al Handawan. And we're just about ready for a start. So 17 runners now in, flag up, flag down, they're off. They've gone without number 1, Azam Al Riyadh, who had to be withdrawn at the start. One that was very slowly away there was Kawa Allah, who trails them early on. One that broke well towards the centre was Mountgar, and now being taken on and passed, in fact, by Marcel, who's got across from stall 20. No problem at all for Marcel. In the light blue and royal blue checks will lead up here to in second place Nazim Al Rayed, with racing in third Maltgar. Towards the outside, trying to come across Alhandawan. He's on a real fast forward move. Alhandawan is wide, but I think the horse to the inside, Marcel, will hold him out. In between them is Nassim Al Rayad. These three go on to Maltgar, who's racing back in fourth place. Moela, the favourite, is at about fifth or sixth at this stage, but making ground the white and greens. They race well down the far side, and now they're turning left-handed towards the side of the course here, and they're really trapping along as well. In the centre, the leader is now horse number 3, Nassim Al Rayad, has gone on. Nassim Al Rayad is out in front by a length. On the outside, giving chase Alhandawan. Ridden along is Marcel, now looks spent. As on the outside, Malka comes into fourth place. On the move is Moela. Starts to just side his way through the pack into about fourth place, and very much an improver, but work to do to catch this leader, which is Nassim Al Rayad, who's in front by a length, but now taken on by Malka. On the outside of Malka it is, who's got a real turn of foot to come and hit the front. So Malka going on for Naif Adanazi. The danger could be Moela, who's running on towards the outside from the back. Fell is staying on two in the turquoise right down the outside, but the leader's got a kick here, and that leader is Malka, who's up by 3 or 4 lengths entering the final 100 metres, and surely home for all money. It will be a double for Naif Adanazi because Malka is too good. Moela in second place, all tight, maybe just Moela from Fell. That's tight for second and third, and fourth it was Rida Al-Bari who did some good late work from the back of the pack. But it's Malka's race. Naif Adanazi won the third, he's now won the sixth. 14-year winner, Malka, who travelled about fourth or fifth, found plenty in the final 200 metres to go on and win. Close for second, Moela was getting tired, and Fell was trying to close him down. Look at that, he enjoyed that, didn't he, Nath? Calm down, he's saying to me behind. Look at that, I've won this easily. 1 minute 41.79 seconds, the winning time for number 14, Malka, waiting on the second to be confirmed. Close between Moela and Fell. It was Moela who got second, number 2. Third, number 4, Fell. 2 3/4 lengths the winning margin. 14, Malcolm the winner. 2, Moela was second. 4, Fell was third. It was number 17 who was fourth. The staying on Rida Al-Bari is going to go into my notebook. But it's Malka's race. In our 6, it's Naif Adanazi again.
We can see Malka coming in, making it 2 wins from his last 2 starts underneath Naif Al-Anazi, a man who is cooking on gas over the last 2 days. That's his 3rd winner in only 2 days. Well done to Naif and everyone involved. All thoughts with Tariq Al-Mansour. Now, what actually happened down at the track, he went to dismount to adjust his girth and his horse kicked him. He's been brought back in the ambulance. We're yet to find out whether he will be hospitalised, but that is the reason. So he got off his horse to adjust his girth, and the horse then struck out and kicked him. He has not been taken to hospital just yet. I will find out any extra information when I can. But with Tariq Al Mansour out of the race, Ain Al Riyadh out the race, her international market leader out the race. It all went to Malka and Naif Al Anazi, who again looks exceptionally regal above this horse, as all the connections have come in to enjoy this success. So make sure you get enough space as well. I think a little bit of a white stable influence as well as this one too. There's plenty of people who are often seen when a white stable runner wins here today as well. And let's take a look at this Malka, who's a big imposing type and was ridden with lots of confidence by Naif. Came there off the initial speed and got involved when the pace kind of fell away and won nicely. He's just given me the wink as well. He's pleased with that one. That was a good ride and a good win. Plenty of quality in behind. I saw Fell picking up some pieces late, staying on well. That's another improved effort from that horse as well. And Moela had really franked the form by finishing a strong second, I think, in the end. Yes, Moela second, Felfair third. So I think the form of the race can be well advertised there. With Felfair actually cutting through the field like a hot knife through butter at 1.2, which was really good to see, but they couldn't get anywhere near Malka, who got involved, looked in trouble, but ended up winning well. So we're going to get a word from Naif Al Anazi, our winning jockey too. He's just receiving congratulations from everybody. I'm sure connections are over the moon with that. He's just going to weigh in. I'll make sure I can get a good shot of the man. Make sure we can get a good shot of him. He's happy to. He's taken the saddle cloth off straight away. There you go. Naif knows what he's doing. Look at this. This is the man who's done this before, ridden plenty of winners. Probably the best beard. Probably the best beard in racing. I've said it before, but I think he has the best beard in racing. Still making sure someone's going to pick up his stuff. That's great to see. I got told it should be me that should be picking up his stuff now because I'm such a big fan. Naif Al Anazi.
Because you told
I know. Another win.
Yeah, thanks God, Calm. Today, this week, the 3 winners. I hope so, inshallah, more today winner for me and tomorrow. And I hope so, inshallah, this week is coming more better for all the jockey, all the trainer, all the owner. This week, starting the big cup for Mohammed bin Saud. I hope so, inshallah, tomorrow I have a good horse. I hope so, inshallah, win or do it perfect race.
You are riding right at the top of your game at the moment. You seem to be riding full of confidence. It must be great to be so happy on your horses.
Yeah, actually, Calm, I worked this horse before, but this horse 1 year from Taif, he didn't race. I told this trainer, I breathed for this horse. I told him he's very well, but he's not fitting 100%. Today more better, thanks God.
He's fit today, yeah, well done.
Come by step, and it's perfect horse. Thank you, bro.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
2 winners on the day for Naif Al Anazi, Tariq Al Mansour, who rode this horse to success on debut. We send our best regards, who took a nasty kick from Ezim Al Riyadh, who came out of the race and I would have thought would be certainly a live contender had he had run. He didn't. Malka has picked up the pieces. A maiden, a winner there, a winner now in open company, 2 from 2. I've got to say, what we see on the eye, Rory, this was pretty impressive and has handled the extra 200 metres very, very well indeed come the finish.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear them Naif.
Look at the celebration as well.
Yeah, well, he gives good value, doesn't he, Naif? He's not been among the winners much in recent weeks, but 3 winners in this set of races so far, with a day and a half to go. No surprise that he's celebrating, and he always gives a very good interview afterwards, doesn't he?
Wasn't getting too jiggy at this stage with Marcel from the extreme right. In about 5 seconds' time will be extreme left.
You'll see the winner got a really, really good start. And no speed on the inside really at all, apart from Nassim Al Araya. So Marcel was able to get across from very wide. Naif got a lovely seam into the race on Malka, our eventual winner. Yeah, was that Al Handawan who went up?
Yes.
Briefly out very wide to help press the pace.
And Naif is just pushing along here on the horse in fourth.
Yeah, he's got himself into a good position. The front 3 have gone very fast at this stage, and Naif's in the right position in fourth. But obviously, he's riding a very inexperienced horse, and when the 3 get away from him a little bit, horses like that can sort of drop the bit and stop chasing. So you just had to keep reminding him to go after them. And at this stage, although Nassim Al Araya is still in front, those horses who were on the pace are beginning to crack now, and Naif looks to be in a very good spot. Always going to win from this point, really, isn't he? Even though we didn't know an awful lot about this maiden winner, we didn't know exactly how high it could go. But he's clearly improved a lot. And they've said he wasn't 100% fit last time out. He's clearly benefited both from the run and from the step up and trip. And Moela's run a solid race in seconds, while not quite getting to the best of his form.
He's also been off a long while,
Yes.
Moela. I mean, that big race was the end of July, wasn't it? So I think it's definitely one to keep an eye on next time.
Yeah, should come on for the run, but wasn't quite seeing it out and was almost caught on the line by Felfel, our third, who's unfortunately about a stone inferior to him. Interesting to see that wide runners did okay there. Moela in stall 14, Felfel the third, who was finishing fast from stall 19. Your selection managed to lead them along from the widest draw.
As I say, we send our best wishes to Tariq Al Mansour as well. It's back to Callum. Who's he caught up with?
Thank you very much, team. Joined by Barbara on my left here. Naif Al-Anazi's biggest fan.
Al-Anazi, yes, he did a great job. Impressive.
Lovely to see you here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse in Riyadh. Firstly, where are you from?
From Slovakia, and I've been here with my Spanish friends, and we are supporting the Colombiano also.
Oh, so you're supporting Camilo Ospina?
Ospina, yes, Ospina, yes.
We saw him ride a winner earlier on today, and there's a massive cheer from the balcony. Are you all responsible for the
same group? Yes. And now enjoying Al-Anazi also winning.
Fantastic, yes, because they've both ridden 2 winners today. How are you finding being in Saudi Arabia, being in Riyadh?
Oh, this horse racing place is amazing, stunning place, definitely, and Riyadh is impressive.
It certainly is impressive. Now, we've had some racing to look forward to so far. We've seen lots of exciting horses. Where have you been viewing the racing from? Have you just been up in the balcony, or have you been down?
In the lounge. We were in the lounge club.
You can get into the lounge. I can't even get into the lounge, so well done for doing that.
Thank you. It was really nice.
Did you have plenty of good food?
Yes, amazing food, great experience, and beautiful weather, and the moon.
The moon is
amazing.
It certainly is. It's a wonderful setup. It's your first time coming to this racecourse?
First time in this racecourse, yes.
What's the racing scene like in Slovakia? I don't particularly know if it's strong.
It's not so impressive, but we also have the racing, but not like here, for sure.
And what we're going to do now, we're going to get your friends as well, because they threw you in front of the camera. So this gentleman here is entirely to blame. Look at him. He's blindly panicked. Sir, firstly, don't run away from me now, because I've seen you try to throw her under the bus. How are you? Are you having a good day?
I don't speak English.
You do. You speak perfect English. You speak. He's a liar. He's a liar. You do speak. You can't speak in Spanish because I don't speak any Spanish.
Speak Spanish? Okay.
Absolutely none. No, neither. But are you having a good day?
Yeah, we have a good day. Yeah, we enjoy the day here.
And Camilo Ospina is a very, very talented jockey, and you must be really excited to see him win 2 races.
Yeah, Ospina, his family is there.
We'll go and see his family afterwards.
Colombia.
Yes, and he talks a lot about his family, and he loves his family, and they've been so supportive of him being over here.
Yeah.
You looked at me there like yes. See, look. We'll go and talk to Camilla's family very, very soon, because they are here. So we'll grab a quick word with them as well. But the Camilo Ospina fan club is in full voice.
Yeah, I think you need to work on your Spanish skills, Callum. Anyway, let's move on to our next race, shall we? This is race number 7. It's due off at 6 p.m. Floodlights well and truly on now. 20 runners here as well. Heading by number 1, Al Rahawi for Adel Al Faradi. Number 2 is Al Zahu, ridden by Rayan Al Tawesh. 3, Ana Al Sayef for Victor Gutierrez. 4, Application is ridden by Abdullah Al Hussein. 5, Hal Hilaha is ridden by Rakan Alabay. Number 6, Here We Are, Abdullah Alorfi. Over the page to find 7, Maxabi for Mohamed Al Nefsi. 8 is Ma'atazem, Mohamed Al Habail. 9, Mahib Al Dareya for Mishari Alissa. 10, Motta Basil for Camilo Ospina, looking for the treble. That's the favourite currently as well, Motta Basil on the international markets. 11, Nassim Al Bar for Abdullah Al Rashid. 12 is Kamal Assoud, written by Fawaz Wanas. 13, Rashid over the page is Tariq Al Mansour. 14 is Saif Al Hijaz for Abdullah Al Kradis. 15 is Tho Al Nur, I think this is around second favourite in the markets, Naif Al Anazi. 16, Yesha for Muhammad Al Nasser. 17, Aitara Al Jabal, Osama Al Sharani. 18, Mabobat Rawabi, Khalid Al Mamoni is on board that one. 19 has been scratched. 20 is Histor for Abdullah Al Fairuz. And 21 is going to run as well. Khaled Alayez for Fahad Al Thuraydi. Scratch the other reserves. Take up 22, 23, 24. Also scratch 19. Let's go back to Mark and Rory, shall we?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Enzo. Just going to update you with the rider change on number 13. Tariq Al Mansour, of course, now dropped off 13. Rashid, we believe he's on his way to hospital, perhaps, but we'll try and get some more information from Callum. Ahmed Al Shirah has come in for the ride on number 13. Rashid, we have another hot pot here, Mr. Delagi, in the white stable colours. Motta Basil, second on debut. Camilo Ospina, 13-8. What's not to like?
I'll tell you what's not to like. Still 15, you could argue, is not to like. But as we were saying just before we handed over the last time, the wide draws did well in our previous race. So aside from that awkward draw, there's a lot to like about Motta Basil's chances. Well clear of the rest, but a good second to Murashid in a 1200 metre maiden here on last month's debut. Has been found a pretty weak race. And is bred to benefit from the step up to a mile, so it looks a blindingly obvious one. Murashid didn't run particularly well trying to follow up next time, and that wasn't the deepest maiden, but this is a pretty poor contest, all told. I think the top rated is 70. That's Thual Noor. With Naif Al-Nazi looking for a treble. But I'd have thought that Motta Basil is the type to improve markedly for that promising debut, particularly up and trip.
And they're next door to each other in the stalls.
Yes, indeed. So whatever issues Motta Basil has with stall 15, Thual Noor is one outside him.
Yeah, Thual Noor number 15, top rated, brings in a high level of form, albeit 9 months ago. Let's go to number 3, Anna Al Saif for Victor Gutierrez, the other side of Motta Basil in stall 14.
Yeah, disappointing last time out, Anna Al Saif, but he'd previously been running well in handicaps in the sort of 0 to 75, or thereabouts bracket. So 3 respectable efforts there, and I would say this maiden would represent a drop in class compared to those.
Let's go back to Callum in the parade ring.
Thanks, team. This is the first of the paddock eye catchers, horse number 4, Application, who is coming here looking for a win on the 11th start. You'd usually think a horse that's run 10 times already would be a horse I wouldn't be too intrigued to look at, but I'm got to admit, this horse looks incredibly well and really shining up in the coat and certainly taking my eye in this contest. If you're looking for a horse who showed plenty of fitness, this is one. Application, horse number 4, certainly one for the shortlist. Let's drop back to Moetta Zam, who's horse number 8 in your race card. This Dark Bay is certainly a gorgeous type. For me, look at the way he covers the ground. Absolutely eats up the turf, does horse number 8 here. It's certainly, for me, one of the ones you have to keep an eye on. Again, plenty exposed. Start number 7 for this runner. You'd be a little bit concerned, but in a race that is largely pretty weak, Moetta Zam certainly has to make the shortlist. Striding out really nicely, no concern for me. Looks well enough and certainly fit enough to do damage today. But we have to talk about the favourite. There is no doubt. We must go back to horse number 10, Motta Basil, the white stable runner here. Chestnut individual, steady. White stable runner here. Chestnut individual, absolutely drop dead gorgeous. A power-packed individual. Yes, he's tall. Yes, he's a bit long. He's clearly taken time to grow into that frame of his, but my goodness, now he has grown into that frame. He looks like a true monster here, this son of Commend. He's carrying himself well. He's eating up the ground. Camillo is on fire. This isn't the strongest race. He showed enough form last time to suggest he can win a race, and certainly he is the paddock pick for me.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Callum. We can see Motta Basil in action here with the green cap in second. It was under pressure a long way out, but still, Rory, a pretty pleasing debut.
Yeah, not shaping like a sprinter here. The winner had more speed, but you've got to love the way this one knuckled down and tried all the way to the line, pulling clear of the others. Motta Basil. And give Murashid a bit of a fright, given that the race looked over on the bend. Murashid has to pull out a little bit more. Wanders out a little bit. Motta Basil, when it gets tired, sort of drifts towards the rail, but the pair of them are a long way clear of the rest, and I think it's a player here.
And look at this. Look who's in front.
Good old Marcel
from the previous race. We've actually got Application in second, Al Rahawi in third, and just ahead of those in fourth, eventually, is Moetta Zam.
Yeah, so there's plenty of form to look at here. Motaz, you've mentioned in the green colours, just in front of those two at the second. But at the end, it's going to be Application who finishes second, finishing strongest off that trio, and Al Rahawi third. Not much between really the second, third, and fourth on that occasion. Marcel didn't exactly frank the form in our previous race, but showed the speed to lead in a much stronger contest. So that's given a bit of a boost to that. Neither of them are rated particularly highly, 60 and 58, but they're probably running, right to that form, if not a little bit better at the moment. So you can't rule either of them out.
Who would you be taking out of that race of those three?
I would probably say Al Rahawi, even though he wasn't finishing as strong as Application. Application's at 10 runs. Al Rahawi's just had the 5, so he's the one who's sort of least exposed of the trio if you're going to start splitting hairs, but there's not an awful lot between them, and I think sometimes the stronger finisher in a race like that is often just picking up the pieces if the others have been trying to beat the winner, and that's definitely what Al Rahawi was doing last time out. So I would just favour him of the trio that met last time.
Al Rahawi is fourth choice in the market at 7-1. We've got two horses both at 10-1. Mohib Al Duray number 9. But I want to get your thoughts on number 21, Rory. Carla Delays, who gets into the race and gets stall 1.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Third to Mulazem, beaten quite a long way. Mulazem was very impressive and had good experience before that. 2
Horse
starts
shot
back.
here.
Was far from disgrace when finishing 7th to Al-Kawakabi in an open last time out. This is a considerable drop in grade, and I think that gives this one a very good chance from stall 1.
Next story is number 17, Itarat Al Jabal. Pretty poor efforts the last few occasions, but capable.
Yeah, has run poorly on handicap company in Taif this season, which is a concern. She would have solid claims in the form she was showing this time last year. Placed twice in maidens. And running to a mark in the high 60s. That would be good enough to go very, very close here, but the recent form is disappointing. Worth pointing out that a lot of horses disappoint in Taif, who've shown their form in Riyadh, then bounce back when returned to this track, so that's a possibility, but a little bit of a question mark over current ability.
And number 13, Rashid, of course, no longer Tariq Al Mansour. Now Ahmed Al Shara has got bits and pieces of form.
Yeah, not from 9 so far. A couple of placed efforts. The last 2 haven't been so good. Has shown enough ability to win a maiden at his best, Rashid, but not progressing and unlikely to win here, even though they're, you can imagine a scenario where this will fall in. It's got the ability to win one, but I'm not sure it's got the application to do so.
Application, very good. Number 4 on the programme, Abdella Al Husseini. Anything else at a bigger price that we should mention? Possibly Maksabi, number 7.
What have I written for number 7? If I can actually get up my notes to see it.
Mohamed Al Nefsi's aboard, drawn in stall 7.
Yeah, again, similar sort of comments to the last one. I said occasionally shows that he has the ability to win a weak maiden, but it's inconsistent. And I almost wrote wildly inconsistent, but I settled with inconsistent in the end. Comes here off the back of one of his lesser references, poor run last time out.
But are we just expecting the favourite to be too good here?
I hope so. I hope so, because it's difficult to find one otherwise. Al Rahawi would probably be my second choice, but this race is screaming out for something to take control. There's a lot of samey horses in here, aren't there?
Well, it's interesting you say Al Rahawi, who was third behind Application. Al Rahawi 6-1, Application 16-1, and even Moa Tazim, who was fourth, is 20s.
Yeah, well, that's a fair point. As I said, you asked me who would I favour. I'm not looking at the betting. I would just favour Al Rahawi if I had to. But there's not much between them. So really, if you're following that form line, you might be better off with one of the other two at such big prices. But I'm going to go with Mota Basil. Very, very much hope that this son of command improves as expected for the step up and trip, and I think he might be a different class to this.
Yeah, I agree. Mota Basil, I think he's going to have to play his hand very early here. Camilo Ospina from stall 15. It will take a very good one to beat him. He's going to go forward. He should be more streetwise from his debut. Shaped like a mala there. He is going to be very tough to beat. So it's Mota Basil for myself and Rory Delagi. Callum Helliwell, are you with the market leader?
I'm with the market leader, and so does this big crowd on course. They seem to be very keen on the market leader too. The amount of people I've spoken to who keep saying Mota Basil, Mota Basil, Mota Basil is unbelievable. We've got Camilo family here as well, so I'm sure the roof will come off this place. if the horse for the White Stable comes through and takes victory here. Looking forward to this contest. I did think a couple of the horses that looked well were those who had plenty of runs under the belt, so it surprised me that Motta Basil was the one that really caught my eye. There were arguably, you couldn't really give much of a talk for many of them because most of them didn't look too brilliantly eye-catching. The 5, Rakan Al Abay's runner, Ha Hilala, is an interesting runner looks-wise, but the form is absolutely awful. You'd be stone away from that. A few of these have got strings and strings of bad performances. Moetazam will probably be the one I'd like as a horse to finish in behind. Motta Basil, the 8 horse coming out of stall 13. The draw isn't ideal, but had been running well enough at this level to suggest at this class might have every single chance. I saw Application, like I mentioned as well. That's got form in behind Marcel, who we just saw getting badly beaten but showing plenty of early speed in the last race. Again, I think Application could run a good race, looks very fit, looks happy and comfortable. Out of the rest of them, there wasn't too much that blew me away. I'm going to stick with Motta Basil here, lads. I'm quietly confident that a confident Camille Ospina can do the business today for this international market favourite. Talking about men full of confidence, Anthony Ennis, it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, looking forward to this one then. Big field of runners here. Going this mile. As you were saying, the hot favourite here, Motta Basil, number 10, comes out of stall 15. Floodlights well and truly on now as we are 6 p.m. local time, and it's a magnificent sight, the floodlit dirt track here at Riyadh, and the runners are loading up for this race. And Motta Basil, the international market favourite, looking to give the White Stable and Camille Ospina another winner on the card here in race number 7. Locally bred horses maiden is number 20 going in, Histor in red and black colours. Let me get a look at that one on the way down. Abdullah Al Fayruz riding. Going to go into stall 3 here. Tariq Al Mansour obviously wishing him our best. He's replaced by Ahmed Al Shra here on Rashid, number 13. Got about 7 to load. The purple there with the white stars, that's number 2, Al Zahu. Red with the yellow moon on the silks is Mababat Rawabi by Khalid Al Mamoni. We're down to the final couple then. Here we go. Big field of runners. 20 of them on the dirt, going a mile here. 1,600 metres. Locally bred maidens. I think it's just Al Zahu we're waiting on. Al Zahu goes in. And we're ready. And they're off. Gates fly open. They race away for our 7th race here at Riyadh. Most of them got off to a pretty decent start. A little bit slow to go was Here We Are, just off the pace. One that broke well was Al Zahu in the red headgear. Also up with the gallop towards the inside is Hal Hilaha. Another one that's prominent early on is Motta Basil, the well-fancied runner. The market leader is up there. Motta Basil is just about in front perhaps now. And going on here at this stage, also handy is Saif Al Hijaz as they go through the first couple of 100 metres. So Saif Al Hijaz is towards the inside. Wider out at the moment is Motta Basil. These two are first and second, with Al Zahu racing in 3rd place. A bit wider out is Moetazem in the green and gold colours. Just off the pace in the red and yellow is Mababat Rawabi as they race towards the halfway stage and past it. One that's making up ground is Here We Are up on the outside in the black with the gold braces. But up front now on the inside, the leader is Motta Basil, but now he's immediately being tackled by Moetazem. These two go at it as they head around the crown of the home turn. They're 3 lengths up now on Saif Al Hijaz, who's racing in 3rd. Al Rahawi's the horse on the move in the dark colours, going into 3rd place now. But the leader is the favourite as they hit the home turn. Motta Basil, Camille Ospina says, come on, let's go, win the race. And this horse starts to stride on. Motta Basil all of a sudden opens up here, goes 3 lengths clear in short time, under pressure towards the outside, trying to close is Al Rahawi, and does go into 2nd place, but the leader is still Motta Basil for the White Stable. Down to the final 200 metres, Motta Basil is pouring it on. He's now well clear of Al Rahawi, who's racing back in 2nd. Application is rallying through on the inside for 3rd, but it's all about Motta Basil. It's 3 on the day for the White Stable, and Camille Ospina again. Motta Basil to Al Rahawi 2nd. 3rd will be Application, and 4th, running on from a good bit back, was Khaled Alayez. Ospina gets his treble then. Well done to Montebasel. The vibes were right. What they a popular winner here for the Al Mushawar stable, who took the opening race as well. This was a good performance from this horse. Really like this effort. Montebasel, the son of Commend, has won well and looks a horse to follow, having broken the maiden. Second place, number 1, that ran well. Al Rahawi, best of the rest. Third, number 4, Application, can be won for the Saudi tracker. After that good effort in third place, Application. And that's the 1, 2, 3. Winning time 1 minute 42.03. 5 lengths, another big margin winner. 10 Montebasel the winner. 1 Al Rahawi was second. Third, number 4, Application. He has had quite a few goes, but that was a good effort. And fourth, number 21, Khaled Alayez. But it's Camillo Ospina's day. It's a treble completed by Montebasel.
A hugely popular winner for Camillo Ospina, and Talal Al-Shrayb has walked in behind me, and I always have to get him. Well done, 3 winners today.
Alhamdulillah, thanks God. Montebasel, alhamdulillah, he ran today very well. Second race in his life. The first race he finished second. Today, long distance, and alhamdulillah, he did it.
He loved going further, didn't he, today? You could see the more that Camillo pushed him, the better he got.
I think the style, Montebasel, he liked it. And hopefully, inshallah, he'll continue and improve. I hope, inshallah, he will be class 1, inshallah.
And Camillo Ospina is back with a treble today, a winner yesterday. You must be so happy to have him back from that suspension.
Camillo is part of our success, and his champion jockey. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Go and greet your horse. Thank you. Camillo Ospina just coming in to join us now, having ridden this absolute beast to victory here. This is Montebasel. Absolutely hacks in here, and we'll just make sure that Noah stays a little bit out of the way of the camera crews there. But Camillo Ospina, what more can be said about a man riding at the top of his game right now? Just full of confidence here. The horse has really responded to all his urgings. Stepping up in trip has clearly helped him, and hopefully he can build on this performance now. We'll grab a word with Camillo right away as soon as he comes off. He's coming in to get weighed in, and another time we get to see him. That's 3 winners today. Add that to a winner yesterday, and this is a man riding at the top of his game and full of confidence. And it was a hugely popular winner. We're going to wait for him to speak to the Prince to start with. No, go ahead. Absolutely fine. We can wait for this conversation to take place. It's far more important than talking to me. So we're just going to have a phone conversation. I think it's worth noting that from a performance perspective, seeing this horse really open up on the crown of the bend when Camillo asked him, and to see how much he found for pressure, suggests this horse has plenty more in the tank at this trip and maybe even beyond. A really good performance from a talented horse. And time to talk to he is a champion. We've heard it now from Talal. You are a champion, Camillo. Well done.
No, thank you very much. I'm very appreciative with Your Highness for me to be Abdul. Talal bin Sharain, they threw me and all the races. I'm very happy because my family is here, my friends, he support me, and I feel these people in the races, he's very good for me. And this horse is doing very good. Yeah, he ran first time, he finished second in 6 furlong. today he ran the mile. It's more comfortable for him. And he's doing good, he's working good, and today he ran very good.
And so many family and friends here today. It does feel like the Camillo fan club has turned out.
Yeah, you know, all time my wife and my daughter is with me, and my friends from Colombia, from Mexico, there are some people here today. And I feel very good because the people support me, and you feel this one in the race.
We've spoken to some of them already. They're from Slovakia, Spain, Colombia, Mexico. They're everywhere.
I think so, I don't know, but I know from Colombia, you know, my family in Colombia also. I have my friends, my brother. My brother, he likes the races, you know, and I feel good. I just say hi to my mom, my father in Colombia. I love.
And we know they're watching because they do watch the English channel to see you, so they'll be over the moon to hear that hello.
Yeah, thanks God, we come back strong, and thanks God, I ride very good horses, and I hope continue the same thing until finish, you know.
You're cutting into Adel Al-Faradi's lead, 4 winners this week already. Well done.
No, yeah, you know, Adil is very good jockey, and he rides very good horses, and Alex Moreno also, Mohamed Dahan, you know. This is the competition, you know, it's better for us, the many jockeys winner, and this is very good.
It's an exciting championship. We're looking forward to seeing how it goes on the rest of this season. Well done.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Thank you.
Say it, Rory. We're only in, the second week in November. He is not out of the Jockeys' Championship.
No, I agree. I mean,
he's got a long way to go, hasn't he?
He does, but there's a lot of racing.
There's a lot of racing.
He's got an extremely powerful stable who've been quiet in his absence, and who have got a lot of horses lined up for him to ride, and they will be very keen to support him in his bid to retain that championship. I think it'll be close.
Yeah, and importantly, he gets rides in the purebred Arabian races. Of course, he gets lots for the colours of Najib Al Zaman, as I throw my pen at you nearly.
Yeah.
So he's perfect in both codes really out here.
Yeah, that's the Afghan stable. Yeah, so he's got an awful lot of good rides to look forward to, and he's obviously, the one thing about having that kind of enforced break is that your hunger to ride winners can only get stronger in that absence. And he's come back riding as well as ever, which is good to see.
There was never a moment's doubt in this race.
To be honest, race is over at this stage.
Yeah.
It's based on what you believe about the one worry about this horse was, can he get across to a good position from a difficult draw, and immediately did, and that's, I don't want to say race over because we knew how good he was. We suspected he'll be a lot better than these. He, like a lot of white stable runners this season, made his debut at a trip that was going to be on the short side for him, shaped really well.
Yeah.
Looked like he would benefit from a longer trip. Got that today in probably a weaker race, and once he was able to hold a really good position, basically in front early on, he was always going to take an awful lot of stopping. Fair play to Moata Zemia, who made an effort.
The only one to go with him.
Those three who were behind Marcel last time have all run really well. He's ended up finishing out of the frame, but that's because he made a big effort to try to get on terms with the winner, and then faded later on, whereas the others
they've ready for second place.
Made their efforts later and have run through horses to get in the frame.
Yeah, Al Rahawi, we can see in the dark colours on the right. You'll see application just sneaking through on into shot. Moatazem is beaten at this point. They've clearly run for second place, but the winner's just far too good.
We can call it a forecast, can't we?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I can.
You can.
But I wasn't looking at the prices. If I was looking at the prices, I probably changed my mind slightly. I thought Al Rahawi was the one who might have a little bit more improvement from last time.
Yeah, definitely. We've got race 7 coming up shortly. Runners and riders pending. Let's go back to Callum Helliwell. Who has he found?
I told you there was a Camillo Ospina fan club today, and Antonio is probably the leading member of that fan club. Firstly, great to see him ride a treble now.
Yes, man, it was really nice how he won the race and everything, and here, trying to support him as much as we can, man.
I can't believe the amount of support that's come. We could hear you up in the balconies as soon as he crosses the line again today.
Yes, we tried to come, some friends, some were eating the buffet, we other ones came here just to support him. Following him since he got here to Saudi.
And did you know him before he came to Saudi, or did you only discover his success when he came to Saudi?
We met in Saudi 16 years ago.
Oh, wow.
When he got here. We got here like 6 months before him, and since then we've been following him.
Did you ever imagine that he would be as successful as he is now 16 years ago?
16 years ago, we were hoping, man. Now we are just saying thank you.
And whereabouts in Colombia are you from, and what brought you to Saudi Arabia?
I'm from the capital city, Bogota, and I came 16 years ago. I'm a dentist, so I'm here working as a dentist.
And I imagine if you're staying for 16 years, I imagine you feel like you've really enjoyed your time here in Saudi.
We've been enjoying our time here, man. We have our kids, our wife. Pretty nice, pretty nice. We are really grateful with the country.
Wonderful experience. And talk to me about sort of racing in Saudi Arabia and how you've seen it improve from 16 years ago to now, where we are one of the premier race courses in the world.
I know, we can hear they were pretty much local races. Then they started with these big cups and everything, and all people gathering around the races. It's been amazing how it's been changing.
Well, it's been amazing to take the time to speak to you and hear from you, a man who came to Saudi Arabia 16 years ago, still here now and still supporting your good friend, Camilo Ospina.
Hope to be a little bit longer and keep on supporting Camilo, man, and our friendship keep on growing.
Well, I'll let you know that the people who watch the English-speaking channel are all watching Camilo Ospina, because this man is on fire and his friends and family are supporting him as well. Anthony Ennis, take us through the runners and riders for the next.
Yeah, well done, and great to see the support for Camilo Ospina. Great to see our guys in the studio as well. Why not? Anyway, let's go on to the runners and riders for our next race. This is the Arabian runners. We've got 2 Arabian contests today. This is the first of them, race number 8, and it's the race due off at 6:30 over the mile. Here we go. Number 1 is Bin Altair for Abdullah Al Hussein. 2 is Orja Al Khaladia, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 3, Malzaman for Nawaf Al Fayrouz. 4 is Alanub, and this one is ridden by Muhammad Al Mazid. 5, Hashem for Sultan Al Mamoni. 6, Al Qasr for Jimmy Carrion. 7 is Emen Hamam for Abdullah Al Hamid. 8, Thaya Afbar, Abdullah Al Kradis. 9, Awamir is ridden by Hamza Saad. 10, Hamas Al Khaladia, I think is around second favourite in the international markets, Abdullah Al Lawfi. 11 is Umran for the rider there, Abdullah Al Khamis. 12, Jasim Afbar is ridden by Osama Al Sharani. Moving on to 13, Talal Al Khaladia, who I think is the favourite for rider Muhammad Al Nassar. And 14, Saab Athbar for Rakan Al Abaid. Back to the guys in the studio. That's Mark and Rory.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Enzo. Spot on. This is race 8, I should say, race 8, which is the first of 2 purebred Arabian races. It is a handicap for horses rated between 90 and 75, and we have the full quota here. We have Bin Altair at the top of the handicap, rated 90, and right down the bottom we have Saab Athbar, rated 75. The market reads as follows. Tala Al Khaladia is the 130 favourite. In the colours of Prince Khalid bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz, that's the inverted V. Meanwhile, Hamas Al Khaladia in the Al Khaladia stable colours, that is the black V on white for Abdullah Al Lawfi. Those 2 dominate the top of the market. Malzaman 11-2 is third choice, that is number 3. Orja Al Khaladia number 2 is 7-1, the same price about Ala Nubrad, who is number 4. Hashem in the Juju colours, who scored here last week, is at 8-1. Umran in new colours, also the same price, that's number 11, 8-1 and 10-1, and bigger the remainder. The Al Khaladia names dominating the market here, Rory. We should start with the market leader, which is number 13, Tala Al Khaladia, right at the top, 130 favourite.
Hasn't been staying further. Been tried over 2,000 metres and not really been getting home. Talal Al Khaladia. 1 from 14 strike rate is a little not what we expect from the better Al Khaladia horses, and has 5 lengths to find with Umran from the latter's victory at Taif in September. Drop and trip's a big plus from here though, and is definitely a player. Whether I go as short as 130 is another matter there.
It's got Adel Al Faradi in the saddle. Hamas Al Khaladia does carry the colours of Neighbourhood Lack and Al Khaladia stables. Abdullah Al Lawfi still pretty unexposed.
Yeah, I much prefer Hamas Al Khaladia of those at the head of the market. I saw him here last season. He ran very well in his debut, then followed up next time in I think straight into handicap after one
I think
run.
it was.
He then had a stiff enough task on his final start. Disappointed once in Taif this summer, but I'm going to I'm going to suggest that he's not a type horse at all. And given the form they showed last season and the fact that he's open to improvement, I think he will pick up the progressive thread again here. And I think a Marco Vieri shouldn't be beyond him.
The biggest concern, I guess, would be the draw in 14. Through to the left of that one is Mal Zaman, number 3, 11 to 2 for North Al Farouz. Remains a maiden after 7 starts, but was at second last time.
Yeah, that's probably the career best effort from Mal Zaman, was second over 1,200 metres at Taif last time out. Whether that justifies a Marco Vieri 9 is another matter, but reasonably lightly raced compared to most of these. A lot of these have had 20 or more runs. He's only had the 7, so the only horse who's less exposed than him is Harmas Al Khalidi, who's the selection, and you can't be too negative about a horse with Mal Zaman's profile. For all, you'd be inclined to put him in 4 or 5 pounds lower in the weights based on the balance of his form.
We'll go back to Callum shortly, but a quick word on the mare, number 2, Orja Al Khalidi, 1 win from 12.
Yeah, Orja Al Khalidi was 1 pace last time, finishing 3rd over 1,600 metres. Best form today has been at Taif, so needs to prove that she can do it here. But she's a player on her best form. She's got a touch of class compared to a few of these.
This is Orja Al Khalidi going on to Mal Zaman. I know that Callum can see both of those.
Thank you very much, Mark. I can see you in the studio as well. Let's start with horse number 2, Orja Al Khalidi. Typical of the Al Khalidi type here. Looks very nice. This is that by Jaloud Al Khalidi. So you'll see with the bay colouring, definitely not a lace Al Khalidi runner here. Well put together, lovely flat back, very thoroughbred looking if I'm being totally honest, and certainly makes the shortlist. Hasn't got a great walk, but that's no surprise with these purebred Arabians. Certainly one to watch. Let's go back to horse number 7. This is the first of the Al Khalidi that I thought was worth a look that isn't an actual Al Khalidi. Horse number 7, this is Haman. Hanam, as we're all just stacked up a little bit on the queues, we had to wait for horse number 5 to just do his business. But horse number 7 here, this is Haman, who's coming towards us now. Looks really well in the coat, I thought, and although doesn't have the best of walks, quite a staccato action, certainly a well put together individual. The short back, you'll see how high the hip flexors are. Everybody's stopping at the moment, aren't we? We'll see how high the hip is and how high the withers are as well. Very flat, good to see. Certainly one that caught my eye. We'll go back here. We've got jockeys already on. Let's take a look at horse number 9, Our Mare, who just comes towards us now. Absolutely gorgeous. This is Our Mare, really, really striking liver chestnut, a horse I'm really keen to look at. Absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely packed out around here because all the jockeys are already on board, ready to shoot out. Our Mare certainly makes the cut. Horse number 10 in behind is Hamras Al Khalidi. Let's look at the horse in behind, Mustafa. Horse number 10. Another one coming out as well. This was another one with an eye catcher, probably not as much as Our Mare. Just make sure everybody stays safe because it's all very busy down here. And finally, we'll shuffle back to the horse number 13, Tala Al Khalidi, who we're seeing in shot now. Probably not the best from a physical standpoint, and others impressed me more. Guys, to be honest, Our Mare is the paddock pick for me. Horse number 9.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Callum. We should speak about one or two more, including Ala Nubrad, who we can see in winning form, Rory, who scored for the 4th time over slightly less last time.
Yeah, arguably Ala Nubrad's best form has come at 1,400 metres, winning a maiden here over that trip last season, and seen here in winning action in a 1,400 metre handicap just before we arrived here, the 18th of October last month. That was a 0 to 85. So only a slightly lesser contest than this. There aren't many in this who are rated higher than 85, and this was an impressive performance. The question is, does Ala Nubrad really want a mile? Showed an impressive turn of foot to win the race, but I'm not sure you want to see it stretching out for another furlong. But still has to be a player here, coming here in such good form.
Indeed. And was that Hashem finishing in second there?
You may well be right, yeah. 2 seconds in a row now for Hashem. Who's running into a little bit of form at the moment. As you said, we saw Juju win in these colours the other day. Form has actually worked out already as well. So, beaten 3 lengths there, as it was in its previous start, giving the impression, unlike Ala Nubrad, that the longer trip here, the 1,600 metres, might just be what Hashem really wants. So, capable of turning the tables. Stall 4 is a good one as well, and we see Hashim come past us now looking well.
Yeah, second in 2 starts here in the capital, 1,400 metres behind Al Nubrad, as we just saw, and then subsequently second behind Muazzez Al Kaladir over 1,600 metres. Let's talk about Umran, who I know recently has changed ownership. This is number 11. Is a 6-time winner in the career, a 7-year-old now.
Yeah, probably not the force of old. Umran, 6 wins from 34 starts is a pretty good strike rate in this grade. Has dropped to a mark of 78, which he should be competitive of. His most recent win came in a slightly lower grade handicap, not to 80 in Taif, but has run well in defeat on his last couple of starts. And new connections will be hoping to strike at the first time of asking with him.
And a word on the top horse, Bin Altair, for the champion apprentice, Abdullah Al Hussein, who rode around 10 winners in Arabian races back in Taif. Bin Altair looked on the larger side to be in the parade ring. What was your assessment?
Yeah, is definitely capable of winning a race like this, and is officially, according to the handicapper, the class act in the race. It hasn't really shown the best of his form here. Maybe not quite the force of old at the age of 7, and not been running to his mark in recent starts, but could bounce back. It does have a bit of back class that you sometimes look for in handicaps, but not enormously appealing on recent evidence. And
there's one more I want to highlight, number 8, Thea Afbar, who will be doing his best work towards the finish. Normally runs on too late, 16-1 today for Abdullah Al Kredis.
Yeah, is a strong finisher, Thea Rathba. Ideally would like a little bit further than the 1,600 metres, but if he gets a really strong pace to run out, then that could help bring his stamina into play. Lightly raced for his age, 13 runs for a 7-year-old, but he does want the race to fall apart a little bit for him to pick up the pieces later on.
Alcázar is number 6, Jimmy Carrion. Certainly could do with the winner.
No spring chicken, 10-year-old now. Another one who's won 6 times, but the recent efforts from Alcázar suggest he isn't as good as he was. The handicapper's giving him a chance, dropping him to 83, but he needs to run better than he has been recently to take advantage of that.
Anything else we should mention?
No, again, you can never rule anything out in these races, but it was the usual much of a muchness, I thought, in this handicap, where nothing massively stood out, and I was inclined to take a chance on Harmas Al Kaladir, just on the basis that he might be able to get back on a progressive streak again, having impressed in 2 runs here last year. As I said, not done too well in his last 2 starts, but I'm inclined to write off that run in Taif, and hopefully he can run better here. If he isn't going to win, then I'm struggling a little bit. There's about 8 horses with a similar sort of chance in behind him.
Okay, I did like Harmas Al Kaladir, but I'll be interesting and go different. I'll go with Tala Al Kaladir just for the sake of going for something different. That's the filly, number 13, running in the colours of Prince Khalid bin Sultan.
You're thinking like me here. It's a dangerous way to do things.
You know what I'm going to say after the race?
Yes.
I should have backed number 10 and kept my lead, but no, I'll be interesting. Still 6 as well as a positive, as is Adel Al Faradi, of course, who is due a winner today, it's fair to say.
Yeah, well, our producer keeps saying he never goes a day without a winner, and the theory is there that the longer the day goes on without him having a winner, the more likely he is to pop up at the end of the card.
He should be sat here, really, shouldn't he? With comments like that.
Well, he knows it all, doesn't he?
Great producer is our Greg, sat in a different box, pressing all the buttons. Rory, what are we going with here then in race 8? Just confirming your selection.
Harmas Al Kaladir.
Harmas Al Kaladir, number 10 for Mr. Delagi. It's Tala Al Kaladir, the 4-year-old filly for myself, and Adel Al Faradi, who is due a winner coming from stall number 6. Callum, we'll get to you in just a second. Just confirming that Tala Al Kaladir is my selection, number 13. Harmas Al Kaladir for Rory, the 10. Callum, over to you.
Even going with the 9, Our Mere. Purely a paddock-based selection. Looks really, really fit, strong. I'm a sucker for a liver chestnut, and Our Mere ticks all my boxes. So Our Mere will be the play for me in this race. I don't think we've got much of a chance. Hamza Saad does take a kilo off, but he's been an apprentice jockey for nearly 2 years. So I'm not too excited about the jockey booking. Hamas Al Kaladir and Tala Al Kaladir both have chances. I thought the best looking Al Kaladir was Orja Al Kaladir, to be honest. The one that really caught my eye in the parade ring with Orja Al Kaladir made the shortlist. Keep an eye out for Hammam as well. Horse number 7 looked really well, looking good in the coat. Gets a 3 kilo apprentice jockey on. My only concern with that would be that in the apprentice jockeys tend to get left behind a bit in these purebred Arabian races. It's all about momentum, and often you can find yourself a little bit behind the speed, and then a lot of them will spit the dummy out. Awful lot of these horses need to dominate, and obviously we've got a field of 14 runners. They can't all dominate, and the back 7 will quickly detach before we really get going. It's highly unlikely that we'll see a field of 10 turn into the straight all battling for a chance. It's more than likely to be 2 or 3. And if you wanted an Al Khaladir that the boys hadn't picked, I think Orja Al Khaladir certainly was the pick for me in the paddock. The other ones that we have seen plenty of are the likes of Alan Nude, seems to run every week but comes here off the back of a win, so Alan Nude certainly in a decent frame of mind. Saya Atbar as well, with a horse that was certainly worth a look. With Abdullah Al Kradis, he won't be on a 1 kilo claim for long. He tends to chuck in a winner every week, so he's worth keeping an eye on. Umran, we mentioned the change of ownership. Interesting change of ownership at this stage. You think they got to the bottom of Umran, but dropping to an interesting mark, having finished 3rd last time. Tala Al Khaladir, probably the least taking of the, certainly not a paddock negative, I want to make that very clear, not a paddock negative at all, Tala Al Khaladir, but probably the least taking of those Al Khaladir runners. Adel Al Faradi, like we said, still looking for his first winner, but they're loading, and all eyes will be on our Mir for me. The boys like Harmath Al Khaladir and Tala Al Khaladir. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, our Mia, the one you like, number 9, is about to slide forward. That will leave just Hashem to go in. And then we'll be set. Confirm there's a rider change we're hearing now on 13, Muhammad Al Nassar. Okay, we're almost ready here. Hashem still to go forward. And in fact, 10's backed away. Hamas Al Khaladir, Rory's fancy. Just confirming Muhammad Al Nassar is now riding the 13 here rather than Adel Al Faradi, so that's a change. We're getting set, aren't we? 5 in. Arabian Bread's going a mile, 1600 metres for our 6:30 race. Here we go. And they're off. A couple got really good starts there. One of those towards the inside. Number 9 broke well. Our Mia, that's going to lead up in the black colours. Our Mia heads onto the main track in front by a length. They go, and we've lost a rider actually. It's Malzaman who's unseated the rider somewhere out of the stalls. Number 3 is out of the contest. Malzaman, jockey straight to his feet now off Al Fairuz. And the runners make their way down the far side. One of the greys is out in front here, and that is Hashem. Hashem, number 5, is up there in the gold and red colours to lead up now to Awamir, who's racing in second on the inside. A little bit wider out to find Hamas Al Khaladir, who's racing fairly prominently up on the outside. Another one that's handy is Jcsa Athbar in the kind of turquoise colours. Just off the pace in the white and red is horse number 7. That's MN Hammam as they make the run towards the crown of the home turn here. They're not hanging about. The leader trying to kick on a bit here. And that leader in the gold and red colours is Hashem, number 5 in front. Hashem is the leader. So on the inside giving chase is Awamir in the black and gold. Racing in 3rd place then is Hamas Al Khaladir, gets a reminder with the white cap. Red and white in 4th is Al Qaza as they make the turn into the home straight towards the outside. Beginning to pick up now is Tala Al Khaladir in the black and white, but a bit to do to catch this leader, who's got about a 5-length buffer as they turn for home with about 350 metres left to go. He's not home yet though. Hashem in front though by 3 lengths at this stage, giving chase Al Qaza in 2nd place. One that's winding up for a run is Al-Anub towards the outside in the blue blinkers, come from a long way back. The leader, though, is still Hashem. 200 metres to go. Also running on towards the inside is Thayer Athbar from a mile off the pace. Look at this one go. Despite the tail flashing, Thayer Athbar with a rail to help is bursting through, hits the front and is now going on to score. Thayer Athbar from well off the pace, digging down deep to hold on to Hashem in 2nd place. And Al Qaza in behind them, and they were clear of the others. That changed, didn't it, up the home straight. Thayer Athbar hit the front, then tried to pull up, I think, but wins. Abdullah Al Kradis, the Nasib stable. Thayer Athbar, number 8, is your winner. And gets the better of Hashem, who was up there throughout the grade. Probably deserved to win Hashem, but finds one too good under Sultan Al Mamoni. Yeah, look, he goes to the front, and then the ears go up, and he thinks, that's it, I've done enough. Thayer Athbar tries to pull himself up, but he manages to hang on. 8th the winner. Thea Athbar gets that victory in our 8th race here. See, he was coming back at them again. And Hashem is just about second. Alcázar in the red and white be third. And 4th was number 4, but a massive move around the turn. Noobed, but couldn't keep it up in the end. 8th the winner. Winning time, 1 minute 51.94 seconds. Thea Athbar, 8 is your winner. Second will be Hashem, number 5. Beaten half a length in the outside winning margin, so 8.56. I'm expecting 4 to be 4th. So Thea Athbar, the winner, number 8. Second, number 5, Hashem. Third, number 6, Alcázar. And 4th was number 4, Noobed. And that's the result, half a length. It was Thea Athbar who got that rail run, timed it right, held on to score by a half length.
Thea Athbar, British-bred purebred Arabian, lands at race number 8 underneath Abdullah Al Credis. I did say before that Abdullah is a... It's got flash by the camera there. We did say Abdullah Al Credis is a jockey that always chips in with a winner every week. The trainers just kept making sure to get in the photo. Lovely scenes here. A purebred Arabian who's been banging on the door without winning recently, but has got the head in front in an absolutely thrilling finish. In a race after I said nothing's going to get involved if they're not involved at the turn. Everything got involved after being involved on the turn. So with a cracking finish here, Thea Athbar is your winner. Abdullah Al Credis doing the steering, like we mentioned, a 1 kilo claim, but he's always chipping in with the winners. Probably not the most fashionable of riders and not the most fashionable of apprentice jockeys. Others are preferred. But he knows how to get a horse home in front, does Abdullah, and he's done it again aboard Thea Athbar. We'll find out how much English Abdullah wants to speak. I don't imagine it's too much, but he's giving me a big smile anyway. So we will find out. We're just going to wait to make sure. He's not given the saddle cloth. He's not given the saddle cloth. Will that be enough? Yep. He needed to drop the saddle. Oh. Is he on? Is he okay? The saddle cloth needed to drop. I tried to tell him. I tried to warn him. The saddle cloth needed to go. Here we go now. Now we're flying. Look at that. Easy as this. He's going to try and run away from me now. I can see it in his eyes. He's already tried to do a runner. Congratulations, Abdullah. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
A very good ride on the inside.
Very good, very good. Good horse, very good.
And you are a good jockey as well. A very talented jockey. Very well done.
Well done, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Shukran.
Thank you, shukran.
Yeah, better English than we thought from Abdullah Al Credis, who claims 1 kilo and has gone on to win here. We said before the race that Thea Athbar needed a real pace collapse. Just look at the way that Abdullah Al Credis has finessed Thea Athbar through towards the inside. Horse with the red headgear has run on pretty well in the day. The cameraman didn't really know who was going to win. Noobed picking up down the wide outside, but over towards the far side you can see Thea Athbar, who Callum highlighted, bred in Britain, has come here to deliver victory number 2 with Hashem back in second place. Thea Athbar needed that pace collapse, Rory. He got that. It's a very weak handicap, to be fair, in reflection.
Yeah, the first fun and games we had was Malzaman unseated the rider coming out of the stalls. That was Nawaf Al-Fayruz
up to his feet, okay.
I think that might have been a bit of naughtiness on the part of the horse rather than an attack issue. And then we had quite a strong pace after that, which didn't hold up through the contest. We had speed up. Well, Hashem actually did pretty well. He got to the front, which was a bit of a question beforehand. I know that you'd noted that this had a decent chance, but it needed to show a bit of speed from stall 4 to get a good position. Showed the speed to lead and set them a merry dance for a long way. And has still ended up finishing second in the end. So you can't say they've gone too fast, but a few of those who were chasing the pace weren't able to see it out, and we saw the winner and the third coming from a fair bit further off the pace. There's not an awful lot happening here. I was very disappointed with my selection, Harmas Al Khalidi, and neither of the Al Khalidi horses who were at the head of the market really covered themselves in glory, but Harmas Al Khalidi was up there early and then came under pressure around the turn and dropped away very disappointingly. It looked briefly like your selection, Talal Al Khalidi, was going to come into it after that, but he didn't really see his race out. And having said that, Thearath has come from a fair way off the pace. You begin to see him finishing now. Briefly, he gets up on the rail there to win narrowly, and as we heard from Enzo in commentary, he looked like he was going to go on and win by a length or two at this stage, but the second he gets his head in front, he puts his ears in idles. The challenge of the of Alanubes, rather, as you suggested beforehand, rather petered out. That looked like a big challenge from the rear of the field on the outside, but again, she gave the impression that she's probably best at a furlong less with her challenge petering out, and Alcácer just kept on best of the others to grab third in the line.
Indeed, Thea Athbar is the winner. I'm not really a fan of jockeys that looking behind her then go on to not win, and that's the case for Sultan Al Mamoni on Hashim.
No, particularly any jockey who looks between their legs, is a massive, massive no-no for me. I'm not entirely sure what it is you're meant to see when you do that, but whatever it is, it's upside down.
I was literally going to say it's going to add more problems than what you really require if you're looking through your legs upside down. I'd spend about 5-6 seconds probably thinking about, what have I just seen? Just look forward, ride your race. You can look behind as soon as you pass the winning post.
I don't know whether it's based on watching jockeys like Paul Carberry do that sort of thing, but apparently there's a university study carried out a couple of years ago which proves that if you look at things between your legs, they don't look the same size as they would do if you were looking at them normally. So
yeah, I agree.
And they're upside down.
Anyway, it's back to the thoroughbred racing. We can leave behind the purebred Arabians just for a moment. Back to thoroughbreds. It's fillies and mares handicap 0 to 85. We're up to 9 furlongs here, Enzo.
Yeah, we are indeed stretching out in trip, as you say, to the mile and a furlong, 1,800 metres for the girls. Fillies and mares. Number 1 is Thakati for Naif Al-Anazi. Number 2 is Pretty Flag, Mohammed Al-Daham. Lucky for the win on the card. 3, Daklat Noura, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 4, Red and Blue Candy, who's got the wide draw, stall 20 for Osama Al-Sharani. 5, Craft and Silk, Mohammed Al-Yami. 6 is Hexameter for Khalid Al-Mamoni. Sorry, Khalid Al-Azmi, I should say. 7 is out, so 8 is Ishtoppel for Muhammad Al-Nassar. 9 is Balain for Abdullah Al-Hussein. 10, Consoling, Alex Moreno. I think that's the favourite, Consoling, last time I checked. 11 is Evening Story for Ahmed Al-Azari. 12 is Namin for Adel Al-Furedi. 13, Paradise Row, Abdulaziz Al-Furedi. 14, Sana Noura, Selman Al-Rashid. 15, Simt for Fawaz Wana. 16, Desert Jewel, Abdullah Al-Qradis. 17, Juju for Rayan Al-Tawesh. 18, Clodovia for Ali Al-Mamoni. 19 is Bondok for Mohammed Al-Hubail. And there's one more. 20, Tatul Al-Gaib there for Abdullah Al-Khamis. So the big field of runners here. Take up 7, Hazard. Let's go back to the studio.
Yeah, spot on, Enzo. Consoling is the 7-2 market leader here, who has been well back today. Opened up at 6-1, went 4-1, now 7-2 at the top of the international markets. Daklat Noura, second choice at 11-2 for the Red Stable, looking to continue their good run recently. And Namin is third pick for Adel Al-Faredi at 6-1. Callum, let's go to you by the looks of things in the pre-parade ring.
Thank you very much, team. Here's your favourite, and I'd be slightly concerned about just how keen she is. Now, she's got the visor on already. That's the black visor, so it will stay on. I mean, not the visor, the hood that she's got on at the moment, I should say. Not commonly seen here in Saudi Arabia, much more present in UK, European racing, but not commonly seen in Saudi. She is getting really above us, so you can just see how keen she is to get on with things, and we're only in the pre-parade ring. She still has to go through the parade ring and all the rigmarole of that. Her stablemate Estopel, or ownermate I should say Estopel, was really late being tacked up, just 2 horses in front, Estopel. She came out, she's a lot calmer. There's plenty of these fillies who look really, really well. Let's go back a couple. Let's go back to Paradise Row, horse number 13. She's in the same owners as Ceylon Silverbird. It's just coming past us now, so she looks absolutely magnificent. She'd really taken everything well. This stable turned out the horses remarkably well. We said the same thing about Ceylon Silverbird, looking in really good shape. She wasn't able to convert against the boys. This individual, she's coming against the girls here, Paradise Row, and you'd be thinking this 4-year-old could run a big race, because certainly looks well enough to do the business. Lads, they're going out into the parade ring. Come back to me and I'll give you a paddock eye catcher.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. The runners are now filtering through to the parade ring proper. We'll allow you to go take up your position there and update us with some further paddock positives and negatives. So a reminder of the market, Consoling, who was a negative in the pre-parade for Callum, 7-2. Daklat Noura, 11-2, drawn in stall 1 for the Red Stable, double seeking North Ahmadiani. Nermeen, number 12, is 6-1. Ahead of Pretty Flag, 8-1. Mohammed Aldaham, Thama Aldahani, wide draw today. Milena, 8-1. Evening Story, 8-1. Hexameter, 10-1. Juju, who won here last week, 11-1. Was 10s, Desert Jewel 12s, Thakati 14s with Simp, Red and Blue Candy 16-1, 20-1 Ishtopal, and the other 6 or 7 are all at 25-1. Barcraft and Silk, who is the biggest price at 28-1, who, Rory, you said was a little bit of a surprise being 28-1, Craft and Silk.
Well, not so much that it's a surprise. If you look at Craft and Silk's recent form, you'd struggle to make a case for her, but she does have a bit of class.
Look at some of the horses that have beaten her.
Yeah, so she's been running against some very good horses, and she's coming down the handicap as a result. She was rated 91 this time last year when she won a fillies 0-85 handicap, remarkably similar to this. So she's handicapped to win. I might even go for her in this race. She's not been in much form recently, but you can make excuses for her. She's always been a little bit in and out in her career. She's well bred. She's a master craftsman, a daughter of Silkwood, who won the Ribblesdale Stakes at Royal Ascot. So, she's got the pedigree. She's shown on numerous occasions she's capable of showing it, and she bounces back from bad runs. She was a winner here, as I said, in December last year. She then finished last but one behind Mazuna in her next start, and immediately bounced back to win an Open after that. So she's the kind of filly, or the mare now,
that could pop up.
When things aren't going her way, she just says, enough, I'm not having this, and she finishes nowhere. So she frequently finishes nowhere, but when she fancies it, when she's got a chance, she can be very game on the front. So I would give her chances here. I mean, this is the whole thing about these handicaps. We're often seeing horses running in open races they can't win because they're maybe 20 pounds inferior to the best horses in the race, and they don't always give their best. They don't simply run to their form in races they can't win. Some horses run above themselves in the face of a stiff task. Some horses want to dominate and end up running badly when they're just out of their comfort zone. But you throw them in the right race and you'll see a better performance. So it's a case of working out who's most likely to give the running here, and not easy to do.
Yeah, I don't think she'll be at the bottom of the market for long. From the bottom to the top, let's have a word on Consoling, number 10. What do we make of her recent performances in Taif?
Well, she's very solid in handicaps, is Consoling. Obviously, she got a bit of a negative from Callum in the parade ring, but she's been running into the same horse in her recent starts. Tamida, who's an improving mare, runner-up twice in handicaps behind Tamida in August, and then stepped up to the Taif Cup last time and finished 4th behind Tamida. So no chance of turning the tables. But back in a handicap, she's off a mark that she can be competitive off, and it's no surprise that she's very prominent in the market.
Number 3 is Daklat Noura, who was beaten by stablemate Mazuna last time, one of those who has fallen victim to Mazuna lately.
Yeah, well, Mazian is a mare who's running extremely well at the moment. She's got a rating in north of 100, so getting beaten by her is no shame for anything in this grade. So Dakla Nora is very well drawn. Nawafa Mudiani on board would be high on my shortlist as well.
Okay, we'll go through the rest very shortly. We can go back to Callum Helliwell in the parade ring. Callum, has Consoling calmed down yet?
Thank you very much, team. I'll give you an update on Consoling. The answer is no. Plain and simply, not calmed down at all. She's not quite. The edge has come off for a little bit, but she's not really calmed down. Pretty Flag is the horse we're looking at right now. She's a real big chunk thug of a mare, really. I like her behind. She's got a back like Beyonce, and she's got very little going on up front, but she's certainly a really good-looking mare from behind, and she walks out well and powerfully, and she's going for connections who have already had plenty of luck today. Let's go back to horse number 5. Rory mentioned Craft in Silk as perhaps his play in this race. Said she was handicapped to win this race, and well, she certainly looks like she could win because she's an absolute model of fitness. She's a very different type to Pretty Flag on paper, but if in the eye. But if you look at her coming towards you, she's long, she's lean, but she's got plenty of fitness. I'm sure, Rory, you'll be more than happy to see this. She looks in great shape, and it'd be no surprise if she was to win today. She's got a crop mane and a very, very long fringe. She's an interesting haircut, but certainly, hopefully, it won't stop her running well. She looks great, Rory. Certainly one to keep on the right side of. Let's go back to horse number 8. This is Estoppel. We saw this horse getting tacked up in the pre-parade ring, and she just looks so calm, and you can see that she's carried on that calmness all the way through to this. She's walking around with utter confidence. She covers the ground well. She almost glides around the parade ring. She's taking everything into her stride. You'd argue that she might be a bit too laid back here. She's carrying a bit of condition. She doesn't have as much fitness on show as some of the others, but she certainly makes the short list. Let's go back. Let's have a quick look at horse number 10. This is Consoling, who you mentioned hadn't really settled down any further. We'll be nice and quick with Consoling. Still dead keen, just curled up in an absolute... She's literally shaking. She is that on edge. I would be slightly concerned about her going down to the start. I think she's just burning up too much, but she might prove me absolutely wrong. But for me, she cannot be seen as a paddock positive. She's definitely a paddock negative. Let's go back a couple more. There's a few coming through, but Sail on Silver, Paradise Row, is coming towards us now. This is the one that caught our eye in the pre-parade ring. Paradise Row, no different in the parade ring. She's a big, leggy type of mare. I imagine she'll come on for this fitness-wise. I think there are others that are more further ahead than her when it comes to fitness, but I cannot deny she's walking around really, really well. And then we'll go back to one more in this field, horse number 14. We'll just have a quick look at horse number 14, Sana Nora, who we're just looking at now. This is the horse that looks red hot fit, ready to go, shining up well in the coach. But lads, I think I'm going to stick with horse number 2, Pretty Flag is going to be the play for me.
Good, Callum, because we can take a look at Pretty Flag, who once again reopposes Thakati. These are the two at the top of the race card, numbers 1 and 2. Rory, there was 4 lengths between them the last day. Between them was Maybury, who ran in the last race here yesterday, but gave the form a little bit of a knock.
Yeah, literally between them at this stage, I think, is Loch Durkee backs out of it, who's a horse who's raced in the 90s. This is the non-winners of 3. Yeah, the issue with this race is it looks good form if you look at the horses she beats into 3rd, 4th and 5th. Maybury was rated 70 coming into this race, so it ties the form down a little bit. Although Maybury might just have been flattered by coming late and wide, and therefore you can maybe take Maybury out of that and look at the form, which is pretty solid otherwise.
This is Datlat Noura, still won today and drops in distance.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she wants to drop the distance here. She came from a really, really impossible position here, but ran on strongly to pick up 3rd.
She is running on really well, to be fair.
Yeah, she does. She makes up a lot of ground. I mean, they're paddling a little bit in behind the front 2 here, but Daklat Noura, she's been running well in her last few starts. She's got a little bit of back class about her as well. Only won 1 from 16, though, for a mare with her ability. That's slightly disappointing, but she should be on the premises again from a very good draw.
Estoppel is a big price here. Mohamed Al Nasser, who had a really good day yesterday. This is number 8 on the programme. Any chances?
Well, I like Estoppel as a performer. Callum thinks that she's still going to need a run. She was disappointing on her reappearance in Taif in September, finishing way down the field in a handicap behind Play Actor. I thought she stepped up on that a fair bit when sixth to Mazuna last time out. And although she doesn't, I think she's just the type to carry a bit of condition about her. She's ex-Irish Estoppel. She wins in her turn. She's a bonny little, not that little actually, bonny chunky mare. And I thought 20 to 1 was tempting about her from stall 2. She seems to be running herself into form. Her mark is fair on balance. She's rated 78 now. She has been a little bit higher, but she's never really been much higher than sort of low 80s. But this is a mark that she can be placed off. Again, you imagine there might be something a little bit better handicapped than her in the race, but if she gets a clear run from stall 2, she could be in the money.
Let's rattle through sort of 5 or 6 still with a chance that are better prices than some of the others. Mullane, number 9, has bits and pieces of form here, 8 to 1.
Well, she's dropped in the weights after her last run, but she looks to have an excellent chance in a reasonably weak open race last time out, but ended up being beaten by one who was much lower rated than her. Now, it's possible that horse was showing massively improved form, but I thought Mullane was really well positioned the way that race won. I thought she was going to bounce back to form. She was a standout on the rating. She was well clear that day. So I would say this is a more competitive race, so she needs to step up. Her form figures read well enough, it has to be said, but I don't think a repeat of her latest second is going to be good enough to win a handicap, given the ratings of those around her last time.
Speaking of good form figures, Evening Story was the last time out winner, 8 to 1, all-weather winner. That was back in the UK. Can she handle the Saudi dirt?
Well, it's not easy to tell. Obviously, she showed her best form last time out, and bred by the Middlebrooks, who've had some very good horses in their time. This was a winner for Grant Shure.
Yep.
On her latest start. If she transfers that form across, then she's got a decent chance. It's always a little bit of a coin toss whether horses will be ready first time they come here. We've seen a few run very well. Paradise Row, who runs in this race, for example, who's out of form here and a bit of an outsider. That ran a really good race on its Saudi debut when unfancied last season. So some of them, depends whether they've been let down or not. You know, if you bring them over, turn them out, and then bring them back into training, sometimes they need time to acclimatise. But as we saw with a few like Wooden Sun last year, like Paradise Row last year, if you keep them on the go and turn them out, then they'll often stay in that vein of form they were in. But we don't really know what the training regime has been for horses like Evening Story, so it's a guess up how she runs. But she was largely progressive. She's got a good pedigree, and she's well drawn here in stall 4.
Hexameter is also a name we know from back home, number 6.
Yes, Hexameter is unraced here, but does have a decent pedigree for this. Another one running in the almond deal colours. Various members of the family have variations of these colours. One for Roger Varian over 2,400 metres. That was in Novice Company. Was that a Ripon?
It was. It was, yeah.
But it's been off since disappointing on handicap buy for Roger in October 2022. And when horses have been off for almost 2 years, it's a big worry for me. Decent pedigree by Ulysses. I got the impression that they were picking her races carefully back in the UK, and they went to a fairly weak novice to get her head in front. She'll stay further than this, so she might want a bit of a more of a test of stamina. But we'll see how she gets on, making her belated return.
And very quickly, the 3 at the bottom of the second page, 15 Simpt will be doing a lot of her best work late, like the winner in the previous race. Desert Jewel is away from open grade. And Juju, of course, we should mention, who ran here last week and won.
Yes, before that win of Juju's, this trio would be 52 runs and 1 win between them.
Good maths.
They're now 53 runs and 2 wins between them, because Juju won quite nicely last week, nipping up the inside to get through to win. This is a tougher task for her. A lot of these horses are rated 80 plus, you know, down to 12. And Juju, even after going up in the weights for that win last time out, is only a 69 rated filly. So I think this is going to be a fair bit harder for her. But again, you know, you might notice that a lot of horses who seem to struggle here, once they get their head in front, even if you can argue they don't need to improve to do that, they can then go on to show improved form. So that gives Juju some hope. And certainly, if it's about confidence, I think she would have got plenty of confidence from that win. It's very cheeky last time out.
Okay, what are we going to go with? We've covered pretty much the entire field. What's the Rory Delagi selection?
I'm going to go with Craft and Silk. I know she's a big price here, but I could go with one at a much shorter price. But I think there's a fair degree of guesswork with most of those at the head of the market anyway. And I know that Craft and Silk, as I said, she was a winner over course and distance in exactly the same grades around a year ago from a higher mark. So I know she's capable of doing it. She is inconsistent, but she looks well, and I will back her to bounce back.
Okay, that's the selection of Rory Delagi. I'm going to stick with number 2, Pretty Flag, Mohammed Al-Daham. Drawn wide, Thama Al-Dahani. Both of those have been in excellent form this season, and hopefully she can win again. She had a great campaign last term, and hopefully can make it back-to-back wins here today. We're around 3 minutes away from the scheduled off time of race number 9. Callum, the final word with you.
Thank you, team. I'm joining you on Pretty Flag, Mark. I just thought she looked absolutely gorgeous in parading. She's just a big, strong girl. She looked fantastic in behind. It looked like she could strengthen up a little bit in front. I'm not going to lie to you, but certainly was the play for me. Craft and Silk Rory, I've got nothing against that selection. I think it makes perfect sense and was backed up by how well she looked in the parade ring. And I don't mean well as in she was looking quite fat and healthy. She was looking rip-raw fit. And certainly looking forward to seeing how she goes in this contest because she's a nice type. The green stable runners are all very interesting. Stoppel for me was probably the pick of them, although I thought she was carrying a little bit of condition. I was really concerned about Consoling, who for me just looked a bag of nerves, and she'll probably surprise me now and absolutely bolt in, but I just couldn't have her. She was just way over the top and completely different to everything in the parade ring. She was just getting way over the top of herself. Juju comes there after that win last week as well. That was quite a sneaky victory last week, wasn't she? Scraping the pay all the way round, but she'd have a chance. And I did think I have to give a good mention to Paradise Row, who looked absolutely gorgeous in the parade ring too. A cracking contest here for these fillies and mares. I'm sticking with Mark with number 2, Pretty Flag. Anthony Ennis, they're already loading.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, looking forward to this one. It is a tough race to call, though, isn't it? Favourite, certainly short enough, Consoling. Alex Moreno riding that one out of stall 5. Good draw, though, I guess. Quite a few of these already in. Scratching number 7, Hazam. So we're going the 1,800 metres, 9 furlongs on the dirt for this handicap. Our 7 o'clock race is almost upon us here at Riyadh. Of course, we've still got 3 more to go after this one, so plenty more action to come tonight. Waiting for a stopple to go in. So Malane still to go for. It's a grey. A couple at the back there, 11 Evening Story, and 15 Simped, along with Daklat Nura, the ones we're waiting on now. So Stalls handlers just keeping an eye on a stopple there in 2. In goes Daklat Nura to 1. And the last one, Evening Story. Now is set. Ready? For race 9. 9 furlongs. And they're off. Jumped away. Milani got off to a great start towards the inside. Also breaking really well was Evening Story as they go through the first 100 metres. And Thakati, another one that absolutely flew out, is right up with a gallop as well. Thakati, Red and Blue Candy, very deep on the course with the white cap as they go through the first 200 metres or so towards the inside. Consoling, the favourite, got a great start, is right up there as well as they cover the first 300 metres. Now another one moving forward towards the outside, which is Tatul Al Game in the blue colours. So Tatul Al Game and Thakati, these two go on at the head of affairs, ahead of Red and Blue Candy, who's got the white cap racing in 3rd. Consoling is fairly handy, just racing one off the fence now with the red cap. Further back in the field to find Nameen, who's next, and then wider out in the white and green colours, Pretty Flag is not that far away, but deep on the course. That's being followed by Craft in Silk and the orange and blue at about 7th or 8th place on the outside of Milani on the inside. 2 or 3 lengths back then to find Hexameter, who's got a bit of work on from there. Also with work to do is a stop on in the green cap as they come around the crown of the home turn. One that's making smooth headway here in the orange colours. To go right up on the outside and come and hit the front is Paradise Row. Paradise Row it is now, has come forward to pick it up here for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. And Paradise Row in the orange is going on. Giving chase, though, Nameen in second is bang there too. And Nameen is coming to tackle Paradise Row. Back in third, Pretty Flag. Going into fourth place is Consoling as they come around the turn. 350 metres to go. New leader, Nameen, in the yellow and green on the outside, has now just gone on to Paradise Row, who's trying to fight back in second. They've pulled away from Pretty Flag in third place and Consoling in fourth. But up front, the leader is Nameen, is doing enough here at the moment for Adel Al Faradi. It's Nameen in front by about a half length, and Nameen is going to win this race. It's Nameen who wins it for Adel Al Faradi. Second place going to Paradise Row, and they were clear of Pretty Flag in third. Then came Consoling. So there we go. Good performance from number 12, Nameen, who does enough to win. And jockey gets the winner that he was looking for. Travelled well just off the pace, Nameen. And beats Paradise Row. Made a really early move around the home turn. Couldn't quite keep it up in second place, but still a good run. 1 minute 54.81 seconds. Number 12, the winner, Nameen. Lands our 9th race in the end. Second will be Paradise Row, number 13. Beaten a length of 3/4 at the line. Third, number 2, Pretty Flag, who ran a fair race in the end. And fourth, Consoling, the favourite, number 10. So it's 12, 13, 2 and 10. Nameen, Paradise Row, Pretty Flag, Consoling. Length of 3/4, winning time 1 minute 54.81.
Adel Al Faradi always has a winner. That's how he works. He's relentless. He's remorseless. And he sees Camille Ospina have 3 winners today, 1 winner yesterday. He says, no, 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 no. Don't worry, Camille. I'm still the top dog here in Saudi Arabia, and I'm still going to give you at least 1 winner per day. And he has done just that, guiding Nameen to victory here in this fillies and mares contest as well. A cracking race it was as well. A good performance from Paradise Row there in second. We will grab a word with a winning assistant trainer and owner of the filly. Saad, well done.
Thank you very much.
I keep talking to you at least once or twice a week because you, your brother and your father keep trading these winners.
Hopefully, like, everything's going too fine. Hopefully you're gonna see me every week.
Hopefully we will. Nameen, she's a lovely filly and she's yours.
She's mine, yeah. She's a very lovely filly. We brought her from the Dubai Breeze Up. She's giving too much. She's a good filly.
Now, the Dubai Breeze Up is an interesting sale because it's not something that a lot of our European viewers would know too much about. But is that a sale that you target a lot?
It's not that we target it a lot, but we were in Dubai and we saw the filly and she was so lovely. So we said we're gonna buy her no matter what.
And how much did she cost you?
You can check that.
Enough would be the word. But she's clearly repaying the faith you put into her. It must be lovely to see her win. And Adel Al Faradi, a jockey who needed a winner today, he's got it.
Adel Freddy is a champion jockey. Like no one can say anything other than that. And he ride here today very, very well. We just told him like what should he do, and he is gonna do the rest. He did his job, and we did our job. Thank God we won.
Well done. Congratulations. You've got a nice filly in your hand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, she really is a nice filly, Nameen. I feel like, Rory, you're not very happy with me. It's the only horse we pretty much
didn't talk about.
Didn't really give much of a, well, not even much of a chance to. We didn't really highlight it.
No, we didn't.
And now looking back at some of the form.
The first thing I said to you after we handed it was, oh, we didn't mention Nermeen. She was disappointing here last time. Otherwise, her profile is very positive. She's run into some good horses in Type this season,
including
finishing second to Nonsense, and Nonsense form keeps getting franked. She's also, her sole win to date over course and distance. This is a little bit of a specialist trip, the 1800 metres at Riyadh as well. And she was, aside from Hexameter, who we had big questions about in terms of her well-being, the least exposed filly in this race as well. And she's shown the requisite improvement here and travelled well from an early stage in the contest.
Adel's so cool, isn't he? He can be wherever in the race and he still produces the best possible performance that Nameen could have hoped for here. You can see in about 5th or 6th place. Doesn't need to be at the front, he could be at the back. Doesn't matter where he is, he can always get the best out of his mount.
Yeah, the thing I love about watching Adel and these overhead shots is wherever he is in the field, there always seems to be a bit of space in front of him.
Yeah, I knew what you were going to say.
Which is exactly what you want. You don't want to be crowded.
Keeping off the rail as well.
We do often talk about how important speed is here, and that's less true here than it is of a lot of dirt tracks, particularly in the States, where it's all speed. But it tends to suit horses who are able to get into a rhythm and maintain their speed, rather than horses who are held up for a turn of foot, like we tend to see on turf. But Adel is just tremendous at putting a horse in a position where he won't have he won't see that horse's stride checked. He'll be able to. He won't have to ask for a big effort mid-race. He always seems to be able to ride the race that he wants.
And he's not letting Mohammed Al-Daham come in either, is he?
No, he's not. He can see that happening and made sure that he didn't get squeezed out here. Has moved Nermeen forward at the crucial stage. We did briefly mention the runner-up, Paradise Row, in saying that she'd run very, very well here on her Saudi debut last year. And she's run pretty well again, but she had no answer to the late thrust of Nermeen, who's fully deserving of this win, and I'd say has a little bit in hand. These handicaps can be a little bit tricky, but you watch the replay of this race, and it's clear from an early stage that Nermeen is travelling really well. She is a lovely looking filly. I'll see if I can find out if we can see what she cost at the sales. Not all those sales will be. Yes, indeed.
There you go. Look at that figure.
The equivalent of, because it wouldn't have been in euros, 246,914 euros. So when we're told
still north of 200 grand.
Yeah, absolutely, and almost $1 million Saudi riyal. That's an awful lot of money. But as we heard from Saad in that interview, he said we wanted to get her up whatever cost. So plenty of money was spent on her, but she looks really promising. This is only a 0 to 85 handicap, but she's going to be better than that, I think.
Well, is she going to qualify for a 0 to 85 next time, do you think? Do you think she's going to be
She
higher?
might. I mean, again, if you rip this through Paradise Row, then she might end up going up £5 and then still qualify for this. I think they'll want to get her out of handicaps and into good open races again. And she had been running very well in Taif against good horses, but she's clearly well suited by this trip. And there are a lot of good races over the 1800 metres in Riyadh, so they'll be eyeing up some of those. But she's justified that price tag, hasn't she?
Indeed, Nameen has won race number 9 and finally a winner for Adel Al-Faredi. From a thoroughbred 0 to 85 to an Arabian 0 to 55. This is probably one of the toughest puzzles of the day, but Anthony Ennis can take us through the runners and riders ahead of race number 10.
I can do, Mark. Yes, as you say, Arabian runners, 9 furlongs, 1,800 metres. And number 1 is Aswan for jockey Abdullah Al-Kradis, who had a winner earlier on today. Number 2 is Gandalf de Pompadour, Rakan Al Abeid. 3, Gudamfar Al Bar for Ziad Al Jabri. 4 is Sahak, Mohammed Al Hubayl. 5, Jcsa Al Khaladia for Nawaf Al Fairuz. 6 is Taysir for Fawas Wanas. 7 is Seafort Al Mori, written by jockey Abdulali Al Hamid. 8 is Thahel Al Khaladia, Ayad Al Tarisi. 9 is Abalil Awam for Khalid Al Mimoni. 10 is Baghdad Hudar for Yasser Al-Bakawi. Scratch 11 to 12 is Al-Hassas for Osama Al-Sharani. 13, Aniz for Mohammed Al-Gharib. 14 over the page is KNZ Al-Daham for Rahid Al-Fayruz. 15, Tariq Al-Naif, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. And 16, Al-Maha Al-Jazra, written by Muhammad Al-Nassar now. Let's go across to Callum to find out what he's been up to.
Let's have a look at this 0-55 handicap for the purebred Arabians. First horse we'll take a peek at is horse number 6, Taysir. Very jig-joggy in the parade ring, but looks fit enough to do himself justice here. A good-looking individual, probably a bit too keen, but in a race where the quality is distinctly lacking in the way that some of these look, I'd have to put Taysir on my shortlist. Got a bit of length to him, a good neck and a good back end, so certainly one worth watch. Just getting a bit warm. You just look at the shoulder there, just getting a little bit warm by the girth as well, so that would be a slight concern. Let's go back one more to horse number 7. This is Fort Al Mori, who I really like. Just looks in really good nick today. Certainly plenty of fitness on side. A completely different type, very long. You could probably fit a family of 5 on the back of this one, but good poverty line on show. Light athletic type, covering the ground well. He's got a nice bounce to the walk, a bonny little individual, one to watch. We'll go back a few more here and have a look at horse number 9, who's just coming towards me now. This is an imposing horse. This is Abel Awam, who is just really taking everything into stride nicely. Getting a bit spooked out by the cameraman Nawaf, just getting a little bit close attention there, but we're okay here. Horse number 9, striding out nicely. This is a total different individual to what we normally see. This is a big, bold, strong type, and certainly very different to what we've just seen previously, but certainly another one you have to put on to the short list. Let's wrap it up with who we're looking at here. The final horse we'll take a peep at is horse number 15, who's coming towards us now in the green check colours with the green sleeve. This is Tariq Al-Naif, who I thought was probably the pick of these. Just look at this real bull of a type, just absolute power-packed individual. Strong neck, strong back end, good shoulder. Haven't seen this horse before. I'm willing to take a flyer on horse number 15.
Thanks very much indeed, Callum. Yes, we are 10 minutes away from the 10th race of the day, this 0-55 Arabian handicap, probably one of the toughest races to solve of the afternoon. As Enzo said in the Runners and Riders, we are once again racing over the Saudi Cup trip of 9 furlongs, 1,800 metres, 4-year-olds and upwards. We do have various winners here. We do have various maidens included too. The market speaks as follows. Asiwan, right at the top, 11-4 favourite for double-seeking Abdullah Al-Credis. Thahel Al-Khaladir, number 8, is 3-1 second choice, ahead of Fort Al-Mari, number 7, at 4-1. Al-Hassas, number 12 on the programme, is 11-2, followed by number 9, Ababil Awam at 8-1. Gandalf de Pompadour for Rakan El Abeid, that's number 2 on the race card. That is 10-1, and it is 16-1, and bigger the remainder. This is a really, really tough handicap to solve here, Rory. We've got 4 at the top of the ratings and the weights. That's numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and they go all the way down to number 16, Al-Maha Al-Jazra, off a mark of 45. So 10 kilos between them. Let's start at the top, where the market leader is Asiwan for Abdullah Al-Credis, who took the first purebred Arabian race of the day.
Yeah, and Asiwan has to have a decent chance here. He's a 4-time winner. Listen, I think the most interesting feature of this race, which is not surprising given the level of it, is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these are maidens.
Yeah.
And I've had plenty of chances to win races as a rule. 1 or 2 is fairly light race. Sahak, for example, has only had the 3 runs. But Aswan has won 4 races, which is pretty much 4 times as many as anything else in the field, bar Anis. Al-Hassas has won 2 as well. So Aswan, a little bit of a class act, if you can say that at 0-55 level, has won of a much higher mark. Was racing in 0-85s not that long ago. Hasn't looked particularly easy to win with of late, but the handicapper's given him a real chance, dropping all the way down to 55. And if he's ever going to win a race again, this should be it. Not the kind of profile you tend to fall over yourself for, but the chance is obvious enough on paper and hardly surprising that the market makes Aswan favourite based on the back class.
Let's go to number 2, Gandalf de Pompadour, who is 10-1 for Rakan Alabaid.
12 starts without a win is obviously a concern here. A few others with a similar sort of profile. Was coming off a layoff when running poorly last time out, but then is also coming off a another long break after that, which clearly can't increase your confidence. Potentially well handicapped off a mark of 55, but difficult to be confident about this one's chances.
Right down the bottom of page 1, numbers 7 and 8, Fort Al Mari and 8, Thahal Al Kaladia, 7 and 8 on the programme. Between them have run 29 times, achieved just 1 victory together. That belongs to Fort Al Mari, but they are solid in the international markets, 4-1 and 3-1.
Yeah, Fort Al Mari is hard to fancy on recent evidence. Those 3 duck eggs are very poor efforts, tailed off each time. Was a course and distance maiden winner in March last year, and that would give him a chance. Do you think he's back? I mean, you read his record, it's 1 win from 5 runs, and his win was only 4 runs ago. So you tend to think, well, I'd be more forgiving of that than the others. But the runs this season are awful. So I couldn't really be with Fort Al Mari at 4-1. Despite the fact that he's got stall 1 and he's got a fairly recent win in his card.
Okay, elsewhere, turning the page to number 12, Al Hassas, who again is another late closer if we see a real red-hot pace here. Al Hassas from stall 4, well drawn, 11-2, Osama Al Shirani.
Yeah, I mean, the form figures don't look particularly good for Al Hassas, no closer than 8th in his last 5 starts. But again, the handicapper's been kind, dropping this to 49. Most of his recent runs have been in tougher races than this. Can do some good late work, has won twice from 20 starts, and has that good draw. So from a handicapping perspective, makes more appeal than a few, despite the fairly moderate-looking recent form figures.
Also, speaking of moderate form figures, number 9, Ababil Awam, 8-1. We're really struggling to pick up anything, really, at a bigger price that could get involved.
Been running over longer trips recently, hasn't looked to stay, so dropping back to this trip, because I'd want it shorter than this. Not the price, the distance. I probably want this over 1,400 metres to support it, but it's only had the 6 runs, so there is at least some vague possibility of improvement. It doesn't look like it's likely to happen, but sometimes looking at the least exposed runners is the way forward in races like this.
Now I'm going to check with you. Is there anything that I've missed that we should discuss?
Well, we've only barely touched on Anise, who is a five-time winner.
Any of those here?
Yeah, that's the issue. The issue is the form here isn't particularly good. But so it's if you look at the card, it says 5 from 8, but that means 5 wins, 8 local runs. The 5 wins haven't actually come locally. Hasn't threatened in those 3 runs here. Maybe is an issue of acclimatizing, but he's a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to make a solid case for him and what he's shown here. But 49 is a fair bit lower than he was when he arrived, and we're struggling to latch on to anything really positive. I suppose you ideally want to look at reasonably young horses who are capable of improvement, but those that look capable of winning tend to look a bit long in the tooth, and those that are young enough to improve don't have profiles that suggest they're going to improve anytime soon. And that's why your 0-55 handicap tends to be just about your worst race. Tayseer also well drawn in stall 3, number 6. You see, there's a 1 on the form card there, but it does come a long time ago. It's about 4 years since Tayseer won that, and hasn't shown an awful lot since. If finding that old form is a decent chance, and with most of these horses finishing down the field, they're very rarely running against 0-55 animals. You'll actually see some of these horses running in open company and running against horses rated in the 90s or the 100s. We saw a maiden yesterday where the winner was rated 104. So most of the spots for horses of this ability are really hard to win from, and that's why you have these discouraging form figures. But throw them all together in a race like this, and 1 or 2 of them are bound to revive. Who's it going to be? Hopefully Aswan.
Well, you said if you're thinking of an improver, you want something young.
Yes.
Asuan, 9 years of age.
9 years of
Thahel
age,
Al
yeah.
Kaladir, 8 years of age. Fort Al Mari, 8 years of age. Al Hassas, 7 years of age. And you get to Ababil Awam on the profile of what you've just said, 5-year-old. There could possibly be some improvement in the 9.
Yeah, it's just that there's not an awful lot to dig from those recent runs, and I would say if I wanted to back Ababil Awam, I'd want it over a shorter trip than this. You're then looking at reasonably exposed sources. Baghdad Gouda we haven't mentioned. Hasn't been running well of late. Did run 1 or 2 good races when I was in Taif last year. We saw a fair bit of Baghdad Gouda. From what we've seen thus far, you'd say Baghdad Gouda might be more of a Taif horse, but all told, is a winner, has been placed, has only had 12 runs, all told, has the same sort of chances as a lot of these, and I'm struggling to be really positive. I didn't particularly like the bottom 3, but at least 2 of those are 4-year-olds who've had relatively few runs. That's what would you call the 14?
Go on. Kenzan Aldaham. Kenz Aldaham.
Kenz Aldaham. And Al-Matha, Al-Jazra at the bottom there has only had 6 runs, but neither of them have shown enough promise to think they're going to win. So it's tough. It's tough.
What are you going with?
I'm going to go for Aswan. There are a lot of red flags about a horse with his sort of profile, but he's won 4 times. He's never going to get an easier opportunity to get his head in front again. He may not fancy it anymore, but I'm going to chance him.
Okay, I'm going to drop the pin on Fort Al Mari, number 7. Drawn well. Abdallah Al Humid has won before. Hopefully he can win again today in a very, very low grade. Asuan 5-2 for Rory. Fort Al Mari 4-1 for me. Callum, what do you like in the second of 2 Arabian races today?
Oh, it's hard. It is a toughie, this one. Fort Al Mari looked well in the parade ring. Certainly got a tick from me. I'm going to go with the utterly unexposed horse, apparently making debut. May have run somewhere else in the world, but Tariq Al Naif is going to be the play for me. Just looked remotely excited to get going in the parade ring. A few of these had to be basically dragged around. So Tariq Al Naif at least looked like he wanted to go racing. So that will be the play for me. Coming out of the joyous stall 16, or it will be probably stall 15 now we have a non-runner. So coming out widest of all. Anthony Ennis, it's a tough old race. Call it home.
I will do, Callum. Yeah, 15 runners loading up then for our second Arabian race of the day. Handicap 0 to 55 rated horses, our 725 race. We've still got a few to go in. And 11 the scratch. Asuan, the market principles here. Horse number 1. Waiting for Jcsa Al Kaladir and Thahel Al Kaladir. Still a bit of a chance here. Comes forward now. We're just about ready for a start. All in. Race 10 on the dirt, 1,800 metres. One or two is a little bit restless, but I think we are. Oh, stall 15 a bit edgy as well. Flag goes up though. I think we're ready now. And let them go. Started caught with a pretty good line. They're racing. One was a little bit slow on the inside there. That was Thahel Al Kaladir, who missed it quite badly as they race away, and also Anis not well into stride at all. One that broke alertly towards the inside was Fort Al Mori in the grey and blue. That's going to lead up Fort Al Mori on the inside. Going wide is Jcsa Al Kaladir, the darker blue sleeves. Racing in 3rd position then, at the moment, is Jcsa, who's got quite warm beforehand. 2 lengths back to Baghdad Gouda in the gold and red colours, racing in 4th place. Out wider in 5th is Tariq Al Naif in the green jacket. Back towards the inside then, we have Ababil Awam, who's quite far back at this stage, about mid-pack as they head down the far side towards the back of the slow starters, and that would include Thahel Al Kaladir, who's in that rear group. So making the run then towards the final 700 metres. As they do so, they're being led now by Jcsa Al Kaladir, who's kicked on, has got past the other leader, Fort Al Mori, who now sits in 2nd place in the blue cap. 2.5 lengths then back to Jcsa, racing in 3rd place with 4th up on the outside of the green jacket. That's Tariq Al Naif, who's getting a little bit closer. Behind Tariq Al Naif, also on the move, is Baghdad Gouda. That one's ridden along on the inside as they head towards the home turn. and they're now heading for the final 600 metres. Now making rapid headway upon the outside of the green and white colours is Turek Al Naif to come and try and get closer to this leader as they come around the turn. So horse number 15 has now picked up the lead here. Turek Al Naif has gone clear. For Nawaf Al Mudiani has kicked 4 or 5 lengths ahead, but one is going with it on the outside. That's making smooth headway now into second place. Gandalf de Pompadour is giving chase and looks a live one too, and Gandalf de Pompadour has now come there smoothly on the outside to pick it up as they enter the final 200 metres. Also staying on out wide was Anise, who was actually tailed off early on, but this Gandalf de Pompadour is miles in front. Looked like he joined in at the top of the home straight. He's cleared by 8 lengths and surely in no danger for Rakan Al Abeid. It's Gandalf de Pompadour who will absolutely rout them in the end. Second place will be Anise, who did a lot of late running to get second, and third and fourth, Aswan was involved there with also Al Hassas. They're involved for third and fourth, but this winner was absolutely trotted up in the end. Gandalf de Pompadour has won this pretty easily for Rakan Al Abeid, and has just strode away from these in the final 300 metres from the top of the home turn. Rakan Al Abeid and the Al Wasel stable here. This Gandalf de Pompadour winning a time of 2 minutes 10.02 seconds. One of the easiest winners of the day in the end. Second number 13, Anise, who completely walked out the stalls, didn't want to be second. Beaten 7.5 lengths though by this impressive winner. Third number 1 was Aswan was third. So fourth will go to Al Hassas. In the end, number 12, the Grey. So the result is 2 Gandalf de Pompadour, 13 Anise, 1 Aswan, 12 Al Hassas. 7.5 lengths, impressive from Gandalf de Pompadour.
It's a win for the man behind the viral TikTok sensation, which is Callum getting rejected by interviews. Rakan Al Abeid has landed the 10th contest of the day aboard Gandalf de Pompadour in what turned out to be quite an interesting race, because at one point I got very exciting thinking my debutant selection would land a success, but couldn't quite get there. Rakan, who is one of the more underrated riders here in Saudi Arabia. I really like him with a bloke. I like him with a rider. He's patient as it comes, and he has secured the win here on Gandalf de Pompadour in one of the weakest contests you'll see here in Saudi Arabia. But take nothing away from the winning connections, who will be over the moon. It doesn't matter whether it's a 0 to 55 purebred Arabian race or the Saudi Cup. Winning still feels good, and you can certainly see how enjoyable, how much Connections enjoyed that performance in this contest. We'll grab a word with Rakan. Now, those of you who don't know the viral TikTok video that Rakan uploaded, it's worth noting that Rakan has edited it to make himself seem very good at English, compared to his colleagues, who all look quite bad at English. So we'll grab a quick word with Rakan, and I expect it'll be multiple words because he is one of my favourite jockeys, and he always seems to have time for me as well. Rides with a smile on his face as well, just a very good young lad. Still a 2 kilo apprentice, but certainly worth being on the right side on. He's over the moon. That'll be straight on social media, no doubt about it. That'll go straight online. He's had to deal with the saddlecloth issue again. He's been given the all clear, and he'll collect his hat and crop And we'll grab a quick word with Rakan Al-Abeid. Well done.
Oh, thank you. Well done, Habibi. Shukran.
Shukran, well, Shukran as well. But for you, that was massive win.
Very good horse.
Very good rider.
Very good horse. Thank you.
Look, Rory, it was only a 0 to 55, but there had to be a winner at the end. It was number 2, Gandalf de Pompadour, and clearly a big success for Rakan Al-Abeid. Doesn't get many big opportunities and has ran away with this in the end. Gandalf de Pompadour. You mentioned to me towards the end the opportunity to be a grey, given that name, and it's sadly not the case.
Yes, if you there's so many horses you could call Gandalf. Gandalf the Grey, of course, from Lord of the Rings. But this is a bay in the field. He's had his issues obviously over the last few years because he's only raced twice in the last 2 years. Well, 3 times strictly speaking, and he's raced for 3 different trainers as well. So his last 2 runs, his last one was very disappointing. Finished last of all in a handicap here in January 2023, and that was. Another long break since that, so you couldn't really fancy a horse with that kind of profile. But he would have been rated higher in the past. Was running off marks in the 70s back in 2022, but as I said, clearly had an issue. Was running for his 3rd different trainer in 4 starts here, and if you had an idea that they thought they got him back to his best, he'd have been interesting. But otherwise, this kind of profile would normally put you off horse whether they're purebred Arabians or thoroughbreds, but it's nice to see Connections showing a little bit of patience and being rewarded for that.
I know that Callum was getting very excited about Turek Al Naif, who looked as though he had just joined in at the halfway stage. I think that's him creeping into 4th position at the moment, some 8-9 lengths off the leader. Travelled into the race stylishly, has fell away in the end.
Yeah, I mean, but made a massive move to get to the front, and then has faded right out of the frame again. But you could take some positives from that when he was able to cut through the field and make that sort of bid. It wasn't particularly well timed, but in a similar race with a ride that was slightly more restrained, he might be capable of winning. I mean, the horses in front did stop fairly quickly at that stage, so it made it look like he was making a huge forward move. So it's a little bit more dramatic than it looked, but you see immediately tracking him through is our eventual winner in the green with a black triple diamond in 2nd place. Aswan you see in the red and black. He just plugged on into a place. He lacks any kind of speed these days.
Bit better from Anise though.
Yeah, better from Anise, who is the winning most horse in the race. With 5 wins elsewhere, hasn't really shown it here to date, but this was certainly a lot more like it. And Anise has scope to do better, given the form that he's shown elsewhere. But is a 10-year-old. I don't mean he's got scope to improve. It's just that he does have form elsewhere that he hasn't been able to find here so far. And this was a sign that he might be able to win a little race, but. The way this race has panned out, you have to say it's a pretty poor affair. It's nice to see Gandalf de Pompadour overcome that long layoff to win, but it's not a race you'll be scribbling in your notebook about.
I mean, most of these pulled up about 20 yards after the line, to be honest, so
yes.
Some of these certainly haven't enjoyed it. But the winner has indeed, Gandalf de Pompadour. French bred is finally in the winner's enclosure on lucky start number 13. I think we're pretty pleased to see the back of that 0 to 55 Arabian handicap. 2 races to go here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. We've still got some quality later on. Race 12 is a cracker, so stick around for that. That is the Jcsa Cup on this programme, 8:15 for that race. We've got one race before that, though. That is a local-bred maiden. 2,000 metres the trip here, longest race of the night so far. 4-year-olds and upwards. And once again, it's back to our commentator for the afternoon. For the numbers and names, it's Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, up to a mile and a quarter here. 10 furlongs. It's locally bred to the maiden. Number 1 is Al Assad, ridden by the claiming rider Hussein Al Makrami. Number 2, Al Shate Al Azraq, Tariq Al Hassan. 3, Ashkar Asaf, Ahmed Al Shra. 4, Estokad for Fahad Al Faradi. 5, Esther Hooz for Mohammed Al Habib. 6, Hafid Cheetah for Abdullah Al Kradis, who had a winner earlier on. 7 is Ibn Al Kayem, Mohammed Al Daham, who won race 2. 8, Jabal for Victor Gutierrez. 9 is Manas for Osama Al Sharani. 10, Mikdam Al Saad for Ali Al Matib. 11 is Kayad Al Fusan for Ahmad Al Azari. 12 is Ria Al Majd for Abdullah Al Hussein. 13, Salam Al Ayez by Adel Al-Furedi for his double on the day. 14 Skip Moon for Abdulaziz Al-Furedi. 15 Tabur for Muhammad Al-Yami. 16 is Wajar for Hamza Saad. 17 is A3 for Camilo Ospina, looking for a 4-timer. 18 Dmat Najd for Mohamed Saeed. 19 of the page would be Mossa Wemar for Rakan Alabay, who just had a winner. And 20 Kaltar is ridden by Abdullah Al-Saidi. The others don't go, the reserve's not required, as we go back to Callum.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Let's focus on horse number 1. This is Al Saab, getting really, really revved up in this parade ring. Not sweating up a lick, but certainly keen enough to get going. Had a bit of a whinny and a squeal as he came into the parade ring, and you can clearly see it's right on his nerves. He is on the edge, but not quite over the edge. I wouldn't say this is a massive paddock positive, but I wouldn't say it's a massive negative either. Horse number 1, Al Saab. Let's go back to horse number 2, who's having a lot of issues in there as well, but that's because they're just getting stuck up behind. But let's go back to horse number 4. This is Estocad, who we're seeing now. Now, this is a very different model, a much lighter type, but clearly on the right end fitness-wise here. Looking forward to seeing how this one goes. The 3rd place effort last time out can't be sniffed at. Certainly ready to do his best running today, but you'd say maybe carrying just a little condition as well, getting a little bit of warm in the hindquarters too, but nothing to be too concerned about. They're all a bit jig-jogging ahead of this penultimate contest. Now, we'll go right the way back to horse number 10, who is one that I thought looked very well in the prelims and a well put together individual. This is horse number 10, Mikdam Al Sad, who we're going to see now, just coming towards me. The stuff was already in the perfect position to get a good shot of this horse and to see just how well it's shining up in the light here. Still carrying a little condition, not looking the epitome of fit, but I just could not take my eyes off the fact that this horse looks so well and has such a short, powerful neck. That's the one thing that interests me. The neck and the head are certainly positives, maybe a little bit weak in behind. That would be the one negative for me. Now we go back to horse number 18 is the only other one I want to see. I'm going to do horse number 18. The Stafford's looking at me like, you never said you were going to do this horse, but I've just seen 18 again. I mean 16, sorry, not even 18. I'm going to get in even more trouble now. Horse number 16 just coming towards us now. I thought we were looking for a horse that wasn't carrying much condition. Horse number 16 is just that. This is Wajar, who we're looking at right now. You can clearly see the definition there of the rib cage, no condition at all, got a clear poverty line as well, and shining up well in the coat. Has a very nice walk, very similar to Paradise Row, who we saw a few races ago run really well to finish second. Got a big, strong gait. I like it, certainly one that will make my shortlist. Guys, I can't give you a paddock pick just yet, but let me have another quick look.
We can allow that for you, Callum, no problem at all. We'll go through the market in due course. The market leader here is number 13, Salam Al-Ez for Delta-Seeking. Adel Al-Furedi looks the most likely winner on paper. Look at number 2 there, it's a brute, Al-Shatay Al-Azraq for Tariq Al-Hassan. Much skinnier is number 3, Ashkar Asaf. Elsewhere in the market, E3 is the second pick for Camilo Ospina, 11-2. Esther Hughes is number 5, that is 8-1 with number 11, Kayed Al-Fassan, also 8-1, is Skip Moon, that's number 14. Estawad is a bigger price than expected, 12-1, number 4 on the programme, ahead of Manas, who is the same price at 12. Likewise, numbers 10 and 12, both 12-1, 16-1, and bigger the remainder. As has been the case throughout the programme, Rory, we should start with the market leader, who looks a leading player today. This is number 13, Salam Al-Ez, 5-4 at the top, returning to 1,600 metres in a much easier race.
Ought to win, really, Salam Al-Ez. These aren't races you approach with, well, I was going to say, with much confidence. Trepidation's more like it, but this is the best piece of form and offer that Salam Al-Ez brings here. Ran on late in the day from a poor position, you see in the red colours with the white sleeves and white cap, to finish second to a horse rated in the 80s. Most of these are rated in the 40s. So that's Mashmook winning the race, carrying a rating of 88 in that 2,400 metre open last time out. And Salam Al-Ez, on what was just his 4th start, has run on really strongly to almost grab second place, or actually it does grab second place rather on the line. That's a big improvement on what he'd done previously.
Likewise is the case that can apply to number 17, E3. Camilo Ospina, really good effort last time. Actually unlucky not to win.
Yes, it was. It was a career best. First two efforts were nothing special from E3, but a career best last time out. Went a close second to Nadirat Al Maidan. This is over 1,600 metres last time out. Got headed and then battled back well to almost get back up to win. I thought he was a little bit unlucky there. I thought the stewards might have had a look at it as well. But perhaps the winner was idling a little bit in front, but I thought he showed a really good attitude to fight back and was the other one that I thought was of interest in this race.
Okay, Estahus is number 5, Mohammed Al Habib. We can talk about those thoughts in just a second. Let's get back to that green grass. Callum Helliwell is waiting.
Thank you very much, team. Joined by Mohammed Al-Daham. Mohammed, firstly, you've done very well today. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks, Dagad. Alhamdulillah. I ride good horse. Inshallah, I hope now for Ibn Al-Qayyim run very well.
I was about to say, he's an interesting horse, Ibn Al-Qayyim, because the last run was bad, but the run before that was very good.
Yeah, I think because no go to tie of this horse. He stay here for this first time not fit. Inshallah today come very good. I ride this horse I think 1 year before. I finished 3, but grass, not the dirt. I hope inshallah today he run very well.
So he has fitness inside. The dirt would be a slight concern. Does he prefer grass to dirt?
Yeah, sure, it's different, not same, but inshallah no problem. This horse, because I ride before, he stay behind, and mashallah, when I come with 100, this horse he move. I hope for this thing, you know.
Hopefully he will do, and hopefully you will win. Thank you for taking the time to talk.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Lovely to hear from Mohammed Al-Daham, of course, who rode Bakil to success in race number 2. Was a winner for Callum. I'm sure he was pleased to catch up with Mohammed just there. There are 2 horses we need to discuss, Rory. Numbers 4 and 5. Second and third here last week. 2 lengths between them. Who was the horse to take out of that run for you? Estahus or Estahus?
They're much of a muchness, really, aren't they? I would say Estahus is probably the horse to take from the race, but I'm concerned about his draw in stall 17. Estacad isn't drawn miles better in stall 13, but I'd say once you're getting out towards the outside, unless you've got an abundance of early pace, that would be a worry. But Estahus is slightly less exposed than Estacad, and if he had a better draw, he'd have been of some interest. But I'm going to leave both alone today.
Which I imagine is the same comments applied to number 11, Qaid Al Fasan, stall 20 for Ahmed Al Azari.
Yes, stall 20 is a bit of a nightmare. That record of 0 from 29 is more so. Has been in the money 3 of his last 4 starts, but a 6-year-old now looking for his first win. You can leave horses with that kind of profile alone.
Indeed. 14 is Skip Moon, who is 0 from 10. This is horse number 14 on the race card. Abdulaziz Al Faradi sort of had a day to forget here yesterday. Any chances here aboard number 14, drawn in 14?
Yeah, runs for New Connections today. He's got a good pedigree, and he was placed a couple of times here last season. He didn't run particularly well on his return, but as you heard Mohammed Al-Daham talking about his horse, a lot of these horses just need a run first time and should improve for us. I thought Skip Moon was a player here. Despite that awkward enough draw in stall 14. I prefer him to the other 2 that we mentioned, Estacad and Estahus.
Number 9, Manas, is a 12-1 chance. Osama Al Shirani. Best effort last time, but still work to do on Estawad and Estahus.
Yeah, but behind those 2 last time out, but has only had the 3 runs, and I would have thought, given the run last time out, that 5th was a big improvement on what he'd done before. You'd maybe be a little bit more positive about his chances of stepping forward again.
Below him in the race card is number 10, Mikdam Al-Sad, 0 from 7 for Ali Al-Matib. The second in the last 5 runs, certainly stands out with a series of noughts.
Yes, is definitely capable, Mikdam Al-Sad, but is an inconsistent sort. Probably best at shorter trips, I would say, as well. His best effort to come at a mile or shorter. So, although his rating gives him a chance here, and his draw is a fairly positive one, he has looked not one to rely on particularly with mistake trip.
I guess we should discuss Ri Al-Majad. Probably similar comments applied. 0 from 19 now. It gets Abdella Al-Hussein from stall 6.
Yeah, and also the other thing to bear in mind with Ri Al-Majad, although there's 2 good enough looking runs there, second and third, before an unplaced effort last time out. Those were all quite a long time ago, so that's not recent form. And I struggle to see Riyadh Al-Majid getting involved.
Ashkar Asaf is a big price, 18 to 1. Was second on penultimate start. This is number 3.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one on my short list here of horses who possibly can win the race. Ran pretty well if 2 starts ago. If I can get my page to move up, I'll tell you exactly what I've written. It was not the 65 handicap that Ashkar Asaf was running in last time out. A reasonably competitive affair as well, having finished runner-up over 2,000 metres here, so over this course and distance on his previous start. Has a rating of 60, which suggests he needs to improve, but he says he's got a slightly more positive recent profile than some. And I thought if I was making a long list of horses who could win, he'd be on it. He probably wouldn't be on a very short list if I was making 3 or 4. And if I was going for selection, he wouldn't be it.
A quick word on those 2 down at the bottom, numbers 19 and 20. Musa Wimar looking to give Rakan Alabade a quick fire double is 33 to 1, and Kaltar, who was also second on penultimate start, both of them the same price.
Yeah, I couldn't really give Musa Wimar much of a chance, I have to say. Kaltar has a rating of 56, so is a little bit better than Musa Wimar on paper, but not from 21. A good enough run 2 starts ago from Kaltar gives that a sort of a place claim, but again, like a few of these, is not particularly consistent and wouldn't be sure to build on that in that run anyway.
And from the 2 at the bottom to the 2 at the top, Al Asab, I know our producer likes those colours of blue and white hoops, and Al Shatay Al Azraq, who is certainly on the larger side.
Yeah, Al Shatay Al Azraq looks a bigger model than most of these, but also wouldn't swear was absolutely hard fit for this. Al Asab has a rating of 39 based on 8 unplaced runs, and there hasn't been an awful lot to cheer about recently. His last 3 starts, he's only beaten a total of 3 horses home, so very quickly off the list from me. Al Shatay Al Azraq on form, again a rating of 40, it doesn't give him a great chance. He's only had the 5 runs, only one of those really was in any way creditable. That was a 5th over 2,400 metres, so we know that Al Shatay Al Azraq does stay, but others are got stronger claims on paper.
Definitely. Okay, I think that's most of the field covered, unless there's anything else you want to highlight. I think it's time to pick out a selection and get the feeling that it will be the market leader here.
Well, it's a toss-up between 2. I thought A3 was interesting enough on that second last time out with Camilo on board, but Salam Alays ran a really good race, and we see Salam Alays in slow-mo about to make his way to start there under Adel Al-Faradi. Is a pretty much automatic pick.
But E3's got a really good chance as well.
Yeah, those are the only 2 that I can make really positive comments about. In a moderate maiden, you can start arguing why 1 or 2 of these might show their best form and could fall in. But there are 2 of these with reasonably positive profiles at the moment, and that's that pair.
And it's Salam Alays for you.
Salam Alays for me, yes. I liked that run last time out. I know it was over further. He was doing his best work late in the day, but that was. That's 2 really positive runs from 4 starts to date, and I'm more inclined to side with a horse like that.
Yeah, me too. I'm with Salam Alays to get off the mark here. It should kindly fall nicely into his hands. Nice draw, easier race, top rated, running at the right trip of 2,000 metres here. Should take plenty of beating. So it's Salam Alays 5 to 4 for myself. For Rory Delagi, Callum Elliwell, is it a hat-trick in race 11?
Oh, I'm really sorry, team. It is not. Salam Alays did nothing for me in the parade ring. I think I'm going to go for Estocad for the Gace Al Gace team. Fahad Al Faradi on board with an eye catcher in the parade ring, and it's going to be the pick for me. It has to jump from stall 13, which is a bit of a negative, but certainly I had to pick one. It was hard to make a choice, really. Nothing really jumped out at me, but Estocad probably the one that did the most work for me in the parade ring. Of the others, I thought Ibn Al-Qayyim got a very good mention from Mohammed Al-Daham. I imagine he's the type of jockey out here that doesn't get out of bed for a horse that doesn't have a chance in a race like this. He's been in cracking form all day, banging on the door and getting himself a winner as well. So well worth keeping an eye on Ibn Al-Kayem. You'll see the horse in the orange cap and the navy blue colours. Definitely going to be delayed ahead of this 2,000 metre contest. I thought as much when the bell didn't get rung at the time I thought it would. And it means we're going to get turned around for that hot Jcsa race to wrap up the card in pretty pronto fashion, I imagine, because they don't like running late here in Saudi Arabia, but they certainly are here on this day today. Of the others, the favourite, Salam Alays, here unexposed, second last time out, a very worthy favourite. Feels in a very similar mould to the to the Camille Ospina favourite we had recently. His most recent winner, a horse that comes off the back of a very decent win, finds himself in quite an easy contest and might just be too good for them here. I always go with Mr. Rory Delaghi's advice here. In races like these, you want to aim for something a little bit less exposed. So don't be looking for horses that have had plenty of runs. I then immediately respond by going for Estacad, who is looking for his first win on start number 18. So immediately going against what the good man Rory says and the advice he puts forward. 2,000 metres round here, a little bit of a strange distance. They're not quite as strange as the 1,800. You're right down the bottom of the chute and you go over a long way before you join the race course proper, before then doing the rest of the loop. It's definitely the furthest point away from us, this 2,000 metre start, and it almost always provides a little bit of interest as they come out, because if you're drawn wide, you should have enough time to come across without burning up too much petrol. But if you watch Pretty Flag a couple of races ago, you'll see that if you do get parked wide here and there's pace out wide, it can be very, very difficult to come in. And then as a jockey, you have to make a choice. Do I sit and suffer, or do I tuck in behind and try and cut through the field like a hot knife through butter? But hopefully, Estacad gets a decent enough spin from stall 13. That's going to be my play here. The boys like the favourite, who is horse number 13. I like Estacad, horse number 4. And Anthony Ellis, you can call them home.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, Estacad certainly wanted a chance for the Gaith Al Gaith team. Favourite, though, as you say, Salam Alaez, coming out of stall 2 for Adel Al Faradi. And the runners are about to load up. The blindfold going on now, one of the grey runners there. Looks like it's Demat Najd, number 18. So big field of runners here to load up for this one. 20 runners going the mile and a quarter, 2,000 metres for this maiden event. They're in the dark blue at Skip Moon with the orange cap, the noseband. And just the background there in dark blue and orange as well was Ibn Al-Kayem. Skip Moon's going to just circle again. Favourite then, Salam Alaez, in red and white colours, coming out of stall 2, so a good draw, one off the rails. Now the handlers are trying to get these runners to begin this loading up process. That was Estacad, the one Callum likes in the kind of mauve and yellow. 5 there is Esther Who's on the left, just gone through your shot. So this race was due off at 7:50, so we are just a little bit late, as Callum was explaining. I've now got quite a few in, waiting for Ashkar Asaf. 16 is to go in as well, Wajar. So then that's Manas in very light green. The 20 in the middle of the picture now is Kaltar for Abdullah Al-Saidi. So we're getting through loading up for our 11th race. We've got the big race still to come. Race 12 is our JCSA Cup. It's over the mile. Still got a few to go in here. One of the greys, Al-Shate Al-Azraq, has gone in. All ready for now 13. The favourite still to go forward into 2. You can see one off the rails there. 19 is Mossa Wayma. Goes in for Rakan Alabay, looking for a quick double. Just the favourite we're waiting for. Here he comes. Salam Alaez. Goes in to complete the lineup. Just about set. Wajar, they're just looking at He's going forward now. Just about set for a start, I think. And they're off. Jumped away then. Well, one that was quite slowly away and just started to move left-handed was Al Saab coming out of the stalls. Also, Al Shati Al Azraq not brilliantly into stride either for race 11. They're going a mile and a quarter this time. One that is up with the pace is Kaltar in white and green colours. And also fairly handy too is Mikdam Al Saad. Mikdam Al Saad it is towards the inside with the yellow headgear up towards the outside. Advancing to is A3, one of the fancied runners. That's A3 who's coming forward now in those yellow blinkers to just go on. So A3 is going to take them along here and leads narrowly to Ashkar Azaf, who's racing handily as well. Just off the gallop towards the outside in the light colours is Jabal as well in white and green. So back towards the inside rails then to find Esther Hoos, who's racing about 6th or 7th place. They really start to turn up the tempo then a bit down the far side, and they're being led here out in front by one of the well-fancied runners, Camille Ospina on board A3, has overall command here to in second position. That is Ashkar Asaf in the white and light green. Racing handily too is Jabal up on the outside, the green and white quartered colours, with just in behind those in the blue and white now just being ridden along to go with them is Kaltar as they head towards the home turn. One that's on the move is Skip Moon, very wide. Orange cap starts to get a bit closer. Favourites back on the inside here in the red and white colours. That's Salam Alayez, but is now manoeuvred off the rails to get a bit closer, horse number 13. So here comes the favourite now with the red stars on the sleeves. Salam Alayez going through to second place behind the new leader here, who is Jabal. Jabal in front, but here comes Salam Alayez for Adel El Faradi to throw out the challenge. These two go on. Staying on one is Ria Al Majd as well in black colours into third place. And this favourite's going to have to quicken up here, Salam Alayez. There are dangers towards the inside. Sticking on one is Kaltar as well. And the horse in the middle is not going away either. Fighting on bravely here is Jabal. Jabal just in front to Salam Alayez as they go inside the final 150. Very tough, this Jabal and Victor Gutierrez. Salam Alayez will try one more time on the outside. Jabal stuck the neck out close home. Jabal and Salam Alayez got very close. Oh, Salam Alayez dived right on the line and made it interesting. One for the judge. Tight. 8 and 13 in a photo here. This is close. Near side running on Salam Alayez. Far side number 8, Jabal, who was looking for the line. And they've met it together. Very close. The white blinkers of Jabal really asking the question of Salam Alayez, the hot favourite under Adel Al Faradi. Over on the inside rail, that was Kaltar. Also in white and green colours. Ria Al Majd was out wider. Close finish to our penultimate race here, but Jabal, I think, is going to be called the winner here. Number 8 just drops there at the right time. Yes, 8 Jabal. Ooh, narrowly. Favourite backers agonising, I'm afraid. It looks like he's just been beaten. Salam Alayez there in second. It's been confirmed it was a nose. It was the minimum margin. So number 8, the winner, Jabal. Far side holds on at the time. 2 minutes 10.94 for the winner. And 100th of a second back to Salam Alayez in second. So 8 Jabal holds on for Victor Gutierrez. Second place, number 13, Salam Alayez. Third was number 20, Kaltar, who was over on that far running rail. And fourth, number 12, Ria Al Majd. So it was 8, 13, 20 and 12. And knows the winning margin. The closest finish of the day goes to Jabal, who upsets the favourite, Salam Alayez, who has to settle for second place.
We've had a shock. The 41 rated Jabal has landed the odds here at 40 to 1 to land our penultimate contest of the day in a thriller. Just shrugging off the favourite Sabine Alez in the dying stride there. Getting up really in a heads up, heads down finish for Victor Gutierrez. The horse is absolutely whacked there. You just see he's giving a good old blow there. I think if he was with Paul Nicholls, they'd stick this one with a wind up straight away. That was he's definitely making a lot of noise coming across the line here. But a good performance here from the winner, and a good thing to see Victor Gutierrez ride a winner as well. A very well-spoken, lovely young man who has plenty of rides and has taken an opportunity here. He's been quite quiet through the week we've been here, but he's taken his chances on this occasion and won well. Lovely to see all the connections here, getting to meet the young and old, all able to get in on this photo and join Jabal. I think these connections were up in the grandstand because there was an absolute cacophony of noise when this horse hit the front, and then it all got quite quiet when the favourite came alongside, but just about held on and won, and well done to everybody involved. The 10th career start for this individual, and its 10th time lucky for this horse. Victor Gutierrez will now weigh in, gets his hat and saddle handed over to his valet and his girth strap, I think. He's just trying to make sure he's got everything in the right place, and he will weigh in. Will he have to take off the saddle cloth? We are waiting to see. He's got the okay. He got the thumbs up. Good, that's perfect. Victor just handing back his kit there. Is he doing a runner? Oh, Victor, don't run. Well done.
Thank you so much.
That was a very, very close finish.
Yeah, he's a very, very strong horse. Thank you, God.
Thank you.
Doesn't matter.
Jabal is the winner for Victor Gutierrez. It might be his first winner of 2024. We're trying to confirm. But Jabal has out-muscled the long odds-on favourite in the end. I say long odds, it was very well backed. Salam Al-Ez for Adel Al-Faradi. I could feel favourite backers screaming from here, Rory. It was agonising in the finish. First thoughts were that he bobbed at the right time, but as soon as the across-the-line angle came, we could see that Salam Al-Ez was beaten, and fair enough to the winner. Jabal is very, very game on the front, and perhaps the headgear has really worked today.
Yeah, Jabal was very genuine, and obviously
and they're
start again. There's nothing particularly unusual about
Still
the
19.
start. We had a little bit of pace from Ashkar Asaf in the green and white colours from stall 12. We had pace up from Jabal, always reasonably handy. Estahuz was moving forward from a wide draw amongst horses as well, and others. A3 was always really well placed with the yellow blinkers as well. And there was Salam Al-Ez, who was second, was tucked away on the inside, looked to be in a perfect position in the early stages of the race. And you kind of assumed at this stage, with the favourite and second favourite in first and third positions at this stage, that some of those outsiders around them would drop away and they would dominate the finish, but it hasn't worked out that way. A3 was always under pressure from other runners on the rail, and he sort of rallied briefly off the turn, but was under pressure a long way out. And fair play to our winner, Jabal. Was drawn out in stall 19. He was parked 4 horses wide on the bend, but he just seemed to race very kindly today. His previous efforts, obviously, he came here with a rating of 41. He'd been 7th a couple of times, and that was as good as it got. But he's shown much improved form to win here. Again, we don't want to get carried away with this. This is a very moderate maiden contest, but the winner has just looked a happier horse here. He got a sight of the lead fairly early on. He didn't over race.
This is where the favourite came out here, and
yeah, at this stage you thought, this would be nice and easy. You've got a big outsider, 40-1 shot, leading you into the straight, who's come from a wide draw and covered a bit of ground. You thought it would be fairly easy here, but Jabal
doesn't seem that willing though, the favourite, does he? Quite a high head carriage.
He does, but he does keep getting closer at the same time, and I didn't think he really ducked the issue, but he never really got alongside Jabal, and it's not like the others are closing them down there. We saw another horse that we mentioned very briefly before the off on the rail there, Kalta, whose last 2 runs have been okay. That's run on for third, but they were holding the others off fairly well. The favourite briefly got to the front, maybe 2 strides from the line, and then was done again on the nod. And to be honest, the winner was still in front a couple of yards after the line as well. So there's no case of him being unlucky. It just looked like you were going to collect based on what you knew about the two horses who were battling it out. But we've got a surprise package with Jabal, who isn't a bad looker. Hadn't shown, well, shown very little in 9 starts to date, but something has caused him to improve today, and he looked quite a happy horse. They're striding on quite nicely near the lead, and not, I guess with a lot of these horses, they're running races they can't win, and they're getting the sand in their face, and they're getting a rough ride. It's no surprise that they don't run on at the line. But this time he was in clear daylight, and maybe that's the difference, that he was able to get a view of the front and therefore showed his form for the first time.
Indeed, Jabal wins race number 11. You can just see the horses appearing into shot ahead of the feature race of the day here on this Friday programme. It is race 12 of 12. It is the Jcsa Cup. 1 mile is the trip, and Anthony Ennis can take us through tonight's contenders.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, can do. Final race then. It's the big one, the Jcsa Cup. Our 8:15 race number 1 is Ali Al-Zawq for Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 2's a non-runner, by the way. Ali Soud was taken out by the trainer earlier today. 3 Al-Jamani is going to be the favourite here for Adel Al-Faradi. 4 is Alam for Camillo Ospina. Number 5 is Al-Najm Al-Hada for Rakan Al-Tuesh. Number 6 is Escandro Alex Moreno. 7 is Fakir Alanea, ridden by Muhammad Al-Nassar. Go over the page to have a look at number 8, Fighter for Naif Al-Anazi. Number 9 is Harbi for Nawef Al-Mudiani. 10, Marsoum Al-Nayef for Fahad Al-Faradi. 11, Mostahish Muhammad Al-Yami. 12 is Saab for Salman Al-Rashid. 13, Sultan Al-Anaya for Abdullah Al-Kradis. 14 is Tarzim for Ahmed Al-Shra. 15 is Walad Always. Mohammed Al-Daham gets the run on that one. 16, Walad Chrome for Rakan Al-Abay. 17 is Lajor Fati for Abdullah Al-Lorfi. 18 is Wakida for Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Finally, 19, Wardat Al-Mayadeen for Khalid Al-Mamoni. So scratch 2 here. We still have plenty of runners, though. 18 going for our big one. Let's go back to Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, let's go and have a look at a couple of these. I thought we'd start with horse number 3, which was Al-Jamani, your international market leader. Just an absolute brute of an animal here. Big, strong type. He's got almost an Arabian neck. It's so curled over. Jamani here. This gelding. I honestly, when I first saw him, I thought, he must be entire with that sort of frame. But he's just a very big, strong gelding, and certainly is worth a play. And a big paddock eye catcher for me. Really jumped out to me in the parade ring. He's a big, long type, but he's certainly not carrying too much condition and is walking along very well. So let's go in behind to Alamay, who is horse number 4. I'm a big fan of this one. This for me, out of the 3 white stable runners we've got in this contest, this one is leaps and bounds ahead of the rest. Very similar to Al-Jamani here, with a big, strong, scopy type, but I would say more forward when it comes to fitness. You can certainly see plenty of muscle definition in here. You've got Camille Ospina on side as well, which is always a good sign. Got his saddle on. And we'll just make sure we give this horse enough space as it comes through. But let's just look in behind and watch it walk in behind. Watch the way this horse is still just slightly curling out. He's still almost holding himself up into a ball. He's not letting himself down fully yet. There's still more in the tank. Let's go back to the other horse I wanted to look at, who is horse number 9. I did think Fighter looked okay, horse number 8, but let's go to horse number 9, because Harbi is probably the play I'd like to make in this race. If I was to catch a paddock eye catcher, it would be Harbi. Just really jumping out the coat, looks in really good nick, strong neck, strong shoulders. I've said it before, really good back end as well, and just walking out here with plenty of confidence. There's a little bit of sweat underneath the belly and around the shoulder as well, but that's not too much of a concern for me. Very well put together. A few of these look quite big and brutish. Maybe they'll just have too much power, but if I was looking for a correct racehorse, it would be horse number 9, Harbi, and he's my paddock pick.
Thanks very much indeed, Callum. Yes, we are set for the last here, the feature race of the night, the Jcsa Cup of Meeting 53, 150,000 Saudi Riyal in the prize fund, half of that going to the winner. The market currently speaks as follows: 4-6 Al Jamani for Adel Al Faredi and Gaith Al Gaith. Adel, of course, who was done out of the photo finish in our previous race, looking for quick compensation on a horse that is rated 105. Tazeen is second choice at 4-1. Masoom Al Naif at 7-1. Alamay for the White Stable. Camilo Ospina looking to end what's been a terrific day for them at 10-1 with Warda Al Mayadeen, the same price. Harby 16-1 with Wakidar and Exandro. That is what we're playing for, the JCSA Cup of Friday the 15th of November. Let's look at some form clues to start with, Rory, as that's our job here in the studio. This is Al Jamani winning last time, a long time ago though.
Yeah, this is going back to February. The two videos we'll see are races in February, and we'll see Al Jamani battling really well here, despite the fact that the runner-up is leading all. He's leaning on the runner-up as well. But they got together in a real battle and came clear in an open race over course and distance. He beat Batulat this day fairly narrowly, but he did it nicely in the end. The runner-up is rated in the high 90s. Back in third was Iskandro, who tackles him again today. That's number 6, and he's held on that piece of form.
This is Tazim, number 14, course and distance success back in February as well.
Yeah, nothing much happens in this race because Tazim ends up going on to win by 13.25 lengths from Wakil Al Anaya in this non-winners of 2. Not the strongest race in the world, but he could not have won any more impressively in the end. Again, both of these coming back from absences, both those runs in February, so we're talking sort of 10 months off the track, which is obviously a concern, but they are the front two in the market, and they appear the pair to concentrate on in terms of recent form.
Al Jamani's an 8-time winner, but as you've already just said, we keep saying it, it is hard to fancy horses with complete confidence returning from this sort of absence. So can Al Jamani go against the trend?
I certainly hope so. I mean, he's got there are a couple of negatives with him. He's a really tough campaigner when he's on his game. But he is drawn out in stall 18 and he's coming back from that lengthy layoff. So he can't afford to get anything wrong at the start. He can't afford to be rusty on the race either. But if he shows his best form, that rating of 105 tells the story. Alamai, who's rated 92 and is race fit, not that easy to fancy on what we've seen recently. So Al Jamani, if he arrives here at the top of his game, is going to take an awful lot of beating. But as we said before, we've seen plenty of horses with that kind of advantage who turn up early season here in Riyadh and aren't quite ready to show everything they can. So it might be more of a test than the ratings suggest.
But a big disadvantage at the stalls. Al Jamani 18, Tazim 19.
Yeah. So
makes it interesting at least.
It does make it interesting. You might start looking at horses who might get the run of things in behind them in the market, hopefully in front of them in the race in the early stages, if you're playing that angle.
Well, so Alamay wouldn't be for you, even though still 2.
Alamay has got positives and negatives. It has to be said. All 3 wins have come at shorter trips. Does stay this far, but actually second in a really good race in the Al Mansif Cup on his penultimate start. Alamay should bounce back to form. As a pretty solid one for the places, and I suppose if you're looking at the prices here in Alamay, around 10-1 will tempt a lot of people. I think if I priced it up, I'd probably be a little bit short than Alamay. For all, I don't particularly fancy it for win purposes. I do think it's an odd one because the horse has shown form at this trip, but the wins have come at shorter, and I'd rather this was 1400 metre if I was back in Alamay to win.
Well, Camilo's had a really good day today. He can warm up with Leila Doro, of course, here tomorrow. Masoom Al Naif was 4th to Leila Doro last time.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that piece of form from Masoom Al Naif, number 10, who's got a rating of 93 here, so comes in close behind them. Pretty consistent performer, beat Wakida and Alamay, and of course in distance, local Group 3 last season, so holds Alamay in that form, was 4th in cup contests several times in Taif this season, even though Taif maybe not his ideal track, but shows that he's in decent form, shows he's fit, and a repeat of that run behind Leila Doro last time out, when only beaten 4.5 lengths. makes it look like he's got a decent chance. The only slight negative I would say there in terms of reading the form is that Leila Doro, for all he is an absolute superstar, isn't the type to win by a
Doesn't
wide
win by
margin.
far, no.
Never wins by far. So the field were reasonably tightly packed in behind there. But Marsoum Al Nayef is pretty much guaranteed to run his race and is definitely tempting for me here.
One final one to go through is number 19, Wardat Al Mayadeen. Possible stamina queries after winning over 1,400 metres last time?
Yeah, well, that's the win last time I came in a 70 to 86 handicap over 1,400 metres at Taif. Yeah, the very pick of this one's efforts to come over shorter, but was second going back to March 2023 in a local Group 1 over the course and distance. So again, there's proof in there that Wardat Al Mayadeen does stay this trip, but her very best efforts to come over short. There's a very similar sort of comments to Ala May in that if you pick out the best of the form of this trip, you'd say, well, what's the problem here? But the fact that neither of them have won of the trip is enough to be a concern for me.
Okay, come on then. Selection time in the last. It's hard to get away from the favourite, surely.
It is very hard. I'd be tempted by Marsoum Al Nayef from an each-way perspective, but each way doesn't count in this game. Al Jamani.
I'm going to say the same thing. Alamay, each way, is shouting at me, but it doesn't matter in the selection competition. Keeping it nice and straightforward. In the last, Al Jamani for Rory Delaghi. Al Jamani for me, 4-6 favourite in the finale. Let's get back to Callum for the final time.
Race on the day to look forward to. Keen on Harby here, horse number 9 on your race cards. Son of Time Test, didn't even have a look at the pedigree beforehand, but this is a Son of Time Test, which means I have to pick it. Almost a time to mention that it's a travesty that he's now been sent off to Turkey as a stallion and not staying at the national stud. But I won't get into stallion politics here on the show. I'll focus on this Jcsa Cup. I'm intrigued by how this race will be run because Al Jamani is a big brute of a horse. Ala May is also a big brute of a horse. And there are a couple of more racy types in behind. I thought the other white stable runner, horse number 19 on your race card, with a bit of a negative as well, got a little bit keen. So my selection here is going to be horse number 9, Harby. Keen on seeing how this one gets on. Will be my play in the lucky last. Anthony Ennis, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, looking forward to this race. Al Jamani, the hot favourite for our finale, the JCSA Cup. We saw the trophy they're running for. 4-year-olds and uppers on the dirt over the mile. 18 run here without number 2, and we're getting through the loading up process here. First 4 or 5 already in. Favourite number 3 comes out of stall 18, Al Jamani, so perhaps wider than ideal. Then he has the ability to overcome that. So they're going in. Number 3 is Al Jamani there. Now the grey coming forward, Marsoum Al Nayef. Is coming for this, the 12 as well. Saab, that is, going in now. Down to the final 2 or 3. See where they start, just in the back straight there. That mile start. Escandro is out of line. Just waiting for Escandro to go in. The others stand pretty well. 18 runners. The JCSA Cup. Escandro a bit reluctant here. Horse number 6, Alex Moreno in the saddle. Now attended to by 4 or 5 of the stalls team. Still we wait for Escandro to play ball here. He's kicking out now. Well, this our slightly late running 8:15 race. And at the moment, Escandro is winning the battle with the handlers. We'll try the blindfold now. Let's see if the hood works. That's an adverse effect, if anything, the hood. Mistake works this time. He is now going forward, so maybe it will work after all. Escandro in. We are set. So the JCSA Cup, race 12, over the mile. All in. And they're off and racing. They've jumped away for the JCSA Cup, our feature race, towards the outside. A little bit slowly away was Tarzib there in the white cap as they go for the first 200 metres. The red cap of Harvey's very prominent, though, and comes forward now to lead. So Harvey's in front early on here with racing on the outside. Escandro didn't want to go to the stalls, but he came out of them pretty quickly. He's racing in second place. Al Jamani is handy too, the favourite, in the green and yellow up on the outside with the black cap racing in third place. Then the white stable colours, Wakidar is now making ground to go and sit in about fourth or fifth positions. Just off the pace to his Mustachi. And Alamay, it is on the inside, very handy, the green cap, into third now. But the leader with the red cap is Harvey. Harvey's in front to Escandro in second. But here comes the favourite, Al Jamani, up on the outside now, putting in the giant strides to come and go into second place, and is off in chase of the leader, Harvey. So Harvey leads by about a half length. Here's Al Jamani now shaken up in second. Alamay is going with them in between runners. Going well too, this Alamay for Camillo Ospina as they turn for home. And the favourite's going to have to raise his game because Alamay is in front. Al Jamani in second. From the back making ground, here comes Mostahish towards the outside, running on well too. But the leader has kicked on. Alamay still leads for Ospina by a length and a half. And Al Jamani is not picked up yet. From the back, running on towards the outside, picking up very late is Fighter as they go inside the final 200. Alamay, can he see it out? The grey, though, looks a big threat now. Marsoum Al Nayef is running on strongly in second. Up front, though, it's Alamay to Marsoum Al Nayef, who's still getting closer. They go close home. Alamay far side. Marsoum Al Nayef near side. Got very close again. Tight between them. Alamay or Marsoum Al Nayef in a thriller. Al Jamani got tired in behind them. And then came Mostahish. Another close call. Two desperate finishes. Far side, Alamay, number 4. Near side was the grey, number 10, Marsoum Al Nayef, who finished with a flourish on the outside. I didn't want to call this. The leader, had the horse on the far side, has drifted off the rails quite a lot, Alamay, into the path of the grey. Oh, it's tight. They pulled away in the end. Al Jamani, no excuses. Wasn't quite good enough. Couldn't go with the front pair. We had a great battle. And Alamay has held on, number 4. Look, he has drifted out, hasn't he? Oh, he's come. There's a bit of contact there, I thought. The jockey had the pro cushion, the left hand, which I think has made the horse drift out in towards Marsoum Al Nayef. This could be interesting. It's a nose. But I wonder if you've heard the end of it. 4 Alamay, the winner. The time's identical, 1 minute 40.9. Of course, a nose is about, what, 200 of a second, isn't it? So it can be the same time they finish on. Third was number 3, Al Jamani. Fourth, number 11, Mostahish. But I thought the winner's drifted out, Alamay. But it has been called the provisional winner. 4:10, 3:11 the numbers. Alamay by a nose in a thriller from Marsoum Al Nayef.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Enzo, for the 12 commentaries you provided us here today. 4 of those have seen a win for Camillo Ospina, who has just got the verdict in our final race of the programme. Alamay clinging on to win by a nose. Marsoum Al Nayef paying a nice compliment to Leila Doro, who we see tomorrow, only beaten a nose in second. As Enzo said there, the exact same times of 1:40.91. Al Jamani back in third place. So Alamay has won our final race here. It's been a card, Rory, that's been dominated by Camillo Ospina.
It has, yeah. We talked about him coming back with his first winner off that 15 meeting ban. But today was a great day for him with a 4-timer in the card in the end.
4-timer.
Yeah, you have to rewrite your notes after that. I thought he was beaten on the line here, but he's managed to rally to get up and win by a nose. And it has been a really triumphant return tonight for Camillo Ospina.
4-timer Callum Helliwell. He is not out of this Jockeys Championship, is he?
Oh, he's back. He is well and truly back. A winner yesterday, emotional scene, but this time with friends and family, and what looks like half of Colombia has arrived to cheer him on as well. It's been wonderful scenes down here, and each of his wins has been met with rapturous applause. And you saw when the photo came up, there was a genuine fist pumping all around it with lovely scenes here after this recent contest.
Yeah, we're just watching Alamay and Camillo Ospina come back into the winners' enclosure. What a day it has been for the Colombians. Colombian, of course, told us yesterday here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel that he had been out of action due to a suspension, has missed the last 15 meetings, including the last 3 at Taif and the first 12 here. And what a way to bounce back, Rory, it's fair to say. I mean, he's been seen to best effect on a number of occasions here today.
These weren't steering jobs in any of his rides today, even those at shorter prices, and he's been seen to best effect. It's great to have Camilo back. He's a wonderful jockey to watch when he's at his peak. He's got this wonderful gift for getting horses to move forward for him without seeming to ask him for an effort early on in the race. Very different jockey to Adel Alfaretti. It's interesting watching the pair of them and doing what they do because they ride in different styles. But Camilo gets them moving forward and then can be strong in the finish as well. But he was very strong in race 7 when winning that on a very ordinary contest. But his mount on that contest is a horse going places, having stepped up and tripped from 6 furlongs to a mile. Indeed,
we're looking at Mota Basil, who is one of the highlights of the day here. We're just going to move forward away from Alamé, who's just causing a bit of a scene. But we are looking at pictures of Mota Basil, who won race number 7. And for once, Rory, it was a winner for me, for you, and for Callum.
Yes, I mean, it's almost the highlight just for that, to be perfectly honest. But although Mota Basil was a reasonably short price, at 13 to 8 or thereabouts, he had to battle. The leader in that race got away from him, but he battled really well to get up and win reasonably narrowly, showing a very good attitude. And although, again, it was a moderate maiden, the fact that this horse was stepping up to a mile for the first time, I think, was the crucial aspect of the race, and it's going to keep improving through the season, so it should do a lot better than the bare form shown today.
Absolutely. And Mota Basil we've highlighted as a possible highlight of the day, Callum. It could be one of those white stable runners that we haven't seen the best of yet, and still very, very early days.
Yeah, I think what was most exciting about him was he was a real standout in the parade ring. He looked like the type that was going to thrive going over further. He had thrived going over further. There was a moment on the turn where they just looked like they were going to be in a bit of trouble, and then Camilo just squeezed down in the saddle a little bit more, and away he went. And that was what was so impressive. He found more despite making all, because sometimes with these white stable runners, Rory will know better than me, they sometimes hit the lids and just go all the way and have one speed. He has gears, and that's what I like the most about him.
Yeah, we saw a few last year, and we were used to seeing horses ready on debut, at the right trip, winning easily and dominating runners, and then maybe struggling stepped up in class next time out. Different style of campaign this year for the white stable horses, often racing over a trip that's maybe short of the best first time out, short of peak fitness, needing to learn from that, because what they didn't do last year was they won so easily first time out, they learned nothing from those races, and then they go to cup competition next time out, and it would be a massive slap in the face for them. This time they're getting battle hardened before they're stepping up in class.
So Camilo Ospina, of course, the main name from here today. 4 winners on the day. He is very much back in the frame for the Jockeys Championship. I guess another jockey we should touch upon today, Naif Alanazi, who had 2 winners on the afternoon. We can't forget about Naif. I mean, what a day he had. A winner last night and 2 here today, Callum.
What a man. What an absolute dude. The last night when we didn't get a chance to talk to him, which was the second Open or Cup win that he'd won and we'd not been able to speak to him, we finally got the chance to talk to him today, and yeah, he's cooking. He is a rider almost more than Alex, who rides purely on confidence. He rides on vibes, and I just love his vibes, and it's all good.
And he got a 40-1 winner today, didn't he?
He did, yeah, which went down very well in the studio. That was a tremendous pick from you at that sort of price, and yeah, incredibly well spotted. A horse, I think he finished 12th and 13th in 2 starts before that, and a 24-runner maiden, you tend to just skip over horses like that straight away. But you dug in, looked at the video, saw that he'd shown a bit of speed on debut and thought he would do so again, and he did exactly that.
A very quick word on tomorrow. We're looking forward to the action. Group 2, Leila Doro in action.
Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to seeing Leila Doro. I've managed to miss most of Leila Doro's races, but one of the absolute superstars here. Doesn't do it flashily, but is exceptionally hard to beat.
Callum, thank you very much for your interview today and your very hard work in the parade ring as ever. Rory, for your excellent analysis. Really good commentary from Anthony Ennis this afternoon. Really looking forward to bringing you the third of 3 days here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We got some excellent racing here tomorrow. If you want winners, you know where to tune in. Be back here tomorrow. Us three will be back. We look forward to bringing you the racing then.